赤いよ。得らるのはせさでめちゃいらしいよ。好きな人に一途でかっこいいよ。やむことにやまなくていいの。ちょい口とせ隠れとこもいいのに、顔可愛く見るのバリやばいやん。表は芸人で心はヘボー。内緒でタバコとストロングゼロ。これと携帯から幸せの連鎖。教師の現場でダッチとスタンダップ、yeah、量産や女になりたい。大きくなったら整形しまくりパピー。気になる人の視線率といいね。視線に真剣恋の興味 MCM。 もう死にたいけど生きたいな。死後の世界がどんなか知りたいな。待て待て無理無理死ぬの早い。悩んで可愛い目指す君美しい。貢いでるなら逆に貢いでたい。てか使う顔文字死ぬほど濃い。打つ文字ひらがなで年齢聞いたら3歳児。好きな人チェキ取ったら絶賛呼吸困難に。包みこのピンクいハッピーマイメロ黒みハス。ファッションメンヘラええやんメンヘラ自体実際ファッション。メンヘラの聖地歌舞伎町。ラララグッチの帽子かぶり行こう。今夜も楽しいパーティーの始まりよ。手段で手繋いで中ぐりすかしよう。女は減らってなんぼ。異質や成立振りかかる何個。切った手首折らない何個。結局来たの恥ずかしくなるよ。失敗しないでメンヘラがいいよ。得らるのはせさでめちゃいらしいよ。好きな人に一途でかっこいいよ。やむことにやまなくていいの。日々連なる傷や涙。小さい頃の元気なら死んだ。早く光る自分に会いたい。泣いてるから全てまあいっか。起きたらすぐに過ぎる時計の針。いい方向に向かってるかわからない。いちいち他人の意見はくだらない。大丈夫生きてるならさ不満はない。そのままでそのままで限界まで突っ走るその体で。いつかの精神よりかっこついてる。少なくとも僕からは箔ついてる、そのままでそのままで悲劇の開きだって闇そが来てる。まあそっちでも可愛いシェアになる。理不尽矛盾の世界に立ち向かえ。Girl 女は減らってなんぼ。異質や成立振りかかる何個。切った手首折らない何個。結局来たの恥ずかしくなるよ。心配しないでメンヘラがいいよ。得らるのはせさでめちゃいらしいよ。好きな人に一途でかっこいいよ。やむことにやまなくていいの。僕にとってあなたは神のような存在。話しかければ振り向いてくれるけど声すらも出せない。嫌われそうで言えないで。勝手に愛しては呼んではストーカーみたいじゃ。僕じゃ釣り合わない。他に取られて悪いだ。僕のものなんかじゃないけどお肩結ばれちゃえばいいや。僕は僕のままでもいいやって陰キャは陰キャのままで終わるのさ。一度だけでもいいからまたと愛し合って手繋いで言いたかった。きっと僕の名前も知らずただの底キャラで人生を終える。ラララララララ一人に虚しすぎる。自分からタッグもできず浅い自分に嫌気がさす。僕にとってあなたは神のような存在。話しかければ振り向いてくれるけど声すらも出せない。嫌われそうで言えないで。勝手に愛しては呼んではストーカーみたいじゃ。僕じゃ釣り合わない。他に取られて悪いだ。僕のものなんかじゃないけどお肩結ばれちゃえばいいや。僕は僕のままでもいいやって陰キャは陰キャのままで終わるのさ。
Omanya, evening, good evening, it's nighttime, and I just wanted to do some art. So we're gonna be working on the little new Maruzachi stream avatars, that little guy down there, and we're gonna be working on a new one of him because he needs an updated design and all, and actually finished the animations and stuff. We're gonna work on him a little bit and listen to some crime documentaries on YouTube. And I won't have the mic on very much. I'll turn it on to like pop in here and there with commentary. But it's mostly just like, let's chill together, listen to some crime documentaries, and watch me draw little pixel guys. Little pixel demon bunny guys. Yeah, that's about it. That's your introduction. Okay. Let's move over to the drawing screen. This is what I'm working on. This is the old one. This is what we currently have in use right now. You can see his little run and his idle animation. That's basically all I ever got done for him. He doesn't have very much, but I want to make a new one, and he's gonna hopefully have full animations for everything. I think that'd be fun. And I want to have them in different colors and all that. I didn't think about that when I made the first one, so it wasn't really possible to change his colors easily. So yeah, we're gonna remake a new one and make it so that we can have different color versions in the shop, and I want to make like items that he can wear. And there will be a naked one, and then after that, you know, if we get him all done, not today, obviously, that's a big project. But once he's all done, we'll make the baby version. And you'll all be demoted to baby version. And then you'll have to build up and pay for a big win. Okay, well, I'm gonna turn off the music and I'm gonna turn on documentaries videos, and I'm gonna turn off my mic. Have a chill time. The documentary we're listening to today it's by Rotten Mango. I really like her videos, her crime videos, where she's not eating. I don't like the eating ones. But yeah, so we're gonna listen to her, and it's a gross one. I warn you, it's a gross one. Mom lets 37-year-old boyfriend have cuddle sleepovers with her teen daughter. Then teen goes missing. Oh no. Oh no. I wonder what happened. I wonder where she went.
And it's a really well done variation of a thought-provoking hypothetical situation. Variations of the plot go something like this. A woman, a wife, is brought into the police station, into one of those interrogation rooms, and the police want to talk to her. They don't want to talk to her about her. They want to talk to her about her husband, her partner. They're like, look at this picture. Is this your husband in the picture? Yeah, that's my husband in the picture. That other person in the picture, that's not you, is it? No. And normally it looks like this is something that normally intimate couples do, and here are the two of them doing it, and you're nowhere to be seen in the picture.
Doing what?
Intimate things.
Oh.
And now the wife is confused, and the police inform her, here's why we brought you in. Because now she is missing.
They're asking the wife, do you know about this woman?
Yes. Okay. It's a compelling plot. I mean, it went viral for a reason.
and I downloaded
so much
tons
for
of
Jennifer Soto.
cool pixel brushes.
She is a
so
woman
maybe
from
I can use
Florida,
those too.
and the officers in 2024, they sit her down to talk to her about her on and off boyfriend of 7-ish years.
Whose hand does that look like to you?
I would say it's Stefan's.
Is that Stefan's hand?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. You and Stefan, have you guys been intimate before in the past?
Yes.
So you're aware of what like his looks like and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does this look like Stefan's to you?
No.
No. Okay. What about that?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
If anything, it's not even the I'm recognizing, it's the things around it.
So it's the things around it that make you believe it's his penis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we have Stefan's phone. We have your boyfriend's phone. We were able to get into his phone, and there are some very unfortunate graphic pictures of him conducting very sexual acts with Maddie. Maddie, the one that had gone missing recently in Florida. The missing persons case that everybody is talking about. Look, I wish I could tell you this is all a made-up story, Jennifer, but it's not.
Did you ever suspect anything like this? No? You okay?
I can't breathe.
Is this a surprise?
Photos of her?
Mm-hmm.
Can I see some of that evidence?
What makes you believe that it's not?
I thought I knew him long enough.
Okay, well, so our goal is we want to find Maddie. Do you know if Stefan has any special hangout spots? No, there's no place I can think of outside of shopping at Target. Anywhere else that you can think of. Silence. What are you thinking about right now, Jennifer? How this can be true? How I missed the signs? What signs are you saying you missed? No, like I'm just saying if there were any signs, I didn't see any. I just want to, I believe you. I want to believe you, but I can't believe you till I see the actual evidence. Are you sure you want to see that? I'll go get it. Are you sure you want to see those photos?
Can you tell me what's being done in the photos?
She has in her mouth.
Do you think he would ever hurt her? I don't think he would. No. Like, I believe you when you talk to me about those images. Those images might be real or they could have happened, but I don't believe they're related to this case. I don't think some of those pictures, Jennifer, they go back to 2022. So 2 years prior. I understand it's a lot to take in right now. I can only imagine what you're going through, but we need to know everything. Our main goal is to find Maddie and bring her back home, and we need your help. Did he mention taking her anywhere? No.
I don't want to see those images, but I do. I feel like I need proof evidence, but like I'm afraid of being traumatized forever, so I'm not sure what to do. If you guys have found evidence of him being in front of the store like he said he was, like it's possible that his story might be true and somebody else could have taken her. Like I'm just thinking, like, what if we're focusing, like, okay, things happened, right? But what if that's completely a side thing and not having to do with this, like her missing?
The authorities are quiet. It's a very odd reaction to have because the person who is missing is Jennifer's own daughter, who is 13 years old, and Stefan is Jennifer's 37-year-old boyfriend. Jennifer says, and I repeat for you, like, okay, this happened, right? But what if that's completely like a side thing and not having to do with this, like her being missing? I believe he did this stuff, but I don't believe he had done anything evil to her. This is the case of Madeleine Soto. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They focus on finding missing children, reducing child exploitation, and the prevention of child victimization. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Today's case involves heavy themes of CSAM, CA, CSA, SA, and potential familial incest. There are quite a few mentions of those themes throughout this entire episode, and this is just part 1. So if this is too much, please take a break, get some air. We'll see you in the next one. Charges have been pressed in this case. Lots of charges, over 60 counts, but unfortunately and legally, there has yet to be a trial. So innocent until proven guilty in the eyes of the law, but netizens, they feel otherwise. This is going to be a 2-part case. I tried so hard to keep it into just 1 part, condense it down, but I went through 20 plus hours of police footage, interviews, audio interviews, body cam footage, over 1,000 pages of court documents, and there is just no way to condense it down into 1. In part 1, this episode, we're going to be focusing on Maddie going missing, what happened that day, and the weird actions of her own mom, Jennifer Soto. In part 2, we focus on Stephen Stearns, the 37-year-old boyfriend of Jennifer Soto, and all of the conspiracies that are tied to what happened. There's conspiracies and allegations of a larger network of CSAM, formerly known as CP, but child abuse material, rings on Telegram, organizations operating in Florida, allegations of pregnancies. I mean, there's a lot happening. So stay tuned for part 2 and let's get started. Jennifer Soto and her boyfriend Stephen Stearns are sitting in front of the camera.
Hello.
They're on Fox 35. They're talking to all the local news networks that are calling them to help us find Jennifer's 13-year-old daughter, Madeline Soto, Maddie Soto. She is missing. Look, this area in Florida, there is so much that can happen. Some say because of its close proximity to Disney World, it's near Orlando. Some say it's a hub for human trafficking. Kids get snatched to be sold. There's all these conspiracies. There's rumors. You go online, you're going to be spiraling down these rabbit holes. And if you're not spiraling, then there's other major considerations you have to factor in, like Alligator Lake. Alligator Lake in Florida is a pretty small lake, but it's got
Any of you
300
from Florida?
alligators in there in one singular lake. It lives up to the name. It's advised that if you walk your dog around the lake, don't put your dog too close to the water's edge. You just never know what the alligators are going to consume. So yeah, a missing child anywhere, but also near Disney World, near alligator lakes, especially concerning, and time is of the essence. Jennifer is doing a Zoom call with Fox 35 from, it appears to be her kitchen. Her boyfriend Stefan is sitting right behind her. So this is interesting. He's not really sitting right behind her, as in they're both doing the interview. He's just kind of in the background. Like when you're on a Zoom call with work people and someone walks into the room and you have to kind of glance back, like, what are you doing? Why are you in this room? Can you, hello, I'm in a Zoom call. That's how he's just sitting in the background, half on screen, half not on screen.
What is he doing?
Just cracking his knuckles. Okay, Jen, go ahead and tell us what's going on with Maddie.
Monday morning, we took her to school. We dropped her off close to school, across the street from a church, which is it's right next to the school. She crossed the street and walked to school, what we thought walked to school. My boyfriend who drove her to school drove away at that point. I went to pick her up after school, and she wasn't there. I emailed one of her teachers. They confirmed that she was absent all day. At that point is when I called 911 because I realized something was truly wrong.
So she sounds pretty
Straightforward.
Okay.
You could almost mistake her as a detective recounting what happened, but maybe not as professional, but definitely a little detached emotionally.
And this just
Yes.
happened, or how long has it been?
A few hours. I hate to ask this, but is she the type that would run away? Is this something that has happened in the past?
Never. She's never ever mentioned anything like this before, and she's not the type to want to do this. She did accidentally leave her phone on Monday, which is kind of normal for her. She's got ADHD and very forgetful. So she left her phone at home, so there's no way to trace her.
Jen, what is your fear? I know you said that she's on games and stuff. Do you fear that she could have met somebody and tried to meet up with them?
She's open with us about, if she's got a crush with anyone, and she told us she had a crush on someone at school. And I looked at their messages, nothing was weird. I looked at all of her messages, all of her deleted messages, nothing seemed weird. It didn't seem like she was talking to anyone. I feel like she may have been taken, because this is not like her at all, to just disappear and not tell us, not let us know where she's going or who she's with. I'm just contacting the news to get the word out, to get some help, because I'm desperate. I'm a wreck right now.
So you think that she's been taken against her will?
I'm trying to hope for the best, but I'm scared for her. I'm want her to be okay. I want her to be safe. I don't want her to come back harmed. I just want her back. Whatever that means. I just want her back.
Are you gonna go out there and search or look? Are you sticking by the phone? What are you doing?
I'm staying at home, staying by the phone, hoping she just appears. I know my entire family is out looking. They've all spread a bunch of flyers. I've had people contact me that they've gone to the international airport to spread flyers, to Amtrak, to Greyhound.
You mentioned ADHD. Was there anything else, maybe mentally going on that you knew of?
She does suffer from anxiety, and once upon a time she was diagnosed with autism. We had her reevaluated a few months ago, actually, and they told us no, she didn't have autism, but she did have some autistic traits. She did have ADHD, some autistic traits, but not autism.
Very weird. At the end of the interview, Jennifer shares a message that she personally has for her own daughter, Maddie.
Maddie, if you see this, please come home. Please be safe. I love you very much. If you have my Maddie, please just let her come home. We just want her home.
For such an agonizing situation, Jennifer seems to be, at best, holding it in very well. She's collected for the media interviews, maybe too collected. In another interview with WFTV Channel 9 News, this time the news station comes to her house to interview her. They set up a camera, and Jennifer is sitting there with a black hoodie on. She is almost vibrating. Think of your phone on a wood table on silent mode. Someone is calling you. It's just vibrating throughout the entirety of the interview. At first, I thought she was shaking, or the camera is shaking because of how consistent the vibrating is. But I believe, and I could be wrong, but if someone is shaking or shuddering, it's a very jerky motion. It varies in severity. Like sometimes it's a big jerk or a small shiver, or you're shaking and then you stop shaking, or you try to calm your nerves. But it is a pretty consistent, intense vibrating, which leads me to believe she is shaking her leg throughout the entirety of the video.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's not like she's trembling. She's shaking
I
her
really
leg
need to get her a
aggressively.
stand.
So I was trying to mimic it at my desk too. And I was like recording myself. It looks like shaking of the leg.
Okay.
This is what the news reporter asks. My first question is, what is your first and last name? And can you spell them both out for me? Jennifer, Jennifer. Soto, Soto. Mother? Mother. Jennifer, tell me how you're feeling right now.
I feel like I can't breathe. All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay? But we're all a wreck. My entire family is a mess.
She recounts very quickly that Maddie was dropped off at her school by her partner, Stefan, so Jennifer's boyfriend. Well, very close to the school. She says across the street, it's basically right next to the school, but she never made it to the school, was absent, vanished. But in the middle of her explaining, this is interesting. You know those grand clocks that chime every hour? Mm-hmm. This is, I guess, a cuter, goofier version. So Jennifer works at Disney. It sounds like a Disney clock. It's like, yoo-hoo. And it keeps going, and Jennifer stops. She pauses, closes her eyes, and she smiles. She opens her eyes and looks at it like, oh, this is so embarrassing, and then smiles again.
That should be it. Sorry about that.
And then she takes a deep breath and continues with her story. The reporter asks, is this normal behavior? Not at all, no. She, from time to time, she will leave her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. So this is the next day. She left her phone at home, she went to school, and that happens from time to time. She has ADHD, but there's no way to track her because now I have, well, now the detectives have her phone, but this is not normal behavior, no. What are you thinking about right now?
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away. Or just not go to school.
I know as a mother, a lot is going on in your brain, so much. To bring her back home, what have law enforcement told you that you're able to share?
I mean, that they're doing the best they can. They've had detectives come out, interview us. They took a piece of her clothing for the canine dog to see if they can sniff her out. I'm not sure when that's being done. We've looked everywhere we could have thought, and anywhere she would have been. She would have known to wait for me at the school.
Is there anything you think our viewers would need to know about the way you're feeling, the way the family's feeling for Madeline?
We are desperate for any answers, anything that you can
do to help, I'm here for it. Just please, if you see my daughter, just please bring her home. I just hope you're okay, Maddie. I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt.
Does she look more worried than yesterday?
I don't know. Okay, I can go back and forth. If I try to convince myself that she looks worried, but she just looks a little uneasy.
Okay. Now, why are so many news stations interviewing them?
She reached out to them the night that Maddie went missing. Her family members did.
I see.
To get the news out there, the word out there. And this time around, for this news station, Stefan Stearns also does an interview. He's got a black hoodie on, a full beard, and a baseball cap that's put on backwards. His eyes are really red. He's clearly, at least visually, he seems more emotional than Jennifer does. It's not a contest, but he seems somewhat distraught to the point where the reporter starts. You seem emotional. Explain to us what happened.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. So last time we saw her.
What were the conversations that y'all had in the car when you dropped her off?
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. She said thanks, love you too. That was it.
And so where do you think she could possibly be? I mean, this isn't, as I was told, this isn't normal behavior.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off. We don't know where she could be. We're scared. We just want her home.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to.
Why?
I dropped her off early. I could have waited longer. She looked okay. She was walking towards the school when I saw her. It was like any other day, so I went on with my day.
What has the conversation been with Jennifer since? Because again, this is Jennifer's biological daughter, not Stefan's biological daughter. So you could imagine there might be some relationship turmoil.
Yeah.
She's been a lot stronger than me. She's been holding it together really well. And, but it just keeps coming in waves. Just the reality keeps hitting. We don't know where she is. We don't know if she's safe.
Stefan says he even went out with the cops to search for her. And was her body language off when you dropped her off at school? Happy. She had a happy weekend. She just turned 13. She had her 13th birthday party Sunday, and this was Monday that she goes missing.
She was happy that we were all together here. And she's just very happy. She was a happy kid. She's very sweet. She's a very sweet girl. She brings a lot of joy to us, and we just not knowing.
So the unknown is killing you?
Yeah, it's like our whole world is upside down. And not feeling her presence here is... Sorry. It's hard.
What do you want our viewers to know when they see this?
She's a sweetheart. She's a very sweet, kind girl. It's a living nightmare. They started off like any other. And I just want to wake up. You just get hit with waves of the reality. Just it's setting in. As soon as it got dark last night, we started falling apart because we knew it wasn't going to come to an end. And now we're going on 24 hours and still nothing. Just conflicting reports here and there. People say they see this or that. None of it's conclusive and none of it's helpful. We just want our baby girl back.
When these interviews are posted, I will say, we as netizens do seem to have, collectively, conspiracy-tinted glasses these days. A lot of people were just spreading the word in the local area, but some netizens were confused, especially on TikTok. And there were fights, people saying, how dare you question people? How dare you question the poor grieving family? And there were arguments.
Like day one, people are arguing?
Yes.
Whoa.
I would say a smaller minority of people were pointing out weird things. I think a lot of people were thinking it, they just couldn't say it. So a lot of people were saying it in, she looks like maybe she's still processing a lot of the shock. But the more opinionated comments read, Mom seems very calm and shaking seems more of like a nervous thing. Nervous about something rather than upset that her daughter is missing. Another one reads, this doesn't feel right. I'm getting bad vibes from the mom. I know everyone reacts differently, but the mom doesn't even seem upset. Others focus on the fact that Jennifer mentions that she did not attend her daughter's birthday party. So in the Fox 35 interview that I kind of shortened, she's like, oh yeah, I couldn't go because I was working. And the comment reads, how does a mother miss her own child's birthday? For 13 years, you've known to take this day off now or celebrate it when you're not working, because Sunday is not Maddie's actual birthday. It's just the day of her party. Mm-hmm. I could never miss my kids' birthday parties. That's the comment, not me. I don't have kids. One comment reads, did he say she was a happy kid? Is that what the boyfriend just said? Was?
She's just very happy. She was a happy kid.
Other comments read, if my daughter was missing, I would not be able to give interviews like this. I would not be able to talk without breaking down. I would not be able to sleep, nor eat, nor talk, or do anything. I would be driving around all night and day looking for my daughter. Crazy to even muster a chuckle about that little clock when your child is missing. I think the mother is actually smiling in the interview. It looks like she knows more than she's letting on. Maybe netizens are being harsh though. I mean, I think the internet likes to see the bad in everything and everyone right off the bat. And maybe Jennifer is in shock during these media interviews because she's probably, hopefully, a lot more helpful to the authorities, right? Because these are just media interviews. Because Maddie is 13 years old, the authorities have to rule out the potential that she is a runaway. Because the way they search for her, depending on if they think she ran off versus if they think she was taken, is very different. Jennifer is explaining there's just no way that Maddie would ever run away. Maddie just had her 13th birthday party the night before, and the next day she goes missing. She was happy. It's just that Monday was a series of unfortunate events. Jennifer was trying to sleep in, get some rest because she forgot to take her medication the night before. She's feeling wonky. She just started a new job. She's still in training. Stefan is taking Maddie to school that morning, but he forgets his phone. He spends a good chunk of his morning waiting in front of the vape shop to open after he drops Maddie off, but they never open. And later he gets a flat tire. Monday's a mess. So the police are like, okay, run us through the day. Run us through Monday morning and everything that happened. What time did you wake up? Jennifer tells the authorities, I'm going to say around 8 o'clock in the morning, Stefan came into the room and was trying to put the leash on the dog.
And I got up to try to help him with it, but Stefan got it and walked him and told me to go back to bed. So I went back to bed.
Okay.
I heard people in the kitchen. I'm not sure exactly who because I do have roommates. Mm-hmm. See, I know she walked into the kitchen, into her bedroom to get ready and all that because she left her phone on her dresser in her bedroom. And I know she did that while she was getting ready that morning.
Now, what is considered her bedroom? Where at?
In the living room.
Okay.
We've got like a little wall partition, and she's got a bedroom in the living room. It's got a bed, a dresser, a desk, and a TV. She doesn't sleep there though. She just hangs out there during the day. That's her space.
Okay, what time did you wake up on Monday? Well, Jennifer's thinking back and she says, okay, so Maddie's classes start at 9:30, which means they usually do drop off. They leave the house at around 8:50. She checks her alarms. I'm pretty sure I woke up that morning at like 9 o'clock in the morning, and then I left the house at 9:30 in the morning. So Stefan drops Maddie off. Jennifer wakes up at 9. They're already out of the house. Then at 9:30, she leaves the house because she has a doctor's appointment at 10:15. And it took a while. They did the blood work. I think I got home somewhere around 11:15. But when she gets back home, Stefan is there. And the two of them just spend like an hour catching up about their mornings. And she says Stefan was filling her in on how the two of them had left early to go to school. Maddie had woken up early and he decides, let's go to McDonald's. And that was the plan. Jennifer knew this was the plan, that he was going to take her to McDonald's, grab breakfast. And Jennifer says, but on his way to school, she was very sleepy and wanted to sleep in the car. She said that she did not want to go to McDonald's. She just wanted to be dropped off. And he let me know that he had left his phone at home because I had called him multiple times and he hadn't picked up. He left his phone at home by accident, went to the vape shop after dropping Maddie off, but they didn't open for some time. So he waited for quite a while in front of the vape shop, but they still didn't open, so he finally gave up and came home. They hang out for a little while. He then leaves again to run some errands, hit up the vape shop again, then go to Target, a place called House Rules. It's a game shop. They sell board games. Then he's going to be home before Jennifer does pick up for Maddie. Or at least that is the plan, but he gets a flat tire on the way back, so Jennifer goes to pick up Maddie by herself.
So what time do you leave the house to go?
2:30.
2:30?
Yeah, she gets out at 4. It takes me about 20 minutes to get to school, and then I wait about an hour and 10 minutes.
Why does she go so early?
She likes to be at the front of the line. So if you know school pickup in America, you gotta wait in line. There's like a a parade of cars.
I see.
And I realized I was holding up the line because everybody behind me, their kids had gotten in their car and they needed to get out of the line. But because I was first in line, I was holding up the line. So after that, I'm going to say at about 4:10, she waits about 15 minutes. She feels like she can't wait any longer. Maybe Maddie didn't know that Jennifer was picking her up, so she took a side door out of the school and started walking home. Jennifer puts her car in drive, starts heading along the path that Maddie normally takes when she does have to walk home. She spends another 30 minutes waiting to see if Maddie is going to be seen walking, and nothing. Maddie is nowhere. This is when Jennifer starts freaking out. She calls Maddie, and she's like, Maddie left her phone at home. I have her phone in the car with me, so I can't even call her. Okay, that's fine. She calls Maddie's best friend, who tells her, Mrs. Soto, Maddie never came to school today. What do you mean? She never made it to any of her classes, any of her periods, nothing? Jennifer tells the officer. At this point, I started to panic because I knew something was wrong. I emailed one of her teachers. A few of her teachers actually, well, one of them responded to me. He said she didn't make it at all. Is it common for her to not have her phone? Yeah, she's got ADHD. She's super forgetful. She doesn't even realize that she's in the shower for a whole
good
hour.
evening.
She loses track of time. She's very forgetful. That day, a missing persons report is filed for Maddie, a day after her birthday party, and actually 4 days after her actual birthday.
It's good evening.
When she turned 13.
It's 10
The incident
p.m.
report reads,
But
February
good morning
26,
to you.
2023, at approximately 8 a.m., Jennifer observed and last saw Maddie getting dressed for school. Stephen Stearns takes Maddie to school, dropping her off near the intersection of Town Loop Boulevard and Hunters Park Lane at approximately 8:30 a.m. The
Good
official written
morning.
statement that Jennifer writes by hand for the police is, today around 8 a.m., I saw Maddie getting ready for school. I'm not sure what time they departed. Stephen Stearns took her to school and dropped her off close to the school at around 8:30 to 8:45 a.m. She never made it to school. I went to pick her up at around 4 p.m. to pick her up, and she never came out. I searched the area, went to my mother's office to look for Maddie, and could not find her. Have you ever had those moments? You meet someone, and they smile at you, but the smile feels like their lips are smiling, but their eyes are laser sharp, just digging into you. And then throughout the day, they say these really weird things or like tiny little micro expressions, and you just get a bad feeling about them. But when you try to explain it to someone, I thought he was creepy. He kept saying, you look really, really good today. Okay, maybe they're just trying to be nice to you. No, but it's the way that they were smirking, like they didn't, like they meant something else. Maybe they were being sarcastic. It was weird. You're probably thinking too deep into it. What's wrong with you? And then later, they were saying things like, well, if people tried better to look better, then I wouldn't have Like, what does that even mean? They're not talking about you. Like, there's always, it just sounds like you're crazy. Like you're trying to make it about you. Nothing that they're doing is inherently that suspicious or that unsettling. It's just a collection of everything.
You're saying like there's some people this action is just off?
Yeah, and then
makes you feel off.
And you try to tell your friend about it, and they're like, you're thinking into it. They're just being nice. They're not talking about you. Not everything is about you. You're being weird.
Okay.
And you're like, no, I don't know how to explain this. But all of it combined, you don't have a good feeling about it. And that is how this case feels to the authorities. First, the setup of the house. It's a 4-bedroom house. One room is on the first floor along with the kitchen and the living room. That bedroom, the first bedroom, is occupied by Jennifer. Then you go upstairs, you have 3 more bedrooms. Outside each room, there are numbers, literal numbers hanging on the walls. Number 2, number 3, number 4. So 2 and 3 are rented out by 2 female roommates. Number 4 used to be empty, but it's on and off again Stefan's room. When he's not sharing Jennifer's room, he's in room number 4. It could be considered a guest room. So where's Maddie's room? In the living room. There's these 2 room dividers just haphazardly set up in the middle of the living room. That's Maddie's room. Behind this partition is Maddie's bed, a dresser, a nightstand, some of her clothes. I do want to mention this is not like a flex space in New York City. It's just 2 partitions. You could see through the top. You could see through the sides. It's not at all private, which I'm sure is pretty important to the development of a 13-year-old girl. It's kind of strange. It's odd, especially when you consider the fact that room number 4 was relatively empty most of the time. So why not just use it as Maddie's room? And side note, this whole house is owned by Jennifer's dad. He rents it out to everybody, including his own daughter. So I believe he collects rent money from Jennifer every single month. But even more the reason that Jennifer could make that Maddie's room number 4. it just seems odd that Maddie doesn't get to have her own room. It's weird. It's like living in a 2-bedroom apartment with you and your child, but instead of giving the child the other bedroom, you leave it as a guest room for your boyfriend whenever he wants to use it. One of the more seasoned detectives takes one look at the Fox 35 news segment, and he says, it's not sincere. I mean, looking at that video one time, Jennifer's cries don't feel sincere. He says he's unsure why, though.
You don't have to wake up if you don't want to.
Sometimes people struggle to show real
Maybe
emotion
it's fine
when
if you
they're
stay
aware of what the
asleep.
truth is. Even when another officer is interviewing her, she's explaining how Stefan went to the vape shop that morning, and these are like all the odd small things. She says after he dropped Maddie off, he goes to the vape shop.
I wanna
Do
have a
you want the
tea.
name of the vape shop?
Might make
The
a
officer
tea.
is like, yeah, I mean, if you have it off the top of your head, but I'm sure we're going to talk again soon and we'll have more questions. No, I'm just saying because that might be helpful if you guys, you know, want to see like surveillance or anything. Because Maddie would have already been dropped off. If you're looking for missing Maddie, why would they need surveillance at the vape shop?
Yeah, so that almost coming from an angle of, to verify if my boyfriend was actually there. So it's like covering for the boyfriend. Like if you want to check on my boyfriend, then go check the, you know.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, we're searching for Maddie.
And that is time of the essence. Why would you want the police to waste their time looking at vape shop CCTV when I'd be like, can you check every single camera near the school, near the drop-off point, not the vape shop? Who cares about the vape shop?
Yeah.
In another interrogation with an officer, Jennifer talks about how Maddie hates being alone. She says, even now, I hope she's not alone. I mean, or I don't know. I hope she's being taken care of or she's safe. I don't know. Just kind of a weird statement. And there are just other small, strange little moments that make the officers go,
Maybe I should make these lighter.
What is going on? They just pause. For example, when the officers want to go pick up an article of clothing that Maddie has worn that has her scent for the dogs to track, Stefan offers, what about a pillow she likes to sleep on? Jennifer looks at him. Yeah, but you slept on that pillow this morning. Oh, that's right. I snuggled with her pillow. It's just kind of strange verbiage.
Yeah.
Like, I guess if you were taking a power nap before going back out to search and you just used a random pillow, but it's a little weird. It's like a dog snuggling with their owner's pillow. Then another officer asks Jennifer, so let me ask you this. Where all have you looked for Maddie?
I've been staying at home just in case she comes home.
Okay.
I don't know. I see a lot of netizens being like, that's weird. And personally, I think it's weird too. If someone needs to be home just to make sure my 13-year-old child that I don't have comes home, it should be like the lowest on the totem pole person. Like just someone in the family, stay home.
I don't really know how to use
and
that.
then everybody else needs to be out searching. She says that the case has gotten so big that people will recognize her in public. She says, I don't want to be seen in public, just everyone to recognize me and know what's happening. So to answer your question, I haven't gone out looking for her because I don't know where to search, and yeah, I haven't. Another officer who's there asks, I'm just curious, why didn't you go search for her? I know you said that you didn't know where to look, but was there any other reason that you didn't want to go search?
Yesterday, I went out for a little bit to go to Target to try to take my mind off of things. I went to Target to go get myself a toothbrush and deodorant. When I went to Target, I decided, like, oh, I shouldn't be out in public. People could recognize me. It can either be good or bad what people could tell me.
People could recognize
I've already
me?
had
Oh,
people
no?
recognize
What?
me in my community.
Why is that a bad
and
thing?
Dealing with people's heavy emotions and them coming to me and crying and telling me they're so sorry and how they feel is so heavy because like I just have to kind of stand there and take their emotions and like
That's pretty
I don't know,
accurate.
it's so heavy.
Do the whole
I don't have my
time.
mental health suffering right now, or for me to spiral and end up back being hospitalized.
And she even states that Stefan mentioned going out to look for Maddie the first night that she's missing. And she said, I even questioned that. I asked him, are you sure it's a good idea? You should probably sit tight. Let's just wait and see if she comes home. But the biggest thing is the officers are going through the incident reports, and there are so many things that don't make sense. Over the course of 48 hours, multiple different detectives have spoken with Jennifer, and something is not adding up. When authorities walk through Monday morning with Jennifer, not once does she mention seeing Maddie, indicating the last time that she would have seen Maddie was not Monday morning, but Sunday night. But previously, she explains seeing Maddie getting ready for school Monday morning and even describes in detail what Maddie wore to school that day on Monday, which she dressed herself to go to school in on Monday. And in the initial report, she writes that she saw Maddie.
Yeah.
The officer questions her about that. When you reported her missing, you remember writing a
Maybe
statement?
I should make these
Yes.
in grayscale.
In that statement, you say you saw Maddie. I know. I misremembered. I didn't see her. But I wanted to believe I saw her, but I didn't. But when you're talking to the deputy on his body cam, you describe what she was wearing that day because she had picked it out the night before. The police still want to know why she wrote saw on the initial report. Saw. Saw is a pretty common word. It's not like a legal language. It's not something that you would only use when you file a police report. It's a pretty straightforward word. Did you see? Did you not see?
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw. And then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her, but I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him, and I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
An officer clarifies with Jennifer then. Did you see Maddie on Monday morning? Visually see her? No. Did you hear her? I heard many people in the kitchen. I'm not sure if it was my roommate or Maddie specifically. When's the last time you saw her then? Saw her? I'm gonna say Sunday night. Heard her? I heard her Monday morning getting ready for school. So that means the last time Jennifer Soto might have seen her child Maddie was Sunday night, the night before at 11 p.m. That's like almost a, 10-hour discrepancy.
Mm-hmm.
Which means, how do we know if any other part of this report or timeline is factual, is true? Do you know what time torture is?
Mm-mm.
I mean, technically, a lot of places have time torture. Some jails will have time torture. You just never get to know the time. To make it even worse, you block out the windows so you can't tell if it's day or night. That's time torture.
I never know
There's
what
like
day
a
it
psychological
is.
reason that humans
But I always
go
need to know what
crazy
time
if they
it
don't know
is.
what time it is. It's our inner circadian rhythm that goes out of whack. But in this police interrogation
I
room,
just
there's
like
like a
to know.
weird, I don't know if it's intentional, but the clock is
Time goes by so
perpetually frozen
fast.
at 2:54. You don't know how long you've been talking to the authorities. You don't know how long they've been grilling you because you look up at the clock, 3 hours later, perhaps 4, it's still 2:54.
Wait, is that something you noticed or someone pointed it out?
Yeah. A lot of netizens also noticed. They're like, that clock is weird. Is that intentional?
Yeah, yeah.
It feels intentional. Jennifer is sitting in the middle of the blue couch, like right at the crack of the couch cushions, like in the middle of a 2-seater couch. I wouldn't say that she looks comfortable per se, but she doesn't look uncomfortable. She's all the way leaned back. Do you guys have tissues? One of the 2 detectives in the room gets up, grabs her a roll of tissues. Thank you. She places them on the couch without using them. She talks about her experience being a mom. I was hyper vigilant as hell, as a mom, because I was like, never trust a man, never trust anyone, not even my dad, right? Like, never trust anyone. I grew up being told, never trust a man. My mom put that in my body, never trust a man. I even had a rule for the longest time. Maddie would want sleepovers, and I would be like, no, absolutely not, because I have no control, and something could really happen. And I was very vigilant, no sleepovers, no nothing for a very long time, for years. Me being super paranoid not to trust anyone, I just wanted to make sure nothing was happening and that I was missing something. But according to Jennifer, Maddie would always ask if she could have a sleepover because she wanted to watch movies and eat snacks. Eventually, Jennifer gets tired of saying no. And you know what? She thinks it would be nice to have Maddie do sleepovers so that Jennifer could get a good night's rest because they sleep in the same bed all the time, right? That's how Maddie's sleepovers, quote, sleepovers, that's what Jennifer calls them. That's how Maddie's sleepovers with Stefan start. With her own mother, Jennifer, encouraging them to go upstairs to the guest bedroom for a sleepover. The night before Maddie goes missing was a sleepover. Officers ask Jennifer, where did Maddie sleep Sunday night?
先輩たちも初めは事務職未経験でした。キャリアウィンク、あなたも。
I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom. so that I could get a good night's sleep.
So she's explaining that normally it's the three of them on her king size bed. But the order, that's already, I'm calling somebody, okay? I'm already calling somebody, but the order of the sleeping arrangements is even weirder. It's Stefan, Maddie, Jennifer.
Wow.
She says, we were all gonna sleep in the same bed together, but I needed some good sleep. And I got a new job recently and I haven't been well rested. And I needed some sleep, so I asked, hey, can you guys go to the guest bedroom upstairs? I know that he was gonna get her ready for bed, so I sent them upstairs and I went to bed. So the reason that you sent Maddie up with Stefan is because you started a new job at Disney. I just started a new job, front desk, and I hadn't been sleeping well. I take psychiatric meds every night for my bipolar disorder. Now, side note, any criticism against Jennifer is not to stigmatize her mental health. And I think to even say, oh, well, she has bipolar disorder. I see a lot of people with bipolar diagnosis get very upset on Reddit because they're like, I have bipolar disorder and I'm a parent, and I assure you, this is not a reaction of her mental health. This is not a normal reaction. Just keep that in mind.
When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different. I realized I forgot to take my meds, and I said, you guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds. I suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks.
Is it normal for both of them to sleep in the same room? Sometimes when I really need a good night's sleep, I'll send them upstairs. But also, a lot of times we will all sleep together in the king size bed, all three of us. Or sometimes Stefan will go upstairs, Maddie and I will sleep in our bed alone. It just really depends on what's going on, that night with our schedules and what we're doing.
So this is when the police just found out about this crazy sleeping arrangement.
Yes.
And the police are like, what the
so she talks to multiple officers, and every single time, personally, I think she hesitates every time she brings it up. She tries to make it sound, this is my personal opinion, she tries to make it sound as normal and natural as possible, but I feel like she always has this let me explain type of feeling to her statements. And every single time, all the officers are like, wait, let me get this straight. What are you talking about right now?
And are they investigating her right now, or they're trying to get understanding about what happened?
They're trying to get an understanding of what happened.
And this is immediately red flag.
Oh,
what's going on?
Huge red flag.
Okay.
Huge. Now, the weird thing is, Jennifer doesn't even have work on Monday. She's off Monday and Tuesday. But I guess she really needs her sleep. She sent her 13-year-old daughter to go upstairs with her boyfriend, straight to room number 4. That room is relatively empty except for a few things. 37-year-old Stefan, 13-year-old Maddie, a gun in the dresser, and a tube of masturbation cream. A woman named Mary calls into the police station.
What?
The case that's been all over the news, the case of Madeline Soto going missing, the missing 13-year-old girl, she knows these people. That guy, Stefan, she dated him briefly when they were both working for Disney. So they all worked for Disney at one point. And she's like, I was dating him. It wasn't a serious relationship. They were intimate from around December 2022 till about May 2023. They were not life planning. Like, nothing about this relationship was serious.
Wait, I thought Stefan?
Yes,
Is it Stefan?
Stefan.
Dated Jennifer for 7 years.
On and off. Okay. And what's crazy is when this takes place, they're not even dating. They are broken up. So she sends her daughter upstairs with her ex-boyfriend. I mean, not that boyfriend would make it any better, but
yeah. Wow.
Just another clarification. Mary does not want to think of a strong future with Stefan. I mean, to put it bluntly, Stefan has a hard time staying correct. She's not shaming him, but in one occasion, this is important, she tells the police this because she thought it was that pertinent. Stefan wanted to try to get excited, if you will.
Why is that? This is so out of nowhere.
What do you mean?
Like, why did she bring this up?
There's a whole thing.
Okay.
So she explains that they tried multiple times and nothing was working. And then he's like, okay, let me try something new. I think this is going to work. Can you lay down flat on your face? Just like on a plank and play dead. Don't move. Don't do anything. Suddenly it works. That's the only time. Any other time, nothing. In fact, this is where Mary thinks, okay, that alone, not that crazy. We're not judging anyone. But she would ask Stefan to spend the night, and he would absolutely refuse. I need to go sleep at Jennifer's house. Mary's so confused, like, what do you mean you need to go sleep at your ex-girlfriend's house? What do you mean by that? You guys are broken up. That doesn't even make sense. What do you mean? He says, oh, it's because I need to cuddle with Jennifer's daughter, Maddie. Otherwise, she can't fall asleep.
Whoa.
Again, this is not his daughter. It's not like, oh, I gotta tuck my kid in bed, otherwise she can't fall asleep, she gets upset. It's his ex-girlfriend's daughter, who is also not like a 2-year-old. She's 13. Like, this is also weird. It does...
But this is a few years ago, right?
This is a year ago.
Okay, so she's 12.
Yeah.
Or
11. 12.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like also not her biological dad, no familial relations.
Yeah.
And also he's not a stepfather. I don't know. A lot of, I don't know because I don't have a stepfather and I'm not in a blended family like that.
He said cuddle.
He said cuddle. He didn't say read a book or do a nighttime routine or we have to keep a schedule. It didn't seem parental. It's very weird. People were saying it's understandable if perhaps a stepfather forms a parental bond. So it's like, okay, even though we're broken up, I want to make sure that this kid's life stays stable.
Yeah.
That's not this vibe. Yeah. She's like, what are you saying right now? That is weird. And it gets more perverse. He starts chuckling, like he's reminiscing. She's like, why are you laughing? There's this one time, he explains, that he was sleeping in the same bed as Maddie, and he wakes up, and he's having a exciting reaction. Mind you, this is the man who cannot get it up. And he's like, oh yeah, it was up.
Oh my
so I had to turn around. And she's like, is this some sort of, I mean, he's laughing. Is this a joke? Is this real? Did this happen? Even if it is a joke, that's so alarming. If it happened, it's even more alarming. What? Mary breaks up with him soon after and is just so thrown off by the whole thing. Forgets about it. This is on the news and she's calling the cops like, hey, I don't know. Something is weird. Something's weird.
About him?
Yes. Soon after, just like Mary, another person is watching the news on what's going on. Maddie's case is getting a lot of attention, and this man is sitting there watching the TV, very confused. Jennifer and Stefan are doing interviews, and Jennifer is talking about, my partner dropped my kid off. My partner did this, my partner did that, my boyfriend. And this guy is like, I know that they're broken up. Like, I know these people. He says it's so odd. Why are they going around being my partner this, my boyfriend this, my girlfriend this? He reports to authorities. What's even weirder is when they did break up, Stefan seemed really distraught. Not that he was losing Jennifer, but that he was losing the, quote, bond he created with Maddie. And at the time, I guess this man tried to chalk it up to a parental bond because he had been in Maddie's life since she was 8. Just keep that in mind. But now it's strange.
Who is this man?
He's a fellow gaming friend of Stefan's. So they met through a board game, but they're not actually friends. They have this one shared hobby, a niche interest. So it's like meeting at a hobby club.
Okay.
And he's like, I don't know this guy that well, but he's weird.
Is he reporting this as well?
Yes, to the police. They're calling the police. They're being very proactive.
Wow.
So the police decide, okay, let's go talk to Maddie's 7th grade counselor. The counselor is informed that Maddie had ADHD and had a hard time focusing. This is how they're explaining it, that Maddie had anxiety and panic attacks. She would meet with Maddie a few times during the school year to check in and do these little check-ins with her. But if Maddie ever needed anything outside of those check-ins, Maddie could come to her. She has normal conversations like any other teenager. It's not until Maddie brings up Stefan and she tells her counselor, I don't like him. He's weird. What do you mean he's weird? Can you explain more about that? He just eats all our food and hangs out in our living room. Just makes me feel uncomfortable. That's all. But when Stefan moves out at around November of 2023, so this takes place February of 2024. He moves out 4 months prior to this, which then you're like, okay, how are they doing sleepovers? Stefan would periodically visit for weekends, for weeks at a time. And again, he and Jennifer are not dating. So it's extra weird. Maddie tells her counselor that because Stefan is moving out, she's really happy about that.
千鳥のお二人に質問です。はいはい。最近ちょっと変なものを見ると、〇〇の
Last check-in was done at February 6, 2024.
Oh, good
morning.
morning.
Literally 20
Good
days before
morning.
Maddie goes missing. And Maddie's grades are up. Her relationship with her mom seemed to be getting better. Everything seems to be getting better. And then Stefan, out of nowhere, decides he's going to visit for Maddie's 13th birthday. And it's very interesting because the authorities are now wondering what exactly is Stefan's relationship with Maddie. He claims he's her favorite person in the whole wide world. But just like everything else in this entire case, I am not an accountant, I'm not a mathematician, but it is so clear nothing is adding up. They ask Stefan, run us through what happened that Monday morning. The incident report summarizes that Stefan tells authorities he dropped Maddie off at 8:25, 8:40 that morning, about a block away from the school. And according to Jennifer and Stefan, Maddie was going through this phase. She was embarrassed by his car, so he just drops her off where nobody can see her. The officer clarifies with Jennifer, really? When did she express that she was embarrassed? Multiple times. Anytime we've been like, I think Stefan might take you to school or he might pick you up, she goes, can he pick me up far away? Can he leave me here? I don't want to be seen. I don't want to be seen. He drops her off and he sees her walking towards the direction of the school. As he starts driving away, he says he looks back one more time at Maddie and she is reaching through her backpack, rummaging through. It looks like she's looking for something, perhaps her pair of headphones. He said it, quote, looked the same as any other morning. After dropping Maddie off, Stefan goes to a vape shop to get some more vapes, but they were closed. Then he goes home, waits about an hour just hanging out with Jennifer before heading back out to the vape shop. That's around 11 a.m. And once he's done with that, he runs some errands, Target, House Rules, window shopping for newly released games. And then he's supposed to come back home so that he and Jennifer can go pick up Maddie together, but he gets a flat tire on the way. It's a whole thing. But that's the thing. It's 2024. The police pull all of the street cameras and his movements aren't making any sense. They're not making sense at all. In fact, he and Maddie just drive around for about 2 hours. They leave the house at 7-something in the morning because remember
for the
Jennifer says they don't leave until about 8:50, and they drive around. Well, he's driving around until about 9-something in the morning, and then she just vanishes out of his car.
What exactly is being recorded on the camera?
Him driving this way, him driving that way. He's driving everywhere except to the school. He's driving to SeaWorld, or near SeaWorld at least. He's driving all over the place. He leaves the apartment complex.
Do we see who's in the car, or is just the car?
Yes, he is in the driver's seat. Maddie is in the passenger seat. Driving around. The security officer says that morning he left, right? He didn't see him leave, but he comes back. He comes back. And he says, oh, my little key fob is not working to open the gate to the complex. And the security officer notices a girl in the passenger seat in a green hoodie sleeping. So then the security cameras track him. He comes back to the complex to trash something. Inside the trash can, they go through the dumpsters. Authorities find a white trash bag. Oddly, everything inside is covered in gray paint. It's like someone poured a canister of paint in there. They find a black Hawaiian print backpack and one singular white crock, Maddie's size. Inside the backpack is Maddie's school laptop.
They stole my shoes.
This is Maddie's backpack. Why would Stefan throw away Maddie's backpack with her school laptop, especially if he is on his way to drop her off at school that morning?
Wow.
They also find the flat tire from Stefan's car. So now authorities are like, it is time to go through Stefan's phone, because here's one thing for sure. He did not drop her off anywhere near where he said he dropped her off. And that's not the only thing that's alarming about these CCTV cameras. We'll get back to it. Let's go through Stefan's phone. That's what the authorities are thinking.
When was this now? Like 48 hours?
48 hours.
They're like, give me your phone.
24 hours, it was give me your phone.
Wow. Okay.
Stefan tells authorities, it's actually a silly, goofy little story. Yeah, absolutely. They can have his phone, go through his phone. He consents to it. He'll sign the waiver. Whatever can help at this point. But the thing is, earlier on Monday, the day that Maddie went missing, he's so dumb. he tried to update his phone to the newest software, and he's just so bad with technology that he was clicking around with a few buttons and it completely
Thank you for the follow.
It wiped out all of his contacts, all of his files, all of his pictures. Everything was gone.
Oh, how convenient.
So frustrating. They take his phone and they look. They look and they recover some files. In fact, when they go on his phone, his Google Drive starts syncing and it just starts re-downloading everything that was in his Google Drive.
It was factory reset?
Yes, the phone was factory reset, but his account was linked to the cloud. And he had data on the cloud that is just available for authorities. And they go through it and they find 90 pictures of the roommate. Unclothed, one of the female roommates, unclothed in her room and bathroom, and it is clear that she has no clue that Stefan had been taking pictures without her consent.
Wait, what do you mean? What's her state?
She's showering, getting ready. She has no clue that someone.
Like
there's
a
no
secret.
acknowledgement of the camera. Yeah, it's a hidden camera.
Hidden camera.
He put his camera under her door.
Wow. Okay.
They interviewed the two female roommates. The one that had the pictures taken of her, let's call her Alice. Her name is available out there, but just for privacy. Sunday night, she says that she's in the room right next to Stefan's, the guest room. She's in room number 3. She said that she heard a few things, like people putting things on the counter, like if you put your phone on the desk, and she could hear stuff like that, but nothing that alarming. She didn't hear Maddie's voice. She just assumed that it was just Stefan in the room. She didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. But Monday morning, she did see a few things that she thought was odd. She went downstairs at around 9:30 in the morning. So Stefan is back home and he's just going in and out of the apartment and kind of going up and down the stairs. She thought his movements were odd. Because you know, when you track someone's movements, either they're relaxing, they go up, they do something, or they're grabbing stuff, or they're moving furniture. The movement pattern just felt odd. But what is she gonna say? I mean, it's weird. And he was also doing laundry. She said he never does laundry. And she's eating breakfast. She looks at the table downstairs, which normally does have stuff cluttered on there, and she sees a hammer along with a few other tools. It's just so random. She doesn't remember exactly what kind of tools they were, but she remembers hearing someone using some sort of power tool earlier that morning. It was just weird. It was different. Even Jennifer walks into the room, notices the tools, and asks Stefan, what are they doing on the counter? He just responds, oh, I was just finishing up a project. Alice overhears this, and that's about it. She goes back upstairs, gets ready for work, and she comes down to leave, and Stefan is still there. Jennifer is still there, and they're talking, they're chit-chatting. So this is after Jennifer's appointment with the doctor. Then when she gets back home from work, Jennifer pulls Alice to the side and says, Maddie is missing. Alice feels like Jennifer seems emotional, but she said Stefan looks like he's crying, but overall he seems calm. Yeah, he seemed calm, but still very strange. Authorities dig deeper into his phone, and they find recent searches in the past few weeks for something called sevoflurane. Sevoflurane is an anesthetic that's used for general anesthesia. You go to the hospital, they knock you out with substances like sevoflurane. There's no reason for Stefan to be searching that term. It's not like you can just go by that. It's not like he had any upcoming operations. And additionally, he searched this anesthetic along with the phrase, show up on drug test, ? Which if you are getting an operation, you wouldn't care if it shows up on a drug test because you're like, oh yeah, I got this operation done, so of course I had this drug in my system. Now the police are more intrigued. They dig deeper into his phone and they get access to a Google Drive and they start downloading all of the files on there. About 1,700 images of CSAM, child abuse material. Files upon files, images and videos of Maddie's private parts, as well as pictures and videos of Stefan essaying Maddie. In one, Stefan is seen wearing a red and white Deadpool shirt. There's another one where Stefan's face is fully visible and he is assaulting Maddie. Eventually, they'll find 35,000 files of CSAM. It's unclear
35,000?
Yes, on a separate hard drive. We're going to cover that in part 2. It's unclear if it was just of Maddie, likely not.
Wow.
One line on the report reads, it should be noted that these pictures and videos collected on several different dates over the course of approximately 2 years. So initially, they got videos and pictures dating back to 2022, but it is likely much further. It is believed that the abuse dates back to when Maddie was just 8 years old, so for the past 5-ish years. One video shows an 8-year-old Maddie. The description from the court document is, he in the video is essaying Maddie by telling her that she must place his privates in her mouth for 3 seconds while he counts, or else she will lose her phone privileges. Unless she does this. Some incidents of the abuse that he inflicted on Maddie are obviously logged through the CCAM. These are just some of the dates of the files. It's likely that abuse occurred on dates when there was no accompanying digital evidence. So to put it simply, until the trial at the end of this year in 2025, we don't know the full extent of the abuse. June 19th, 2019, July, these are just dates that they found files of, 10 or more files. June 19th, 2019, July 2nd, 2019, July 12th, 2019, March 21, 2022, July 22nd, July 25, July 29th, July 31, August 2nd, August 10th, August 15th, 16, 18. That's in 2022. June 14, 2023, June 19, 23, 26, 29, and it goes until February of 2024. In some of the pictures and videos, Maddie appears to be sleeping. So according to police reports, the CCAM and abuse was perpetrated in Stefan's room, the guest room upstairs, as well as Maddie's partitioned room in the living room. The authorities have to go through the very difficult task of telling Jennifer about all of this. And it's so interesting because when you watch all of the interrogation tapes of when she is confronted with this information that Stefan has been abusing Maddie since she was potentially just 8 years old, she has these pauses after every revelation, and you almost want to fill in the blanks for her. You want to be like, okay, in this moment, I think she's about to freak out. I think she's about to curse him out. She's about to say the most unhinged thing. She's going to threaten the most sadistic crimes against this man because that is the only thing that makes sense. But Jennifer's reactions are very strange, evidenced by a 3-hour-long police interrogation. After Jennifer finds out that Stefan has been essaying her daughter for years, she can still have small talk conversations with officers about
I'm gonna
even stuff to do with Stefan.
Separate the parts.
She tells an officer he's very childish too. He loves playing
and
video
then make
games,
the other
he loves playing board
frames.
games. That's his buddy, aka Maddie.
They're very similar. They're both very childish. Like, he loves board games, video games, arts and crafts, all that stuff.
Okay.
I'm kind of a watcher.
What do you mean?
Like, I won't play the games. I'll watch them play the games.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
That way.
Yeah.
But he's more involved with that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty great.
Again, it's weird. There's no moment of reflection and subsequent anger. Like, you would imagine that she could say these things and then it slowly dawns on her, this is how he's grooming her, and it would flare up this violent anger.
Mm-hmm. So when the police saw that, that's making her look very suspicious,
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And so many times, it sounds like the police just don't even know what to say. There's so many times they just go quiet because they're like, I'm trying to build rapport with you and I'm trying to make you feel like I'm not judging you so you'll open up more. But it's to the point where, what can I really say to that? Really, like, truly.
Right.
What can I say? It's not that sick piece of like, I should have known I thought he was finding common hobbies with my daughter for the sake of our family. There's none of that. There's nothing. Just, they were best buds. The officer asks, have they gotten less close as she's become a teenager? No, if anything, closer ever since he moved away. Somehow, 5 minutes later, she also has the mental capacity and emotional space to giggle about Disney. She says, my sister used to be a character performer as well. She had to quit because she kept getting Donald Duck and his butt was really heavy and it kept hurting her back. This is a few days after Maddie is missing and she realizes that she has been abused for years. When she's straight up told by an officer that their sleeping arrangements are weird, she says, originally the plan was we were all gonna sleep together in my bed, you know? And she talks about how strict she used to be about sleepovers. And the officer says, that is even weird because she was saying Maddie would always ask for sleepovers with Stefan, and I would say no because that's like a firm rule that I have. And the officer tells her the fact that you even have that rule is weird. Like, I have a 4-year-old kid, and I'm never like, oh, my next girlfriend, here's a rule, you're never sleeping with my kid. It's usually just something that doesn't happen. Like, you don't set a rule. Why do you need to set a rule for things that just are not in the realm of possibility? Jennifer continues that Maddie would sleep in the middle of the bed when the three of them would share the bed. And the officer asks, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling or find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was abnormal.
Now, what is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Literally how couples snuggle.
So bizarre.
What kinds of clothes do you guys sleep in? Stefan would sleep in his t-shirt and boxers. Sometimes he would have pants on.
Okay, so they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird? No. Okay.
There are 2 moments in the interview that Jennifer shows the most emotion. The first being when the detective asks for her date of birth, and she says March 2nd. This interview takes place March 1st. And she starts breaking down and says, this is going to be the worst birthday ever.
Wow.
Maddie went missing 4 days after her birthday.
Birthday's tomorrow. Right.
Today's the 1st.
Secondly, the detective says, now listen to the wording, it's very interesting. You know your daughter has been victimized for a long time, right? So prior to this, for the past hour or so, they've been discussing Stefan essaying Maddie. So this is not the first time in the conversation that it's being brought up. And every other time, she's like somewhat emotional, not really. She's just like, I know, it's crazy, I know. The detective continues, now you know that your daughter has been victimized for a long time, right? Under your roof, with you home most likely, because you said you're always home. I can tell you today, we are still downloading his Google Drives. We are still going through his social media, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. We can now piece back her victimization in your house under your care to 2020. So when I ask, they've woken up cuddling. Did you find things suspicious? Do you have an open relationship? Has he talked to you? Has he made inappropriate statements? It's almost like cheating, right? Have you ever been cheated on? Okay, somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they f up, or something comes out, or somebody says something. We're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years that this has been going on, where I'm sure you guys are active. This is where Jennifer Soto starts breaking down. Some netizens think that the detective's words are finally clicking on how long this has been going on under her roof, but most netizens believe no. It seems like the cheating part gets to her. When he brings up cheating, that's when you see her face get tense and she starts showing a visceral reaction. It feels like speculative, of course, but she is emotional because she feels like he cheated on her rather than the fact that he's been abusing her daughter. She gets really emotional, even rubbing her legs.
So for 3.5 years under your care in your house, not only was he being sexually active with you, he had a relationship.
Side note, I see this a lot in interrogation tapes, and I wonder if these are like people who are new to watching interrogation tapes. You'll see comments on Reddit or even on TikTok where it's always like, why is the interrogator being so nice to them? Or why are they calling it a relationship when it's clearly essay? And it's usually to disarm potential witnesses. If you use such strong words, people might be taken aback that they don't want to admit that they saw something because, oh, you witnessed the R word and you said nothing, versus it gives a more opening of,
you
know, so
exactly. Instead of saying you committed the worst crime and you better admit it right now.
You better admit that you knew it was happening. Yeah. So it's I do want to just mention that because I see that coming up a lot. It's definitely not the right. You get what he's trying to do. His name is Kevin. The detective is actually really good on this one. Yeah. He continues. At a certain point, I do believe you became aware of what was going on. I do believe a reasonable person would be aware that this is going on. I believe that you became aware of what was happening. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, you feel some sense of guilt right now. And a lot of the news statements that you've given, again, I can only speak for myself.
I have to draw some different forms.
It seems like some of your emotions emotion when you talk to the news, when you talk to the deputies, based on my experience in this job, that is not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills that Maddie took at night for her ADHD and her medications, but not where she slept or what was going on. I thought we were all safe. I thought because he hadn't shown me anything so far, that was weird. Like everything seemed fine. He seemed like he treated her like what? Like how he treats you? Jennifer is silent. Her body rolls back and she starts sobbing again. And she says, "That's so disgusting."
What?
Because she's like, he treated her like, and the officer is like, yeah, he treated her like how he treated you, which is crazy because you guys are dating.
Yeah.
So
did she say that's so disgusting?
Yes. Some netizens have interpreted it as this is the moment it's hitting her that her daughter is essayed. But I don't think so because she goes right back to her weird ways.
Yeah.
Others are saying it feels like she has an emotional sore spot of getting cheated on and not the fact that her daughter is being abused. It's weird.
It's so fucking disgusting.
Detective Kevin, he asks Jennifer if let's run through this hypothetical situation because it's been days that Maddie has been missing. The authorities believe Maddie is dead. They're just telling her. Let's say she has been killed. Let's say she's passed. What do you think has happened? And I'm going to say this, like I say in so many videos. If an investigator asks you what you think happened, they think you happened.
192 seems to me like the easiest place he could have dumped her or like figured out where to put her.
She's saying, I think he dumped her body.
Dumped
in
her?
Northport. That's where he's from,
Jesus.
2.5 hours away.
Wait, so earlier at the beginning of the video, you're saying that, they may have done things, but I don't think he killed her.
Yes.
At this point, you're saying she has became more of, if he did it and he probably dumped her there.
No. She's like being forced into these hypotheticals because the authorities are like, how do you not think so? Let's just walk it through. Let's act like he's responsible. Then what? What do you think he did? And she's like, dumped her in Northport. Dumped. She uses the word dumped. The authorities don't ask her, do you think he dumped your daughter's body? Where do you think he dumped her body? They don't use that verbiage. It's actually pretty callous, especially if, this is a grieving mother. She uses the word. Kevin just lays it down for Jennifer, saying, you haven't convinced me that you're still not protecting Stefan. I got all these people out here searching. I haven't seen my own kid in days because I'm looking for Maddie. Can you believe that? I can't go home and see my kid because you're protecting Stefan. You have not shown me one bit that you prioritize Maddie over Stefan, and that sucks. I don't care anymore about Stefan. Anymore? Because we're being assholes, right? Because I'm not being nice. But up until a few days ago, it was okay that she was being abused, right? It was no big deal. No, it wasn't okay. I saw that and I was in shock. I don't know what to believe. I didn't know what to believe. How do you not know what to believe? You believe it now because we showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. He was abusing her. Dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there.
But I don't trust a lot of his... Is the word judgment? I'm not sure. But I just don't trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes to act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Which is so odd. If you don't trust his judgment, you trust him around your daughter? Okay, forget the realm of use on a safety level. I would never trust my nieces with someone that I personally don't think has good judgment. Because I'm like, they're going to trip and fall. They're going to get hit by a car because they're not watching them. But the detective catches something else. I'm sorry, you said, I let him do what he does. What do you mean by that? Just if he wants to get up and go to the store, I'll ask him where you're going, but I won't stop him. I just let him go on his way. I just let him do what he wants to do. She's asked again, what do you think happened? Authorities are trying to get her to understand that they believe that Maddie is likely dead by this point and that she has not been taken. Whatever happened, Stefan most likely 1,000% knows and is involved, and maybe even Jennifer knows as well. That's what they're trying to figure out. So what do you think happened?
Could it be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence or...
Jennifer talks a lot about being anxious. She talks about her medications nonstop with every single investigator on this case. Everyone's mental health works very uniquely, even with the same disorders. She talks about anxiety. Her body language is fascinating. If I were ever put in a situation where I have to brainstorm a devastating end of the world hypothetical situation where the stakes are high, a family member is in danger, my body language, I would imagine, I'm doubled over, I'm in a fetal position, I'm like freaking out. Something is happening. She's like leaned back all the way on the couch. Her hands are in the pockets of her hoodies, and she's like, I guess he could have choked her. I don't know how there wouldn't be evidence, though. I guess he could have dumped her body in Northport. She continues to say things like dump her, stash the body. She keeps referring to her daughter as the body, saying things like he stashed the body, then came back.
I feel like he stashed the body at that time. How could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? I feel like he went back to check, to make sure he did a good job, or to move the body again.
She also brings up if the body was near her at all, at any point, she probably would have smelled something. Again, this is...
It's crazy, like...
This is her daughter.
Yeah.
The officers grill her for a long time, trying to get her to tell them where Maddie could be if Jennifer has to take a good guess. She says, again, maybe in Northport. I can see him stashing the body somewhere around Northport. She says, but I don't want to say anything and like lead you guys to Northport and do a search and nothing's there. We're going to go everywhere. Okay, well, I just know that you guys are like looking at me for details, but I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase. Riddle me this. If your loved one is missing, would you not want the police to turn over every stone and check under everybody's porches and look under every single person's sock drawer in the tri-state area? She says, if I were him and I had a stash of body, my mind would say to go to Lake Soho. There's a lot of woods there. There's a lot of gators. It's just the whole interrogation or interview is very bizarre.
That is
Jennifer
crazy.
Asked about what she and Stefan spoke about
To
after
talk
he dropped
about
her off,
your
and
daughter
she does this
like
twice.
that.
She says he discussed having to reset his phone even though he didn't want to, or no, not reset his phone. He discussed needing to update his phone because he's been avoiding it for so long. I said, just do it. Stop avoiding it. Just do it. He started the update, and through the update, he's like, oh my God, I don't know what button I pressed, but I just factory erased my entire phone. And I said, that was stupid. How did you manage to do that? He goes, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, and I just clicked the button, and it happened. And I said, okay, that's unfortunate.
Wait, did she admit that she knew he was doing this to the daughter this whole time?
No.
Or
she claims she had no clue. Yeah. And then once she finds out, she says, okay, fine. Quote, the happened, but I don't think he has anything to do with her disappearance. Did he tell you that he meant to reset his phone? No, he didn't tell me. He acted like and said it was an accident. You don't find that odd? Of course I find that odd. That's suspicious as hell. Then later in the interview, she says it again. That Monday after Stefan drops Maddie off at school, he's so normal. She says he was sitting on the computer chair chatting away with me, talking about resetting his phone, not resetting his phone, updating his phone. She keeps slipping up on that. It's interesting.
Talking about not resetting his phone, updating his phone.
Additionally, because not only did Stefan reset his phone that afternoon, but later that night. So after the first night of searching for Maddie, he reset his phone once more at midnight. So he did it twice. He factory resets his phone twice.
wow.
But again, she says, I guess I'm stupid and gullible and very trustworthy, but I didn't think he would be the type to do something like this. Earlier in the interview, though, she mentions that Stefan always lies to his parents. He steals from his parents, which, by the way, his parents are a big part of this case now. They've been doing interviews, and we're going to go over that in part 2. He lies to his parents, steals from his parents, is always manipulating his parents. When detectives confront her, like, what do you mean you just trusted him and never thought he would do something like that when you have said nothing positive about his character? You say he has bad judgment, blah, 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 and then you say, oh, well, I trusted him. What made you trust him? It doesn't make sense. She just argues, well, yeah, lying to them, his parents, yes, but lying to me? I never thought he would do that. The police question why she didn't grill Stefan more about that day of dropping off Maddie, because she just claims, she was like, oh, did you drop her off? He's like, yeah. She just runs with it. Even if Stefan is biologically Maddie's father, this is something that you see a lot in cases where parents start blaming each other. They start grilling each other. Like, why weren't you doing this? What you could have looked, you could have done this. You could have, it becomes a whole thing. She was just like, oh, you dropped her off? You were the last person to see her? Oh, okay. She claims that she trusted him and that she was medicated. She's spewing all of this, and the detective shuts her down. The detective says, juvenile robbery suspects utilize the excuse of, I was high on drugs, I was blacked out. Every juvenile robbery suspect I interview, in your words, medicated. In their words, they're high, incapacitated, drunk. It is an excuse to avoid admitting what happened. When you say you were medicated, I can't think of an amount of medication that would numb you so bad to the fact that there's an investigation right in front of your face for your missing daughter. Being medicated is just an excuse to avoid answering why you didn't discuss with him what happened. It minimizes your guys' interactions by saying you were not fully coherent. There is not a single person that I know that can sit in a car and watch a bunch of detectives and crime scene investigators and everybody else search your house, seize your house, and be so numb that somehow it's not ringing bells. It's not overcoming the power of this little medication. There's no way. The human body will overcome that in a big situation. You didn't take enough medication to numb you of the reality of what was occurring. I mean, there's no way. Unless you're fully incapacitated, there's no way that you were so numb that everything he described to you, I described to you, was not in the forefront of your mind. You weren't numb. Just like these robbery kids weren't blacked out. They weren't high enough to not remember the robbery. They just don't want to talk about it.
Damn.
No, it just wasn't clicking. It didn't click to me. I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy, that you guys were wasting time, that the real suspect is out there. She has these moments throughout the multiple hours-long interrogation that have me staring at her through my peripherals, just side-eyeing her, because she tells officers,
I ugly cried on the way home. I shouldn't have been driving. But I ugly cried on the way home, and I went straight home.
She's just telling officers this unprovoked. And they respond with silence, because what a strange random thing to say. But clearly it means a lot to her, because she brings it up twice with two different sets of detectives. Stefan and I were in separate cars. I ugly cried on the way home, sobbing, like where I couldn't see the road. I shouldn't have been driving. Like I was swerving. I ugly cried on the way home, and I went straight home. She also asks when she's going to get her laptop back, because she has 10 years worth of pictures of Maddie in there that she really wants to print out, because all of her pictures of Maddie are digital, which again, the officers don't even know what to say, because the way she's asking is so nonchalant. But also, should she not be more focused on bringing her daughter back versus her laptop and figuring out where her daughter is? Aside from the obvious in-your-face reasons that one might have a distaste for Jennifer Soto, there are certain things that she does when she's questioned by the police that, and this could be me absolutely losing my mind after listening to 20 plus hours of footage and going through so many court documents, be that as it may, Jennifer was making me pull my hair out. Every single time authorities ask her a question, she hits him with a, I want to say.
God. Wait. Shush. What animation should he have for the idle animation? Should it stay as the current one? Watch him. The little flowers. I think it's cute. I think it's a cute little idle animation. Should I keep with that? Or should I make it something else? I'm still making all the pieces, and this is going to take a while before we put anything together, but good to keep in mind. What animation should I give him? Ah, you left. No, come back. Don't leave. I don't know. Guess we'll have to think about it.
Additionally, she has this very bizarre tendency to respond to questions with, I want to say, or I'm gonna say. What time did you wake up? I want to say 9. Just say 9. Just say 9. Did you see her?
What?
I'm
Why?
gonna say I didn't
Peanuts?
just say you didn't
Throwing
see
it
her.
at them? What?
My skull was turning into a bowl of neuro pudding just listening to her. Do I need to calm down? Yes. Am I going to calm down? No, because she just keeps engaging in so much small talk for someone whose daughter is not only missing, but whose daughter she just found out has been victimized for perhaps half of her daughter's life. She will be on the way to the police station and small talking with officers about how she briefly lived in New York City and hated the subway commutes. She says, worked in the office, partied at night. That was exhausting, honestly. I did not like it. I just like going home and going to sleep. Her daughter is missing. But full transparency, the reason I think I truly dislike her is after finding out that Stefan has been essaying her daughter, documenting the entire crime over the years under her roof, and clearly the police believe that he is involved in her disappearance, Jennifer disagrees and she says, quote,
"That was my biggest fear, is that she was being trafficked. I didn't think that she would actually be dead."
Maddie was being trafficked.
What?
In her own home, essentially. When it's a complete stranger, it's picking. But when it's your boyfriend, it's stuff. And what does self-proclaimed hypervigilant mother Jennifer do once she finds out that Stefan has been abusing her daughter? She sends a text message to Stefan's father. Get Stefan a lawyer now. Moreover, after she gets out of the police station, she goes to meet up with Stefan's dad, and he says, I'm expecting her to just blow up, start beating the shit out of me, scratching me, chew my ass out. None of that. Instead, she tells Stefan's dad, unprovoked and just seemingly randomly, that because of her medications that she's taking for bipolar, she has not been intimate with Stefan, so he is very frustrated.
What is happening?
Yeah. In part 2, we're going to be going over where they find exactly what happened, because the CCTV footage shows Maddie in the passenger seat with her seatbelt on, and she is driving around with Stefan for about 2 hours Monday morning. If you look at the CCTV footage, you see Stefan's car at 7:30 driving inside the complex where they live. 7:35, he's throwing something into the dumpster in the complex where they live, which is later found out to be her backpack and the white Crocs shoe. 7:50, he leaves the complex. 8:15, he re-enters the complex. 8:31, he leaves the complex. 9:01, he's seen. 9:35, he's seen. Maddie is seen in the car on CCTV cameras, slumped to the side, allegedly asleep. That's what Stefan says. In the same exact position since 7:30 till 9:41. Her position does not change. At 9:41 a.m., he drives into a parking complex, backs his vehicle into a parking space, gets out, and obviously this is unreleased footage and should never be released. He gets Maddie's body out, carries her from the passenger seat and places her into the trunk of the car, and then drives back home. Meaning the whole time, Stefan had been driving around, talking to the apartment security staff, throwing trash into the dumpster. Maddie was sitting in the passenger seat with her seatbelt on, already dead. Officers show Jennifer a picture of Maddie in the passenger side of Stefan's car.
That's
from one of the
messed
CCTV cameras. That's Maddie sleeping in the car. That's what Jennifer says. Maddie is not asleep in the car. What do you mean? Do you believe Maddie is asleep here? Is she dead? I don't know. We don't know where she's at. That's a really odd way for her to be laying down sleeping. So the next picture is going to be Maddie in the front seat of Stefan's car. That's taken at 9 o'clock in the morning near SeaWorld. Are you telling me you're looking for a body right now? The officers, they don't like her reaction. They tell her, we are literally having a conversation about Maddie possibly being dead and you have yet to shed a tear. And there are so many questions now because Maddie has been seen slumped in Stefan's car for almost 2 hours Monday morning. What was he doing? What was he trying to do? Why is he driving around for 2 hours? And more importantly, where is Maddie now? But also, why is Jennifer's reaction to this information so strange? Why is her reaction to everything so unsettling and so odd? Why did Stefan kill Maddie, allegedly? Where did he put her? How much does Jennifer know? In part 2, we will go through more of Jennifer's inconsistent interviews, as well as Stefan's entire interrogation, jailhouse phone calls to his parents, and who he's befriended in jail because they're not good people, as well as more evidence against Stefan. We'll also go through Jennifer's interview after Maddie's body is found, and after Stefan is charged with capital murder. That interview, Jennifer receives derivative immunity, and we will talk about what that means in part 2. So, with that being said, that is it for today's episode. Stay tuned for part 2, and please stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
Part 2 should be out. That was 13 days ago. Well, let me find it. Okay, yeah, so here's part 2. Title: Teen Girl Found Dead. Rising. Police find text between her and her stepdad about new parent decision coin. What? What? Like, what?
Bada bing, bada boo.
It's probably one of the worst.
You know what? I want to make a tea. I'm gonna get a snack. I'm gonna make a tea. And then we'll come back to working on this little guy. BRB.
Baby girl 80億分の1それなって笑うと批判しまくらな腹 Yeah 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 Baby girl 汚れてるけど死なないで死んでもいいっしょさずっと一人さだからまあ男運が悪くても今は音に任せてよ頭の隅に貼る闇汚いなりにねどってたい半端な孤独を背負って生きてるまた首が凝り知らぬ間に溜め込んでるじゃあどうすれば神様どれが一番正しいやり方幸せになりたいから本当は誰よりも笑いたいから他人と比べて中指が立つセメントで塗り固めるみたいあの頃の自分思いながら過ぎ去る日曜日ただ待ってもなかなか来ないドタキャンされてるような状態捕まりついてても手放されて自分だけが切れるオチああもう飽きたよ悲しすぎるよ何もしないまま夕日が落ちてくこんなんじゃ足らないまだ足らないせめて裸の心は音で癒すだから今だけは雰囲気は鮮やか逃げてしまい私の未来考えてもきりない隣に誰かが欲しい、Baby girl 80億分の1ああそれなって笑うと批判しまくらな腹 Yeah 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 Baby girl 汚れてるけど死なないで死んでもいいっしょさずっと一人さだからまあ男運が悪くても今は音に任せてよ頭の隅に貼る闇汚いなりにねどってたい半端な孤独を背負って生きてるまた首が凝り知らぬ間に溜め込んでるじゃあどうすれば神様どれが一番正しいやり方幸せになりたいから本当誰よりも笑いたいから他人と比べて中指が立つセメントで塗り固めるみたいあの頃の自分思いながら過ぎ去る日曜日戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ戻りたいよ
もしもしお母さん、プライムビデオでグルメドラマを見てたらお母さんの得意料理が出てきたの。あれ無償に再現したくなっちゃって。
何かと思ったら簡単よ。必要なものはマカロニでしょ、玉ねぎ。
アマゾンプライムならすぐ届くから早速注文してみるね。いい匂い。上手にできたかも。でもやっぱりお母さんの作るのが一番だな。
心がほっこりするエンタメもショッピングも It's on プライム。
なあ、そのポテチ食べてみて。
はい、いいですけど。
いい音。
音？
もっと僕の耳元で聞かせて。メロディアス。
先輩、近いです。
中音域の響きがたまんないね。君のポテチの音、レベチ。
先輩。
音にこだわるあなたに Spotify プレミアムでもっと高音質に音楽を楽しもう。さあ今すぐアップグレードしよう。
喋れないと思ってたのに、仲良くなりやしないと思ってたのに、君が手差し伸べて寂しい心を温めたの。気遣いで笑わせてくれて、会話も楽しくて喜んでもくれて、気持ちみたいな綺麗になる空、好きの風が吹き荒れたけどね、君はそうじゃなさそうで当たり前な感じで接してる。分かってるよ、厳しいの。一緒にいると幸せなの、恋してるの。何のジュースをチュルチュチュルル、操りたい君の脳みそチュルチュチュルル、チュしたいよってつなぎたいよ。つまり思いになれ神対応で思わせたりで、愛情大好きにさせないでよ。誰より愛してるって言ってほしいよ。片思いなんてもう白くねえよ。バイバイバイ、一緒にいたいこと気づけよ。やらないから優しくしないでよ。無謀でもどかしこいよ。どうってあるぜ、なってしまえ。今日も言いたいことを言えずにまた不幸に流される。君だけじゃないよ、人に気づかって優しさが溢れてるよ。自分の意志が弱いから嫌と言えず日が過ぎる。君だけじゃないよ、失敗なないよ。自分を愛して共感をあげるよ。頼まれて全部言いよって、増えるストレス悩みによっていろんな人と関わって、騙されて裏切られて一人になって、自分自身が悪いんじゃなくて周りが気づかせてないだけ。少しだけでも笑って生きていいってことをあなたが気づけるように歌い続けるし叫び続ける。幸せを分ける、命だって捧げる。大好きゆえ愛してる世界で一人だけのあなたへ。邪魔な場所は必要なんてない、ずっと無視をしておこう。幸せになり恨みを雰囲気でぼこしてこう。自分を責めるのは終わりだよ。ほら早く一緒に遊ぼう。今日も言いたいことを言えずにまた不幸に流される。君だけじゃないよ、人に気づかって優しさが溢れてるよ。自分の意志が弱いから嫌と言えず日が過ぎる。君だけじゃないよ、失敗なないよ。自分を愛して共感をあげるよ。
I'm back. Hi. Hello, I'm back. I got some cookies. I got some tea. Maple peach. Hello. Goody just made a big stinky in the litter box, and now he has the zoomies. So it smells really bad in my apartment. And he's yelling in the hall. And he almost tripped me multiple times. God, wow. Goody, you're too loud. Stopped. Okay, back to crime. Browser volume on, and where did my crime go? There's my
relationships in
part
Hollywood
2.
history. I mean, who are we to judge? But we're going to judge this relationship because the whole setup of it is very odd. You have Mia Farrow. She's this famous actress. She starred as Rosemary in Rosemary's Baby back in the 60s.
When did we get on
She's dating
to
this guy who is also in Hollywood, and in the span of dating for 12 years,
Wait, maybe
they end
this
up
isn't.
making 13.
Wait, what? Isn't this the part 2? I swear the picture was the same girl. Yeah, the picture is the same. What? Okay. Sorry.
It's probably one of the worst relationships in Hollywood history. I mean,
I'll
who are we
pet
to
them.
judge? But we're going to judge this relationship because the whole setup of it is very odd. You have Mia Farrow. She's this famous actress. She starred as Rosemary in Rosemary's Baby back in the 60s. She's dating this guy who is also in Hollywood, and in the span of dating for 12 years, they end up making 13 movies together. But it's interesting because there are all these tabloid rumors. Why are they not getting married? How come they never got married? How come they never even live
Hello.
together? They never even move in together in the span of 12 years? Which power to them if that's not the life that
Yeah,
they want.
you're right.
But people are on the side, just trying to grasp
I love
how is
retro
this
stuff.
relationship working? Especially because Mia
The
Farrow,
good
the
old
actress,
days.
she has 6 children of her own. Some of them come from her previous relationship. They're her biological kids. Other children, she's adopted them. But Woody, her boyfriend, filmmaker, is very firm from the get-go. I have no interest in co-parenting. I don't want to co-parent your kids. I don't want to be involved in your kids' lives. I don't want to financially support them. I don't want to emotionally support them. I just don't see myself as a father like that. Maybe he just doesn't like kids. At least in the very beginning, that's what people are thinking. But then they end up having a son together. Ronan Farrow, who's a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist now. Amazing, okay? But they have him, and eventually Woody does end up adopting 2 of Mia Farrow's children. Perhaps he comes around on not wanting to have children, and he becomes slowly more integrated into at least 3 of the kids' lives. A year after Woody adopts 2 of Mia's kids, so they have a son, and then he adopts 2 of her kids. Mia goes over to Woody's apartment one day, because remember, they don't live together, and she finds a stack of pictures, just graphic pictures. She's saying they wouldn't even put these on Playboy. They're like Hustler magazine pictures. So they're very raunchy, I guess is the word. Just really, really pictures of another woman who is clearly very young, about 21 years old. Woody's in his 50s. And the pictures are very clear. These are not cutouts of a magazine. They're not printed out. They're Polaroids. So Woody probably took these pictures. Woody Allen is cheating on
I
his
love
long-term girlfriend,
paint.
Mia Farrow,
And
which is already devastating
the
enough.
old layouts
but
of
Mia
everything.
is doing triple takes on these pictures because it is not just a random girl that he met on set or a random woman that he walked by on the street that developed some sort of chemistry with. This girl in the picture is her own adopted daughter from Korea, Soon Yi.
Wait, this is Mia's kid or?
Mia's adopted daughter that she's had prior to Woody Allen.
Uh-huh.
And now she's seeing her adopted daughter in Woody Allen's apartment with these very really graphic photos at her. He is cheating on her with her own daughter.
Is this one of the daughter that he adopted?
No.
Okay. So this is the one that he didn't adopt.
Yes, but it's still her daughter.
Yeah.
This is the case of Woody Allen and Mia Farrow that I could probably do a whole 2-part series separate from this one on. And Woody Allen's adopted daughter, the one that he does in fact adopt from Mia's clan of children, Dylan, goes on to accuse Woody Allen of SA.
I don't know who that is.
So with all of this, Mia breaks up with Woody. He and Mia's adopted daughter from Korea, Soon-yi, ends up getting married to Woody Allen. So suddenly this guy who doesn't want to get married is getting married to his ex-girlfriend's daughter. Woody claims Mia convinced the other kid, Dylan, to lie about Woody essaying her to get back at him for cheating on her with her own daughter. But he claims Soon-yi is 21. I mean, it's not like she's a minor. But she would have been 11.
I love
when
this
Woody
duck.
Allen came into her life.
The duck
When Mia
tea
and Woody Allen
thing.
start dating,
I
Soon-yi
love
would have been
them.
11. You're telling the world that you didn't groom this little girl to any degree, and then cheat on your own girlfriend with her own daughter, if you can even use the word cheat in this scenario? Woody's explanation in all of this is, I'm not Soon-yi's father. I'm not her stepfather. I've never even lived with Mia. I've never even slept at Mia's apartment. I never even used to go there until my own children came along. I was not a father to her or to any of her adopted kids in any sense of the word. There's no downside of it. The only thing unusual is that she is Mia's daughter, but she is an adopted daughter and a grown woman. I could have met her at a party or something. Woody was 56 and Soon-yi was 21. He's 35 years older, and they're still together to this day. And they're doubling down that nothing is wrong with their relationship. Soon-yi even releases
I don't
statement saying,
know.
I admit that it's offbeat, but let's not get hysterical. I'm not an R-word underage flower that was R-worded, molested, and spoiled by some evil stepfather. Not even by a long shot. This is one of the most controversial relationships in Hollywood. It's just very strange and alarming that Woody tries to reason that he absolutely did not groom this little girl because he was never a father figure. Kind of makes it all that more disgusting.
I mean, being a
Remember
father
when she
figure
was
has
11
nothing to do
and you
with
didn't
grooming.
feel a paternal relationship with her? Then what kind of feelings did you have towards her? The Woody Allen and Mia Farrow situation has its own 4-part documentary, countless articles on what the truth is, what each side is saying, but it's not really something that the normal person thinks about. I might have times when I'm reminded of it, and I just sit there and I go, oh my God, that was a crazy situation. And the documentary just came out.
So good.
But I don't think about it on a day-to-day basis. I mean, you're not
I
supposed
want to
to.
do a
It's weird.
tail.
Unless you're Jennifer Soto.
What?
She just has this feeling, this gut feeling, biggest fear in the world.
Maybe
That would just
maybe
pop up
2
into her
frames
mind
is
like an intrusive
fine.
thought. She's a single mom in Florida with a young daughter, and when she finally gets into a serious long-term relationship, she says her biggest fear was being Woody Allen.
Nah.
Jennifer tells
No,
her boyfriend Stefan that this is her biggest fear. Please, don't leave me and date my daughter.
What? So she previously mentioned that she has no idea, but now she's saying my biggest fear is you're gonna leave me for my daughter.
Woody Allen me, groom my daughter.
I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child then turns 18 and ends up running away with him. I told him like that was my biggest fear and I don't ever want that happening. Like, you can't do that to me. Like,
Why would you say that to him?
because I never trusted. I grew up being told never trust a man. My mom put that in my body. Never trust a man.
Never trust a man.
Years later, Jennifer will get photos of Stefan abusing her daughter, Maddie. And now, Maddie is missing, presumed dead, and Jennifer, at least briefly, stands by her man. This is the case of Madeline Soto.
I need still 90. There we go. There we
for
go.
today's case, there's heavy
That's
mentions and themes of CSAM, otherwise formerly known as CP, CA,
I wanted.
CSA, SA, and potential familial incest. There's quite a few mentions of these themes throughout this
Well,
entire
nothing
episode,
wrong
so
with
please,
that
if it's
last
too
one
much,
there.
take a break, get some air, and I'll see you in the next one. Charges have been pressed in this case. Lots of charges, over 60 charges, but unfortunately and legally, there has yet to be a trial. So everyone is innocent until proven guilty in the eyes of the law, I guess, but we are all entitled to our own personal opinions. This is also a two-part case. If you haven't already watched part 1, please go watch that. I'm going to link that below, but I'm going to try to keep it as thorough as possible. I watched 20 plus hours of interview footage. There's audio interviews, interrogation footage, over 1,000 pages of court documents. This case has just been releasing non-stop paperwork all the time. There has just been no way to condense it down into one. So in part 1, we focused on Maddie going missing, what happened the day that she disappeared, and all of the weird actions of Jennifer Soto, her own mother. Because right when she reports Maddie missing, there's so many weird things. The police are like, "Where have you looked for Maddie?" And she's like, "Nowhere. I've been at home protecting my mental health." It's just everything about the mother is odd. Then in part 2, this episode, we're going to focus on Stefan Stearns, the boyfriend of Jennifer Soto, and all the conspiracies that are tied to what happened, why. There's allegations of a massive CSAM ring that's operating on Telegram. There's allegations of pregnancy. There's a lot happening. So with that being said, let's get started. There was a trend on TikTok, going through your boyfriend's text messages, going through your boyfriend's DMs. That's child's play. The big account that you will find and go through is your boyfriend's Reddit account. If a man has a Reddit account, do you really know who the man is if you don't go through his Reddit history?
Really?
That was the sentiment on TikTok.
Really?
People are giving tips. This is how you find your partner's Reddit username. What kinds of subreddits to look out for? What kinds of subreddits are Reddit
Is Reddit
pages
that bad?
undercover that are just
I always
misogynistic
found it really
cesspools of
helpful.
incels jerking each other off? People were posting, "Be careful though." Actually, don't go through your boyfriend's Reddit, because once you see it, you can never go back. One woman who found her boyfriend's Reddit account says, "While we were in the talking and getting to know each other phase, he was using Reddit to hook up with random women. I found comments that he posted on other women's naked photos, requests to join glory hole encounters, and overall just a lot of things that I never imagined he would participate in or be interested in. We've been together for 1.5 years now, and I'm just confused on everything that I've learned. I genuinely don't know this person, and I don't know what to do. Do I let this go because we weren't together at that point, or do I confront him and tell him how upsetting it was to see those posts? What am I supposed to do?" Another woman posted asking for advice because her boyfriend is glued to his Reddit. I mean, he likes to keep himself updated. That's what he says. The news, the random popular posts, that's what he likes to see on Reddit. She goes through his Reddit search history. It's just all NSFW, not safe for work. New random girls that are dancing sensually, and now she doesn't know what to do. So a lot of word of advice from partners is, when you open up that Reddit account, just know there is no going back. Whether that be good or bad, you can never unsee it. If you were to go through Sustanet's Reddit account, that's the account name, Sustanet, which is the Latin word for support. You would really have to dig through hundreds, and I know this because I dug through every single post and comment, probably more so thousands of posts and comments to figure out if there is anything alarming.
Wait, is that a Reddit handle or is that a community?
A Reddit handle.
Oh,
One person's Reddit account. That's their handle. And you can go through their history and see all of the different posts that they made across all the subreddits. So anything they've ever posted, commented, you're going to see it under their account. And you can just go through their history and see their evolution as a developing human being, I guess. And I went through so much. I went through the entire history of Sustanet's Reddit. 98% of his Reddit posts are on board game subreddits, or r/Disney, r/Tamagotchi. You know what Tamagotchi is? It's like the little keychains, and they have a pet that you take care of. Sometimes it's black and white, sometimes it's color, but it's just a keychain.
The digital pet.
Yes, a digital pet, and you feed it, and then it could die,
I
and then you have to
can't imagine anyone
rebirth
not
it.
knowing what Tamagotchi is.
He collects
They
vintage
are.
ones.
They're really big
He
right
actually
now.
spends quite a bit of money. I was
Like
trying to figure
they're
out the prices
expensive
because he'll
too, man.
post rare
They're still
Tamagotchi
making
that
new
he
ones.
purchases, and I was like, okay,
all the
well,
time.
now I need to know how much this is. I'm going through the Tamagotchi rabbit hole.
Bunch of pictures of
Hundreds
old
of dollars for
Digivices.
just a keychain with a pet in there.
Literally, they are actually $100 right now.
He's buying supplemental stuff.
Like,
He
not
will walk
kidding.
around with them on his belt.
Like at the store, new
just
ones.
keychains to his body.
Wow.
I mean, it's a niche hobby. I respect it.
I
The
have,
hobby
I
itself,
have
of course.
a new one.
Now, 98% of his posts are about Tamagotchi. It's the other 2% of his posts that are interesting. If you were to
They
be
might be
dating
dead.
Castanet,
Did I
you would
kill
want to
them?
go through that 2%.
Oh, she's sleeping.
He likes to comment answers to people's Reddit.
Oh, they
like
are
ask
sleeping.
Reddit
I can't even
questions.
feed them.
If you were a serial killer, who would be your victim? Sustenance comments. People who drive on the shoulder of the road during traffic jams. People who refuse to let others merge into their lane. People who go through the express lane at a grocery store with many more items than the limits suggest. Basically, the most selfish and careless people in society. Okay, kind of quirky, I guess. Is a thumb a finger? If so, why do you think that is? Sustenance responds, all thumbs are fingers, but not all fingers are thumbs.
Yeah.
Not false. I mean, relatively true. I don't know how pertinent information this is to carry on with life, but continues. What instantly ruins the vibe at any social gathering? Sustenance says, the guy with all the conspiracy theories that insists on talking to you about it and trying to convert you into believing them too. Which, I mean, I think that's kind of a fun dude, but to each their own. If he's not crafting up these responses to questions, he'll try to whip out some of these one-liners that are not the most original, but they all kind of have a certain vibe to them. He writes, funny enough, common sense isn't really common at all.
Yeah.
Then he'll go back to answering questions. What should be off limits?
Which
in
is
conflict?
surprising to me.
Nothing. What can you not do that everyone else seems to be able to do? Adult. Men of Reddit, what goes through your mind when a woman starts unzipping her pants? Ma'am, I don't know you, and we're in a bus station. I mean, this footprint is never ending. How do you love yourself? Usually with my left
Cringy.
hand. Okay, so things are getting a little more personal. You keep scrolling. You keep scrolling, looking for anything that's going to tell you something more about this poster. And here it is. Sustenance is talking about his past relationship and being cheated on. You know, I had my suspicions for a long time. I drove to her house after she did that sleepy goodnight call, and she wasn't there. This was weeks after months of shady behavior, deleted conversations, unsaved numbers, calling late at night, and her turning over in bed as she would answer a text so that I couldn't see who it was. Basically, all the red flags. When I finally caught her in the lie, we sat down, she confessed, and we broke up. She then worked very hard to win me back, begging my parents to talk to me. And then when I took her back, she cheated again and even laughed about it. I'm well enough endowed, you know, length and girth, pretty perfectly proportioned.
Oh my god.
Good looking by most standards. Knew my way around a woman's body. It didn't matter. It wasn't an issue of me not satisfying her. She was unfortunately bipolar and unmedicated. So one of her symptoms while manic was hypersexuality, which basically meant that anytime
That's
she
all the
was
time.
even slightly intrigued by her, she would end up screwing them, and this destroyed my self-confidence. This is almost 10 years ago, and my confidence has never recovered. I became depressed. I have trust issues. I swore off dating for almost 6 years straight, while I just stewed in a broth of self-pity and depression. It's not good luck, and I regret those years of my prime. I wasted on people that just weren't worth it. My now girlfriend is thankfully one of my closest friends, and we are supportive of each other and trust each other. We've been happy for almost 2 years now.
When was this posted?
This was while he was dating Jennifer Soto.
Okay.
Recently, maybe like a few years ago. His Reddit post
Deleted
majority
the
of them are
face.
2 to 4 years ago.
Okay.
Now
Dang
it's
it.
getting much more specific and much more personal. I kept scrolling. Having a nice package doesn't mean necessarily having the biggest one. It's about having, this is what Sustenance is writing. It's having one that is either or both proportionately ideal and also aesthetically pleasing to look at. I don't have the biggest one in the world, but have always received compliments, and it never fails to make me feel good about myself. And then another, he's just posting on Digimon Pets, and he's posting how he bought these new fruit Digimons, which are like Tamagotchis. He says that he got one for himself, and the purple one is for his stepdaughter. In fact, he posts a lot about his stepdaughter and how she's interested in the same things that he's interested in, like Tamagotchi, painting figurines for Warhammer.
What's a Warhammer? Is that a...
Oh my god.
Role play tabletop game.
Okay.
He'll write things like, my 12-year-old stepdaughter is maybe the world's sorest loser in the world, and will typically break down in tears and fits when she is soundly defeated in most games. But not in Lorcana. I am proud to say that she is really giving me a run for my money and running some neck-and-neck games. But usually, when you're scrolling through someone's Reddit history, you're not looking for how well he gets along with his family members. You're looking for red flags, and you find them.
Is that what the face
On a
looks
thread,
like?
someone writes, what is the hardest part of dating after 30? Sustanet responds, finding people to date that haven't spent all their teens and 20s in the sun with minimal sun protection, making them all look like a 70-year-old.
Oh my god.
Plus all the emotional baggage and kids from first marriages or absent fathers. Honestly, dating in or after your 30s is a these days. One begins to understand the DiCaprio strategy. The alarm bells start going off. I mean, the aggression starts to come out. In other threads, he's responding to people who need life advice because, for example, poster, friend A said that friend B came to pick him up to hang out, and friend B drove up in a stolen car, thus making friend A somewhat legally culpable in this crime of stealing a car. Sustanet responds, your friend will end up in prison, and then we'll see who the p is when they are being used like one.
What?
It's just kind of getting bleak. In fact, he starts writing about humanity, and he has all these thoughts about society. He says, I work at a major theme park in a safety critical role, because he worked at Disney, and get to observe human nature all day long to the tunes of thousands, I mean literally thousands of people a day. And let me tell you, the outlook for the future of humanity is not good. Some folks are just feral shags that are incapable of self-governing. If there isn't a reward for doing it or a punishment for not doing it, they just couldn't give less of a anything. Humanity at this point is just 80% vacant-minded zombies that half-ass their way through life without ever bothering to think critically, read a sign, listen to instructions, or follow any sort of example that is already set for them. Just complete waste of oxygen, really.
Kinda.
He does this weird thing where he goes on r/advice for teens. And he will give advice for teenagers. That
But at least they're
ask for
good
advice. I mean,
snacks.
I guess the whole theory of the subreddit is that adults will come and give teenagers advice from their life experience of having gone through that phase and all the lessons that they've accrued from it. But he does frequent it quite a lot. And I mean, most of the advice that he gives is not unsound. It makes sense. So it's not that alarming. But he does respond angrily to some other posts. Like, for example, there is a Life Pro Tips subreddit, and the original post reads, never force your kids to get a hug or a kiss from someone. Grandparents are even included. It will ruin their sense of bodily autonomy. They should know that it's their choice if people can touch them or not. Sustanet responds, Grandma is going to die soon. Just give her a hug because she loves you. Kids should have autonomy, yes, but also parents should understand when their kid is just being shy or squeamish or even just being a little head and encourage them to get over it and reciprocate. Part of growing up is sometimes doing things that you don't want to do because it's the correct thing to do. Looking back now, I wish I treated my grandmother better when I could have. Kids don't understand these things though. They just think old people are gross. He responds to people who are arguing with his logic, writing, I never suggested that kids should be forced to accept physical affection every time or have no choice in that matter. But the parents need to exercise their judgment as the adult as to whether or not it's justified or they're just being silly. To which someone comes back to this thread years later, and in 2025, they comment, and was it justified for you to kill a 13-year-old? Because Sustanet is Stefan Stearns, Jennifer Soto's 38-year-old boyfriend. And he has now just arrived at the police station and is escorted into the interrogation room, where he will be seated and waiting for 3.5 hours for the detectives to finally come in and question him. Listen, there is no law that they have to question him immediately upon arrival. There's no good service at a police station. You don't get to do a little review. They made me wait 3 hours before coming to my attention. He sits there for 3.5 hours, and you would think, oh, it's because the police are not efficient. They don't have their together. No, detectives do this all on purpose. Psychological pressure, the isolation, this tiny room, unfamiliar circumstances, stressful situations. You know that you're likely being watched. And you are being watched. You have to rethink every answer that you want to respond to the police with, which you would imagine is potentially a good thing. It's not. the more isolated, the more alone you are, the more stressed you are, the more you are crafting these responses to questions that just don't make sense. That far-fetched response that you thought of, maybe in an appropriate setting, you think, okay, no one's going to believe that because that is absolutely ridiculous. In this setting, you might think, okay, that's what I'm going to say. Yeah, no, that's the only thing that makes sense. Maybe I'll just bring that lie out right now. Tiring out the suspects is also important, creating mental fatigue. The officers, they're in the back downing their coffees. They're watching you. They're having a little chit-chat. They're giggle-gaggling. And you are left with nothing but your own thoughts getting exhausted. Because you're sitting there questioning, what do I know that the police don't know, that I can't let them know? But also, what do the police already know? Here's what the police already know in this case. Madeline Soto goes missing after her 13th birthday party celebration. So her birthday party celebration was on Sunday. Monday morning, she goes missing. The last person to see her alive was Stefan Stearns. The story that both Jennifer Soto and Stefan Stearns has told is that Sunday night, Jennifer Soto gets home from work at Disney. Stefan is getting Madeline ready for bed. Jennifer Soto forgot to take her medicine the day before, so she's been a little bit wonky, and she tells the two of them, why don't you both go upstairs and sleep in the guest room together so that I can get a good night's rest by myself, because normally the three of them sleep in the same bed, and it's always Jennifer Soto, 13-year-old Madeline, and then Stefan Stearns. That's the setup of their sleeping arrangements. So she says, why don't you two go upstairs to the guest room, sleep just you two, and I'm gonna sleep downstairs. The next morning, she asks Stefan to take Madeline to school, and he agrees. He says, actually, we're going to leave early, and I'm not even just going to take her to school. I'm going to take her to McDonald's. They leave an hour early, but they don't stop by McDonald's. In fact, he drops off Madeline an hour early across the street from the school because Madeline states that she's embarrassed of his car, but it's weird. Nobody really believes that story. And then his car is seen driving all over town with Madeline in the car. The police are saying the story isn't making any sense. There's so many discrepancies. First of all, when Jennifer Soto takes her first police report, she says that she saw Madeline getting ready for school Monday morning. But now she's saying, actually, the last time I saw her was Sunday night. I take backsies. I did not see her Monday morning. But the CCTV cameras show Stefan Stearns driving around with Madeline in the passenger seat of his car all over town, nowhere near the school, does not drop her off near school, and then she just vanishes off the face of the earth. What's going on? And what's even more intriguing is that from 7 in the morning to 9 in the morning, the 2 hours that he's seen driving around with Madeline Soto, she is in the same exact position in the passenger seat, in a very odd, leaned back, reclined on the chair, looking asleep. That's what Stefan says. She is asleep. He stops by the community dumpster to drop something off, which the police go through that dumpster and they find Madeline's backpack and one of her white Croc shoes. Which, why would that be? Because you said that you're dropping her off at school. Why would you throw away her backpack? Here's what the police believe happened. That Stefan Stearns killed Madeline Soto sometime Sunday night, moved her body to the car on Monday morning and drove around with her. Obviously did not drop her off at school. And then eventually, after driving around with her for 2 hours, he pulls into a parking lot, and according to police reports, they have seen footage of him moving Madeline's limp body from the passenger seat into the trunk. Then he goes back home with Madeline's body in his trunk, has an hour to spend with Jennifer Soto, Madeline's mother, leaves the home again to go place her body elsewhere. It appears he's heading somewhere to, I guess, quote-unquote, dispose of her body. To get rid of her body, he is heading somewhere, but he gets a flat tire. And he tries to keep driving on that flat tire until it's literally just nuts and bolts left. And then eventually, he can no longer drive. He places Madeline's body somewhere, wherever he was, and then changes his tire, goes back home. That's what the police suspect. They just don't know where yet.
Wow. So all of that is caught on CCTV. Right now, they just need to find the body.
Yes. And I mean, once they go through his phone, they find clear CSAM evidence of him assaulting Madeline, likely since she was 8 years old. And so now there's all these questions of how much does Jennifer Soto, Maddie's own mother, know about all of this? What was Stefan doing the night that Maddie went missing? Monday night, while the police are searching for Maddie, while Jennifer Soto is at home because she wants to protect her mental health, Stefan goes out in the middle of the night to look for Maddie. Police are probably wondering, did he go back to Madeline's body at that point? What was he doing that night? And then 2 days later, while Jennifer and Stefan are staying at a hotel because they get kicked out of their house, the police are securing it as a crime scene. Stefan is seen sneaking out again at night, taking Jennifer's car to go, quote, searching for Madeline. Again, where is that? Does that have anything to do with where he might have hidden Maddie? And in the interrogation room and throughout the entirety of all of his audio interviews, I will say the way that he talks about Madeline is very infuriating.
She brings a lot of joy. She's a very good girl. It definitely doesn't feel the same around here if she's not here. She was so happy too. She was looking forward to my visit here. She was looking forward to us all being together. She was just happy. She was just very happy.
This is the guy that Madeline told her counselor she felt very uncomfortable around. She did not like this man. He lies on how he was going to go through Monday morning after dropping Maddie off, and it doesn't make sense. To which detectives even ask him, I mean, do you have problems with your memory that you can't recall? Because you say that after dropping Maddie off, you went to the vape shop and waited for them to open. That would have been around 9:20. But then now you say you only waited a few minutes and then you left, and by the time you left, it was after 10 o'clock. So was it a few minutes or was it 40 minutes? What's going on?
I'm extremely ADHD. I'm sorry. So just details start to get fuzzy after a while. Even the times I'm giving you are my best guesstimates here. I didn't have my phone with me at the time, so I wasn't aware of exactly what time.
There's no time on your car?
Transpiring. There probably is, but it's not my car. It's my parents' car. I'm not a morning
So
person.
you can't tell the
I'm
time?
very time blind on the best of days and forgetful. I understand that, but none of that is helpful in this case.
Even when asked where he went to look for Maddie the night that she went missing, he says,
I don't recall. Maybe after? I can't. I'm so sorry. I was medicated. I've been medicated all week. My memory is just not as reliable as I would like it to be right now. I was in a fog and half asleep that morning as it was.
even when he gets times wrong, he'll just say, sorry, I'm just not a morning person. I'm not a morning person. He's also asked to pull up his sleeves at one point so the officers can see his scars from changing his tire. And he says,
do you mind taking your sweater off?
It's cold, but yeah.
It's cold, but
sure,
yeah.
it's weird. So these are all from the audio interviews, and it's not until about 48 hours after Madeline goes missing that he gets brought into the police station. And he just mopes around for 3.5 hours. He does appear very stressed, so that's good. But
Give
when
this a
officers
save.
come in, he tries to play it off like he just woke up from this slumber. He's got his arms crossed. He looks very, very cold. And the impression he gives me is someone desperately trying so hard to seem sleepy and harmless. Like he just woke up from a nap and he's just getting his thoughts together. It's a bizarre combination. He's able to sit there straight-faced and tell officers. He runs them through Monday again and Sunday night, and he tells officers, you know, Jennifer sent me and Maddie upstairs to go sleep, so we had snuggle cuddle time.
Sequence now.
The officer asks, you say snuggle time. What does that mean? Maddie doesn't like to be alone. She's extremely dependent. She does not like to be alone at all. She needs human presence around her. Gotcha. So, how's your relationship with Maddie? Great. I am one of her favorite people in the world, and, you know, we're just trying to, you know, we've been trying to wean her off of that. Being so dependent, but it's been difficult. Both the officers, there's 2 male officers in there, they look like they want to place their knuckles on the side of his face.
Really?
Yeah, they look, the way they even say gotcha is like, gotcha. You are so ridiculous.
She needs human presence around her.
Gotcha. So right now they already got the footage and from his phone. They saw the CCTV,
everything,
and the guy is still trying to play it off.
That he's Maddie's favorite person in the entire world, and she needs snuggle cuddle time. And even if that's the
gross.
Case, you should not be giving her snuggle cuddle time. That's weird. The police ask him to walk them through what happened Monday morning. He just yawns.
So she needs to brush her hair, brush her teeth. Excuse me.
I don't know if that's him trying to appear so innocent that he's not stressed or worried, just casually responding to questions, or so chill because he did nothing wrong, or if he's buying time, or if it's a weird stress response, it's just kind of wild. So he runs them through his lies.
Position 1.
Trying to confront him, that's not the truth, but nevertheless, they're not bogging down on this one because at this point, they're not worried about Monday. They're worried about where is Maddie. How old are you, by the way? I'm 37, about to turn 38. I mean, you seem like a genuinely nice person, Stefan. I try.
Position
Jennifer
1.
talks very highly of you. Stefan is nodding, just bopping his head like, yeah, I mean, of course, because I am. So they ask him, okay, so you're saying Monday, you're driving towards the school. So how is it that on CCTV cameras, we see you driving back towards the house? That's right, I forgot my gate clicker. You know, I left with Maddie and the school is about 20 minutes away. We're almost at the school and I realize that I forget my gate clicker. I U-turn it back to go grab it because we had, quote, plenty of time to kill. So
plenty of time to kill?
You leave your apartment.
Kill
and you
who?
need the gate clicker to get back into your apartment. You forget it and you're about to drop your kid off. Not even your kid, your girlfriend's kid off at her school. You're almost at the school. Would you not just drop her off and then go home, talk to the security person and say, hey, I forgot my gate clicker? He thinks, no. The best option is to U-turn, drive all the way back without dropping Madeline off, go to the security guy and say, hey, I forgot my gate clicker, and then go get the gate clicker and then drive all the way back to the school again. The police are asking, could you not have just gotten your gate clicker after you dropped her off? I could have, but I also like to come back in through the back gate sometimes, and sometimes they're busy up front, so it was better to avoid the line. I don't know if it makes more sense, it's just what I did. And they also confront him, okay, well, there is footage of you talking to security while Madeline is sitting in the front, reclined, and you say she's asleep. We don't believe that, but then you go to the dumpster and you throw something away. We went through that dumpster and we found her backpack in the trash. Why is her backpack in the trash if you're dropping her off at school? He doesn't respond. He just keeps blinking and he's staring at them like he's confused by what they're saying. Like, what do you mean you found a backpack? There's no way there's a backpack. And they tell him, I'm telling you, what I'm pleading with you is that you do some soul searching. The more time that goes on, the more that this gets tough.
That's
that little girl is
position
out there,
2.
and we need to know. I really think that you can help us and I'm pleading with you. I dropped her off. That's the last time I saw her.
What do you think was on the phone?
Text messages, emails, phone stuff.
Pictures?
Yeah.
What kind of pictures were on there?
Training card pictures, lightsaber pictures, Disney pictures.
Do you have a Google account?
Yeah.
Do you save pictures to your Google account?
Sometimes.
Or is it automatically? I know sometimes phones sync to a cloud and.
Yeah, I think it backs up to Google.
Mm-hmm. And then sometimes when you reset your phone and your phone updates and puts these apps back on your phone, sometimes they will put the images back on your phone.
Got him.
Not sure.
Do you have
I assume so. Probably. I mean, went to Disney, took selfies on the train. She got back from Puerto Rico and had her hair braided. We got pictures of that.
Here's where I'm going to be brutally honest with you. There's your phone. And I'm pretty sure you know what some of those pictures are about. You're a very intelligent person. I don't want you to discredit yourself by saying you don't know about all the pictures that are on your phone. You understand what I'm saying?
Stefan looks taken aback. And he feels like the police, the way he responds is like the police are trying to do him dirty.
Should I be talking with a lawyer right now?
I can't answer that question. My sole purpose right now is trying to find Maddie, and I'm trying to see if you can help us. Well, I would really like to help, but I feel like I should probably have a lawyer present at this point.
So he's now finally realized he can't play any longer.
No. Well, we can make that happen. I just want to let you know that you're not free to leave and you are being detained. If you are told this and you're innocent, what do you say? What does an innocent person say?
Like, under what reasons, right?
Yeah. Every interrogation interrogation clip where they're so guilty.
Yeah.
They never ask what they're being detained for.
Yeah.
You're being detained. Okay. Do you want to know what you're being detained for? Capital battery and possession of child.
And then the interrogation is over after he requests an attorney. I mean, there's no denial, nothing, just okay. And it's so fascinating. So the best part after this entire interrogation is that they have to take pictures of all of Stefan's body parts. And because of the CSAM, they have to find this very distinctive freckle on his private parts. Because a lot of the pictures are of Madeline and then his private part. So they need to be able to identify that it is his private part in those pictures. 2 female officers come in and they start manhandling this man, taking pictures of him, forcing him to turn, take off articles of clothing, taking pictures of his private parts. And I don't think that they get paid enough for that job, but I also love the way that they're doing it. He is insanely uncomfortable. And of course, this is probably a fraction of what Maddie has felt, but still it's something.
How do you know? Like, what was exactly, is it described? Is it?
What do you mean?
The 2 officers.
No, I saw it.
What do you mean you saw it?
They tried to censor his private parts. Sometimes the censor is not censoring as well as it should, but they do censor it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and you just see these 2 female officers going in, manhandling him, and I love them for it. And he's so uncomfortable, but they're incredibly thorough at their jobs that they're not like, oh, you're uncomfortable.
It's funny.
Okay, maybe we can stop after 1 or 2 pictures. They're like, no, reach under here, pull this back, do this. Yeah, they even tell him, hey, don't try to do anything squirrely because you're going to eat the carpet. Like, we're going to body slam you down if you try to do anything right now.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah. But he still finds the narcissism in the depths of his black soul, where in this situation, he asks if they can switch the handcuffs to the front instead of in the back because it hurts and it's making him claustrophobic. The female officer just tells him they're not made for comfort. Like, what do you want me to do? They're not made for comfort. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to be accommodating right now. But this interrogation, still to this point, does not help. They need to find Maddie. If Stefan doesn't want to help them, maybe Jennifer, Maddie's mother,
That's
does.
one set.
If you watch part 1, it is very evident that Jennifer does not care to help. In fact, it seems like she is more upset about Stefan being arrested and even cheating on her. Cheating, and I say that very loosely because it's an essay, than her daughter being missing. I mean, maybe her shock is presenting itself differently, but it's so strange. It's like Stefan is her entire world. Even the day, the same conversation where she finds out about the CSAM, finds out that Stefan is abusing her daughter, she asks,
Is he being placed under arrest because of those pictures?
Yeah, we haven't made that determination yet, but
CSAM.
Press charges since she's
I prefer. Wait. C. Child.
I didn't think it was in my power.
Actual abuse. M. What's the M? What's the M stand for?
Pictures, but I'm still in denial because, like,
Good morning.
there's a penis there, but does he show up in any of the pictures?
Why did it end? Why did it end? Excuse me? The heck? I don't like that.
Is there? I mean, I don't know who.
I haven't seen all of the pictures, so I can't answer that.
Thank you for the sub. 25 months.
Are you comfortable with him having content of someone else's penis on his phone?
AKA, are you still comfortable with him having pictures of someone essaying your daughter, even if it's not him in the picture?
Good evening.
That makes sense. Absolutely not. No. So what do you think should happen to Stefan?
I'm afraid to say press charges, but what else?
You know,
There's
I
just certain
think
things that wants to say he's
I wonder
innocent
if I
because
can
it
make
happened, but who else's penis
the-
would that be? He's not left alone with
I
that.
wonder if I can
And
make the animation
can I
longer.
make one decision now and change my mind later?
I just don't know a singular parent that would not only want to press charges
Yeah.
immediately, but would want to go into that jail cell themselves and do something about this. Throughout the entirety of the investigation, on top of all of that, she has never not once said anything nice about Maddie. I think that she might have mentioned that Maddie was kind of artistic at one point, but that's it. At least from all the released audio and video interviews, as well as police incident reports, she somehow cannot say anything kind about her own daughter, but she finds it in herself to say neutral to relatively nice things about Stefan, the guy that essayed her daughter for years, made even more infuriating by the fact that Stefan is a person. Even his parents.
It's turned on, but I guess it's just not working. For some reason, I had issues looking it up today. I don't know why. I guess it's just not working properly. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't connect. Oh, there we go. It did work. See? Okay. I'm drinking tea. I'm using the little ducky, and he's great, and I love him. I'm gonna go to bed soon, but I would love to get this one animation, the idle animation, figured out first. Almost done, I would say.
Parents have stated before all of this, Stefan is crazy. He's a manipulator. He's a gaslighter. Stefan's grandpa on his mom's side passed away. And he left this heirloom Rolex for his daughter, Stefan's mom. Stefan proceeded to steal that Rolex from his own mother.
How did you find out about that?
Stefan's mom said it. Stefan's mom was like, he stole the Rolex.
Oh, a little bit early, huh?
And yet, Jennifer can say nice things about him, even defending him. Meanwhile, Maddie, who has done nothing but be victimized under Jennifer's care, is forgetful. Yeah, like any other human in the world. When it comes to Maddie, she mentions she leaves laundry on the floor. Her room's a mess. She keeps her personal space very disorganized. If she gets in trouble for anything, it's always her disorganization and her messiness.
It's okay,
She's
I'm gonna leave soon.
She has ADHD. She's forgetful. She'll set something down and completely forget where she said it. She sleeps like a monkey. That's what she says. Even after Stefan's arrest, the detectives ask her, what is Stefan's relationship with Maddie? She says, I was going to say really good, super great. He's always been super kind and sweet to her, very accepting, warm, and understanding of her because she's got ADHD. So she's kind of a little, I'll say abnormal, in the sense that she doesn't act like every other kid. You have to have patience and extra understanding for her. And he does that really well. This is after she finds out what he did. I think a loving mother would have said pretty much everything else. Maddie's stepdad says she's brilliant. She's very smart. Her favorite colors were green and purple, lavender to be exact, which is both parts vibrant and calm. I mean, people said that there's this sereneness to Maddie.
Who's Maddie's stepfather?
So she has a biological father and a stepfather that is now since divorced from Jennifer. And she seems closer with her stepfather than she was her biological father. They both don't live nearby. And then now she's got Stefan, who has never been her stepfather. Like, they never got married. She recently won Student of the Week. There was this door painting contest at the school, and Maddie's quite creative. She would just get locked in and could spend hours creating things with her hands. She's a Swiftie. She loved making those beaded bracelets or drawing, and apparently she was really good at drawing. And one of the places that you're going to see her get so intense, everybody said, is when she's playing volleyball. She's so good at volleyball, but that's when her competitiveness finally comes out. But usually she just gets along with everybody. Her biological dad says, if you ever made a snarky comment, Maddie would correct him, saying, everyone's beautiful in their own way. At the vigil, Maddie's stepmother says, you were and still are the light of my life. So this is her biological dad's new wife. You were and still are the light of my life. I'm so blessed to have known such a sweet soul. You will be remembered as a young girl running through pumpkin patches, learning to fish, feeding baby goats, and jumping in the corn. It's hard to imagine that you're gone now. Another who helped with the vigil said, we want her to know that as a community that she does matter to us. Whether you knew her or not, whether you live right here in Florida or you live in Australia, she matters to so many people. But instead, Maddie's mom wants to talk about how messy she is, how forgetful she is, and how she never does things on time. March 1st, a few days after Maddie goes missing, police have Jennifer Soto in the police station being interviewed. So this is from part 1, the main interrogation. They have not found Maddie's body. They found all the CSAM. Stefan has been arrested. She knows about the abuse, and she's being questioned. The police are telling her, like, we just want to find your daughter's body because we don't think that she's alive, and you don't seem to want to find her, period. While that is happening, they are doing a press conference asking anyone who has seen anything to come forward. Please, if you see anything of interest, call us. And a tip comes in. A man named Thomas calls into the police station. He calls in the tip. I think I saw that same exact car, that silver car that you guys released, that Monday that Maddie went missing. He's explaining everything. Do you have the license plate number, sir? No, but I could lead you to where I saw the car because I'm not just remembering everybody's license plates. Well, do you have the exact address of where you might have seen this silver vehicle on Monday? No, but again, I can tell you pretty much exactly where it is. Like, I don't know if it has an address. It was in just the side of the road. Okay, well, thank you. I just think that that's a little bit too vague. The officer hangs up on him. Thomas is so confused. He's like, what do you mean it's too vague? You just told everybody to call if you saw something. So he gets into his car, drives back to where he could have sworn he saw that silver Lincoln that day, starts taking pictures. Look, it's not the exact address, but here you go. Here's the area. Here's the location that I saw the car. He was changing his tire. I saw a guy change his tire in the car that you're telling me to look out for.
So who's Thomas?
Just a random citizen.
Okay.
And he's like, hello, why is nobody listening to me? The spare tire was on the same exact side of the car that the press conference was telling us about. Thomas remembers what he saw. He was driving down the two-way road. One lane going north, one lane going south. There's not really much out there. It's just fields. It's fields and it's nearby Alligator Lake that we talked about in part 1 where all the alligators are. And then he sees this silver Lincoln pulled over to the side of the road. There is a man standing there near the driver's side with a backwards hat. He sees that up ahead. Thomas is driving towards the car that's pulled over on the side. And as he's passing, he sees that the man has something in his hand. Looks like a tire iron. Because he probably has a flat. He's changing his tire. Thomas is getting closer and closer, and he's going to slow down so he can pass the man safely. By this point, the man is leaned down next to his tire, and as Thomas's car passes, he looks up, and the two of them make direct eye contact. Thomas did not forget that face. He believes that face is Stefan Stearns. Thomas calls again. He's like, I'm gonna call again till the authorities try to listen to me because, hello, I saw what I saw. When I was younger, investing to me looked like men in suits screaming into those dial-ups. This time, they do take his tip seriously. And an hour later, March 1st, 2024, Maddie's body is found in farmland on a big plot of land near where he said he saw the car.
Like just in the bushes?
Yes, near a line of bamboo trees. She was wearing a green hoodie, blue jeans, and she was left lying in a fetal position. It is most people's beliefs that he was trying to drive to Alligator Lake to dispose of her in the lake. He got a flat tire, drove as far as he could on that flat tire, but eventually he had to pull over, and he couldn't get a spare tire with Maddie in the trunk. So he placed her body near the bamboo trees, fixed his tire, drove home. Maddie's cause of death is strangulation. Do you know what derivative immunity is? There's been a lot of outrage online that Jennifer Soto has received immunity for this case, but that is not true. She's received derivative use immunity, which means for this interview that she had in April. So the main interrogation was done March 1st, the day of the press conference, the day that Maddie's body is found. They questioned her again April 18th of 2024, and whatever she says in that interview, no evidence that is taken directly from her testimony can be used against her. But she does not receive immunity in this case. She can still be prosecuted based off of independent evidence that is found against her. Okay, so let me try to create a scenario. John is caught, and he was doing a minor powder transaction. He was purchasing powder from a good buddy of his. But he gets arrested. He's talking to the police, and he says, I actually have information on a bigger powder operation. Not a transaction, a whole operation. I can lead you to the big guys upstairs. But he's very scared because once I tell you about it, I'm incriminating myself. The authorities will then give him derivative use immunity. That means his testimony cannot be used directly against him in the future prosecution. Because you can't incriminate yourself. So let's say John tells him about the warehouse where they're storing the powder. Authorities go, they raid the warehouse, find the drugs. They cannot go and say, you knew about it, so we're arresting you. Unless John's other buddy, Kevin, comes along and Kevin says, hey guys, look at this picture I have of John in a lab coat cooking up in that facility. Then he can be prosecuted for the drug charges, just not through his own evidence. The police have to show that they obtained evidence against John through a completely independent source that is not John himself.
Yeah. But don't they usually do that to get some, like, you know, lenience on their previous crime, right?
Yes. So that could work as well. But in this situation, I mean, they just want Jennifer to feel safe enough to say something.
Right. Because she's not being charged
as of right now. Yes. Yeah, okay. As of right now. We don't know if she will be. The detectives describe it to Jennifer as, quote, I also explained derivative use immunity, which means if you said there was a gun, and obviously there's no gun in this case, but you say there's a gun buried in your attorney's yard, we cannot go dig up that gun, even if you told us that. Yeah, the gun is used. It was right there in his yard. We cannot go dig it up. We wouldn't be able to do that. We would have to show that we learned all those things independent from this interview. Now they could go around asking, hey, does anybody know where the gun is?
What? Okay.
So there's one pertinent part of this interview. I mean, a lot of this interview is just repeats of what she said happened on Monday, or at least one variation of it, because all these people keep changing their stories. But there is this odd part where the officer asks her what Maddie would have eaten on her birthday party the night that she went missing. Jennifer lists off a Puerto Rican dish, and the officer says she's gonna have to spell it out for him because he can't really pronounce that. And she laughs like a little too hard. It's just weird. It's weird. She's like, ha 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 ha. But the main thing to come out of this interview is she states that there was one morning where Maddie just could not wake up. Jennifer assumed it was her medication problem because she's on sleeping pills, that maybe they gave her too many meds too late at night, so she was still groggy in the morning. But she later realized that it was because she and Stefan weren't communicating well, and she assumes that she had given Maddie her nighttime meds, and then Stefan gave her nighttime meds. He claims he didn't know, but they effectively double dosed her with sleeping pills. Now, mind you, in a lot of the CCM videos and pictures, Maddie was asleep. So it feels like perhaps Stefan was drugging her. The officer also hints at the fact that there's a conversation on Jennifer's phone about Maddie suspecting that Stefan had given her THC pills. But Jennifer claims, I don't remember that. And the topic moves on. Now, I assume we're going to hear more from that later on. I don't know. But a few other things from this interview include Jennifer had apparently told an officer early in the investigation that the sleeping arrangements with herself, Stefan, and Maddie were so strange because Jennifer's sister was staying with them. So she's like, oh, well, we all had to sleep together because Jennifer's sister was here. But turned out not to be true. Jennifer admits that was not true in this interview. The conversation of her weird text message comes up near the end of this interview. Maddie had plans to go see her biological father in Texas prior to all of this. Jennifer texts him, the biological father, I hope nobody touches Maddie or films her under the bathroom. Which is an oddly specific thing to say. At first, Jennifer is like, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. But later she says, oh, I remember that text message. I think this was around the time, this is her saying this, I think this was around the time that an airline employee had taped his phone to the restroom to watch a child use the restroom so that they could secretly film it, but the child discovered it. Like, that's that. She's saying, like, that was that. Another quick question. Police want to know if Maddie is embarrassed of Stefan's car. If that's the case, why didn't Stefan just take her to school in Jennifer's car so that he could drop her off at the school, like at the front gate of the school? Now, side note, it's pretty clear that Maddie, she's deceased. At this point, they found her body. Stefan had no plans of dropping her off, but they're asking Jennifer why you didn't question that as a mother.
Okay, so back to what you just said about her text to the ex-husband,
Yes.
right? One suspicion would be she found out about what Stefan did.
Yes.
And this is her just listing it out because she was upset.
Now, mind you, Stefan was filming the roommate under the door.
Yes. And that will make her, she no longer is innocent.
Exactly, because she invites him back into the house.
Yeah.
We don't know how, maybe she just saw he was secretly filming Maddie, allegedly. This is our speculation theory, of course. And then still, why let him back into the house? Jennifer says she didn't question it because Stefan is not insured on her car.
You did let him drive your car
after this occurred, though, right?
Yes, but he was very insistent because he wanted to go look for Maddie, and he had a spare on his car because he had a flat, so he couldn't drive his car. So he just really wanted to go out.
But what about this text message? June 16th, 2023.
You texted Stefan this. Maddie's no longer sleeping with me. I can't risk it. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
The most innocent.
I have no
messaging would be,
idea.
and it's not even that innocent, but the best case scenario would be that Jennifer was referring to not getting enough sleep because Maddie is a rough sleeper. But that means that was in 2023. If she said that Maddie is no longer sleeping with me, I can't risk it, she was claiming to the police up and down, Maddie always sleeps with me. Usually she doesn't sleep with Stefan. Stefan doesn't sleep with us. It's always me and Maddie. She never sleeps alone. So if she's not sleeping alone and she's not sleeping with you, who is she sleeping with? That's the most innocent variation of what that text could mean, but most netizens feel like this cryptic text means something else. There are speculations that Jennifer knew about the abuse, and even when the three of them shared the bed, he was theorized, this is a theory, that he was allegedly taking pictures of Maddie and essaying her in the same bed. Can't risk it. Netizens either think that she's referring to, I can't risk Maddie waking up in the middle of the night and knowing that I'm also here, or I can't risk it, aka you're creating CSAM and my sheets and pillows are all in the background. That's what netizens theorize. Stefan has been arrested for CSAM, child essay abuse, as well as first-degree murder charges. And now the question is, with all of this, even this derivative use immunity interview, people feel like Jennifer is even more sketchy. This did not make her less sketchy in even the slightest amount. The main arguments against Jennifer, other than the ones that we've already covered in part 1, is that the very first initial response from the police, there's body cam footage, they come to talk to Jennifer about her missing child Monday night. Jennifer's trying to show them a picture of Maddie, and she's got to scroll through her phone quite a bit. A lot of netizens and parents think this is so strange. They say, if your child is not already your phone background, you've got pictures of them everywhere in your phone. I don't even have children. I have pictures of my nieces everywhere in my phone. It doesn't make sense. It just feels like Jennifer she doesn't care about her daughter. She doesn't attend her own daughter's birthday party. That's not even held on the day of her daughter's birth. It's like you could schedule that for when you're off then. And then it just feels like she could not physically care less about her own kid. Also, why the hell is Stefan staying with them? He and Jennifer are broken up at this point. It doesn't even make sense. She even tells officers, it wasn't until June of last year that we'd broken up, and I said, okay, I don't want to sleep with him in the same bed. Please move upstairs, and he moved upstairs. So you don't want to sleep with him in the same bed, but you want your 13-year-old daughter to sleep with him in the same bed. Jennifer's explanation for that is, I don't know if I was ever comfortable with that, the two of them sleeping together, but you told them to sleep together Sunday night. I did. That was a selfish move on my part. It's because I wanted a good night's sleep. I didn't want her kicking me or rolling onto me or waking me up to hear her alarm so that it woke me up. I wanted to keep sleeping until I needed to sleep because I just had not had that with my training schedule. I have had not a good night's sleep. My medication was out of whack. I was feeling funny and not like myself, and I knew that I needed another night's sleep and my medication in my body. Then why not just have your parents watch her? So Jennifer's grandmother lives nearby, and when Jennifer is working, she will actually do drop-off and pickups. She'll help watch Maddie. I'm not saying parents should become unstable or not take their medication or sacrifice their own physical health for their children, but there are certain things you can do to ensure the safety of both you and your child. Like, let her stay at grandma. She was already at grandma Sunday for the birthday party. In fact, she cried to grandma saying that she didn't want to go home that week. Then in other interviews, Jennifer and the other roommates, as well as Jennifer family members, they all mention that Jennifer is a deep sleeper. Her meds knock her out. Like, she will be out like a light to the point where she cannot hear anything. So she's saying, I needed my sleep. I didn't need anyone to bother me. Like, I'm so fragile and frail. I need my sleep. Ooh, I really need it. But then also, I didn't hear anything Sunday night because I just knocked out. I was so deep asleep. Additionally, she was not scheduled to work Monday or Tuesday, so she had a lot of time to recoup before going back to work. Furthermore, if Jennifer was someone who needed good quality sleep, why did she sleep with her quote-unquote nervous dog? I don't know about her nervous dog, but remember she said he came to put the leash on my nervous dog, and I had to help him in the morning.
Was the dog in the room with you?
Yes. He gets very nervous and will urinate. If you put the leash on him too directly, you have to be nice and talk to him.
I don't know about you. If you have a nervous dog, they're typically very sensitive to noise, and they're barking all the time, and they're rummaging, they're pacing when they feel like something's happening, they growl, they grunt. I mean, they think everything is a potential threat. So it doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Another roommate said that she always saw Maddie and Stefan alone upstairs in room number 4. And she would even ask Jennifer because she thought that that was strange. Like, hey, is that okay for your daughter to just... This is not even a stepdad that raised her since she was young. This is not even a stepdad. This is not her biological father. It's not even a family member. And like sometimes a lot of abuse even happens within family members. So you can't even just, it was even weirder. Like it's just, I can't think of a single explanation why that's okay, the roommate is saying. So she asked Jennifer, is that okay? Because that's weird.
I think for them to ask, there must be some off vibes.
Energy. It's not just like, oh, Maddie's bored. She doesn't want to be alone. So they're like, and then Stefan is like, oh my God, I want to be alone. But this kid keeps bothering. Like clearly something is weird. And Jennifer's like, no, he would never harm my daughter. Even one of the other roommates is more emotional when talking about what Stefan did to Maddie in regards of the abuse. She cries in the interview with the police. She's more emotional than Jennifer. She keeps saying throughout the interview, I wish I had paid more attention. I wish I had paid more attention.
Wow.
I wish I would have like saw or something. I would have paid more attention or something.
Which are the things that you would expect someone to say. Side note, there is this very emotional moment where the detectives tell the roommate, we received a tip, an anonymous tip that you knew about the abuse, that you told someone about the abuse. That roommate was like, oh yeah, I live with this family. I think that there's abuse going on. Keep in mind, this is a high profile case. So this tip likely, I want to say personally, in my opinion, has no merit. I don't think it's real.
Bro, I would have killed myself if I knew anything, dog. I promise you.
I've never heard that kind of anger or upset or anything from Jennifer in any of her interviews. And then Jennifer, on one hand, she acts like the world's most micromanaging, attentive mom. Oh, I have to remind her to do things because she's forgetful. She has ADHD. I have to make sure that she takes her medication because I don't want her to take Adderall at night because then she can't sleep. And then what if she accidentally takes it? I have to do this. I have to do this. She pretends to be a micromanager whilst never attending an open house at her school. At Maddie's school, all of Maddie's teachers say, one of them said, you know, Maddie would have sleepy days, which were not normal. She would be zoned out and asleep through the entire period. You know how kids will sleep in school? This was not that. They say the level of this was just different. They told Maddie's mom about it. She did nothing. She just said, oh, it's her meds. So you are micromanaging, but at the same time, you don't notice anything? And by all accounts, if you mesh together Maddie's teacher, Maddie's friends, Maddie's family members, all of their testimonies and statements, it seems like Maddie was doing so much better mentally after Stefan moved out and was slowly recovering. That's what it feels like. They don't know that because they just think, oh, she's been a lot better. She's been more attentive and more focused on her schoolwork. She's been more creative recently. But if you kind of put the pieces together, she's recovering after he moves out. Even Jennifer tells an officer, Maddie had the typical teenage attitude. The sass, the talking back, the disrespect, the pushing boundaries. She was very much doing that. But that calmed down over the last few months. Got even better when Stefan moved out and went to Northport. That's what she says. It's hard to believe that Jennifer never once sat there and goes, why is that? Not even once? And then she said in a previous interview, they're best buds. Would you not be sad if your best bud moves out of the house? I would imagine that her behavior would get worse if they truly were best buds. And she sees this healthy father figure who loves playing board games with her innocently. One of Maddie's friends tells authorities that sometimes Maddie would just come to school crying. And then she would just say, it's fine, I just want to cry it out.
Should his body change direction?
Interesting things a few netizens have pointed out is that again,
maybe no.
She's micromanaging medications, doing all of that, but then not really caring about Maddie at all. But also tracking Maddie's menstrual cycle. Jennifer mentioned that she has an app, and Maddie will come to her and tell her when she starts her menstrual cycle. A few netizens have pointed out, quote, I never tracked my daughter's cycle. I just have supplies in the house when she needs it. And consider this, Jennifer is a drugged out fart in a whirlwind. This is their comment, not mine. Like, she does not have her Jennifer does. Okay, she does not. Does she seem like a micromanager and super involved mother to you? But now she's tracking her menstrual cycle of all things? Now, according to Jennifer, she says, my entire day was focused around Maddie. I would wake up first thing in the morning, make sure she's ready, make her breakfast, get her backpack and water bottle ready. If she's taking lunch, get her some lunch ready. This is me doing this while she's getting ready. Make sure she takes all her medications before school, take her to school, come back. She was my entire life. Everything I did every day was for her. But again, according to teachers, she never even attended her daughter's open house. But then she's tracking her menstrual cycle. And this is another thing. I don't know if maybe, again, because I'm not a parent, I'm not entirely sure. But if I had a 13-year-old daughter, I would try to instill in her the responsibility of tracking her own cycle. So I would probably get her the app on her phone and remind her to track it. And if she doesn't, I can tell her to whip out her phone and we can track it together. But I don't know if I would track it on my phone and have her come tell me. Like, that's a little weird. Especially because Jennifer is not the type that's like, I need to have my eyes on everything. I am a perfectionist mother and I need to be hyper involved. It's just, the one day she's a hyper involved mom, the other day she doesn't care at all that her daughter is being abused. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then there's all the other small inconsistencies. The day that Maddie goes missing, she goes to pick up Maddie from school, but she only waits outside for 10 minutes. Some netizens feel like she knows that Maddie's not coming out of school because a lot of them are saying, I wait for my kids for like 30 minutes outside and they take forever and they're annoying. You know, it's like, it happens. She also says it's normal for Maddie to forget her phone, but the officer tells her straight up in the interrogation room.
Her cell records and her cell data from her cell phone show it is not common for her to leave her phone at home. It is common for her to go to school with her. No teenager leaves their phone at home. It's what they're attached to it.
She's left her phone home multiple
times. Her cell data shows that normally it goes with her. So that's intentional. You know it's intentional because he left his too.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's an accident last Friday, this Monday, was not an accident.
Regardless, investigators are clearly skeptical of Jennifer. One report reads, during the course of the investigation, Jennifer has been interviewed by detectives and the media. Jennifer has made numerous contradictory statements to detectives and media outlets. During initial interviews with patrol officers and detectives, she stated that Stefan took Maddie to school. During other statements, she said, we took Maddie to school. Jennifer's whereabouts are also inconsistent. She initially stated that she did not take Maddie to school because of a new job, and then she later stated that actually it wasn't her new job, she had a doctor's appointment that day. Which, side note, she had 2 doctor's appointments that day. One that she actually did attend for blood work, her annual exams, and then a second one that she canceled the day of. And they asked her why she canceled it, and she said, I didn't want to go to a $350 Botox appointment. Now, most of the time, in almost all the interviews, Jennifer complains about not having enough money because she's on disability, and she finally got a part-time job at Disney. So maybe she is a horrendous financial manager. I mean, I could see that totally. But also, $350 Botox appointment is a lot.
So why did she book it if she thought that was too much money? Right?
We don't know.
That's not something you find out a day of.
Yeah, like how much it is, yeah.
A surprise.
Weird. There is a whole thing connected to this that we're gonna get into.
I would like to go to a Botox.
Tell her straight up
though.
to her face that they feel like
I want that appointment, please.
Her reaction?
Her reaction is, no, I just want you to understand that we're all the same. We all have ADHD. We're all forgetful. As in her, Stefan, and Maddie. And then at the end of one interview, she even asks, how long does somebody go to jail for something like this? Please tell me it's so much. It sounds like she's trying to ask how long Stefan is going to jail, but she doesn't sound like a parent that's like, he better be behind bars for the rest of his life. Otherwise, the day he comes out, I'm going hunting. Like, that's not the vibe. It's giving, how long is he going to be gone for? If he did something to her that led to her death, yeah, he's going to prison for life. She lets out a sigh, but it doesn't sound like a sigh of relief. It almost sounds like a gut punch sigh to me, like someone who is told very bad news. The cop continues, he's probably going to prison for life for the essay charges and the CSAM charges. So, like, multiple life sentences. Fine, Kim. Oh my god. What does that mean?
Fine?
Yeah.
But
fine.
Yeah.
Fine is a weird comment.
Yeah.
Fine.
It's not good. He deserves it and more. I hope he gets the death penalty. It's not that.
Yeah.
It's like, fine. Him. It's weird. It's so weird. She also mentions how she trusts him very, very much. She trusted him all the time with her daughter, but also in the same interview, she mentions that he has bad judgment, doesn't make good decisions, stole money from his parents, stole a Rolex from his grandfather, deceased grandfather, lies to his parents nonstop. She even admits that when Maddie's Christmas money was stolen, she and Maddie thought that it was Stefan briefly before the money turned up again. But the fact that you think that he's going to steal your daughter's Christmas money, but you trust him? When asked if Stefan ever expressed that he wanted to essay a child, she says, not a child. Which is already a bad way to say it.
Not a
But he
child.
graduated high school later, like older than 18. He dated someone younger than 18. She was 15. I don't know how old he was at the time, like 19, 20. But he was an older kid in high school. He graduated late. But again, you trusted him with your 13-year-old daughter? She will also say, I believe he did this stuff, but I don't think he ever did anything evil to her. Okay, happened, right? But what if that's completely a side thing? A side thing and not having to do with her being missing? Like, what if... I just don't think Stefan would have done anything to her. And another, I know this happened, but I'm not convinced that he didn't take her to school. I'm not convinced he's the reason that she's gone. Because why Monday? What's the motive? Why that day? Why the day after her birthday when we were supposed to spend the entire week together and have such a great time? We had plans. I just can't think why she was taken. Not by anybody that I know has done something to her, because I feel like nobody I know would do something to her that would hurt her, would murder her, or anything like that. Someone you know essayed her for years. What do you mean no one you know would hurt her?
Like, it's possible that his story might be true and somebody else could have taken her. Like, I'm just thinking, like, what if we're focusing, like, okay, the sex things happened, right? But what if that's completely a side thing and not having to do with this, like her missing?
Another bizarre thing, she talks about how her mom ingrained into her body to never trust a man. Her mom hated Stefan, and she admits it. That's why Stefan wasn't even invited to Maddie's birthday celebration, because her mom absolutely despises Stefan. So the woman that you proudly state ingrained into you to never trust a man doesn't like this man, and you still don't see any red flags. It's just weird.
And then we'll go this
Now, one frustrating thing that I noted was she is oddly detail-oriented for the most useless
This will be a
things.
longer
When it comes to
animation,
things that will
though.
actually help
So-
find Maddie, she'll say things like, I want to say
Down.
9 a.m. I want to say,
Then.
I'm going to say, and it's very vague. Nothing is specific. But then when the cop is like, oh, do you have a friend that lives in this area? She's like, I do. I have a friend. Hold on. Let me pull out my maps and give you her exact home address and phone number. It's like suddenly she's so oddly specific about the most useless things that have nothing to do with anything. She's always guesstimating the important things. I'm going to say, I want to say. But then when it's actually important, like, that's it. That's all she does. Later, she is told that Maddie is deceased, and the officer is telling her that he doesn't...
I need to use my brain for a second. Up. 1, 2, 3. 2, 1, 2, 3.
I don't want her to be surprised when that information comes to the public, because there's going to be a press conference. She asks, am I...
Shh. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. And this is 2, 1. Two, 3, 2. Right? I need 2, 3, 2. Right now. 2, 3, 2. Yeah. Okay.
Am I going to be at the press conference? Am I going to hear it? Which is odd.
Hear it.
Because you heard it a few days ago when
2,
the
3,
authorities told
2.
you that they believe that Maddie is dead. And you're hearing it now. Why does it matter if you hear it again at the press conference?
Wait,
The
what?
problem is that, not that you're hearing it, the problem is that your daughter has been killed. She explains to the officer, I've been avoiding the internet because my family is telling me that stuff has been leaked on the New York Post, or you guys said something. They're all traumatized from the media and they're telling me don't. And I don't want to hear it. She will be in the trenches of a really traumatic, or what is supposed to be a traumatic interview with police. And then she'll say the word shit. She'll say shit,
1,
and then
2,
say,
3,
sorry,
2,
I have a horrible
1, 2,
Another odd moment
3,
is that she keeps continuing to say
2,
that she doesn't
1,
believe Stefan would ever hurt her child. And she
3,
says,
2,
quote, this is
1.
a very
Yep.
bizarre quote.
Before those images, I would have said absolutely not. But if you're
I
telling
know they're
me
running
that on the
animation
other side
right
of the
now.
they showed me was her with her
Next,
mouth,
there's
then there's
Lily
something else
looking
I can
around
believe that has
head,
to be true.
and then
But before that
there's
evidence, I would have said
something
no.
else.
The way she's describing is so weird. Some netizens are like, it feels like she is describing seeing a picture of her husband and a mistress.
Clearly, she doesn't care about the daughter, and all she cares about is like, can you 100% verify this man that I like
was intimate with someone else? What's even more bizarre is both Stefan and Jennifer will constantly talk about how forgetful Maddie is because she has ADHD. But if you go through all of the police reports with Maddie's friends, family, teachers, counselor, they all mention one condition, and it's not ADHD. It's the fact that she has asthma and carries an inhaler. So most people would assume if your daughter is missing, you would tell the police she has asthma. She needs her inhaler. I can't find her inhaler. I don't know if she has her inhaler. What happens if she has an asthma attack? Because yes, ADHD is a debilitating thing, but asthma, like you're talking about in very serious situations, it could be life or death in a moment. Jennifer also states that Stefan would sleep with his shirt and his boxers, sometimes pants, but from Stefan's own Reddit comments, he responds to a thread, people who sleep naked, why? He responds, shirts and shorts get caught up in the sheets. Naked allows you to move, turn under the sheets without them getting caught up around you. Which leads us to the conspiracies. The CSAM conspiracy. There are variations of this theory, some believing that only Stefan is involved in profiting off of the CSAM because remember, they found hundreds of photos, over 400 photos and videos of Maddie being abused by Stefan, but they also found 35,000 files of CSAM on his hard drive. We don't know how much of that is Maddie. I'm assuming it's not all Maddie. I'm assuming there's a lot of other victims. Now, it doesn't seem to be under the impression that the police believe that he victimized others or if he was purchasing the CSAM or downloading it off the internet. Regardless, it seems like a criminal enterprise is what netizens believe. Others argue that Jennifer might have known and was probably profiting off of it as well. Even Stefan's own parents are confused about where he was getting money from because he's unemployed. He's constantly ordering stuff. He constantly is ordering Tamagotchi and packages are coming nonstop. His dad would straight up ask him, where the hell are you getting this money? Even Jennifer said she was confused because he's constantly getting deliveries, but he has no job and he has no savings and he's broke.
That's me.
One of the roommates said in a police interview, every time she ever saw Stefan act nervous was the day of Monday morning. He was acting a little bit nervous. She didn't recognize it at the time, but it was odd. We went over that in part 1. But also, he was waiting for a package one time, and he seemed really angsty about it. Some people think maybe it was a package of CSAM. He allegedly had a lot of social media profiles, the obvious one, Facebook, Instagram, Reddit, but additionally, Telegram. And if you have watched any of our Nth Room series, I mean, you know what's going on Telegram. There's a lot of shady stuff on Telegram. The theory summarized by one netizen reads, if the reports are true that the most of the heinous material is from the room, you know, the little partitioned area where Maddie slept, was it literally created solely for the intent of production set value? So some netizens think because Maddie never slept in her room, in the living room, where it just has the fake walls. She never slept there. Why did they create this random room there? And if you see pictures of the room, it's very girly. It looks like a teenage girl's room, which is kind of normal, but some netizens were thinking more into it. If Maddie never sleeps there, she doesn't spend time there, what if that room is used as a set for CSAM? They found Stefan's boxers in that room. So it feels like it could have been used for CSAM production because maybe they want to make it look like a little girl's room where the CSAM is happening, the abuse is happening for some disgusting fetish. And also, if you look at pictures, there's a webcam directly facing the bed area. But again, it could be more innocent. It could just be the setup of her room. She likes to sit on her computer. And even Stefan's mom says, though, well, ask yourself the big question. The really big question out there is all that stuff on his computer, all that stuff on his phone, all that money that was coming in by the handfuls and the way they were spending it, where did it come from? Stefan's dad says, we're very suspicious that there was some kind of enterprise going on. And of course, police won't tell us anything about it. There's a bigger web, possibly. And in a release document, the warrant reads, the files depict the performance of a child. The images were taken in a way to elicit a response from the viewers. The netizens who believe are split on whether or not Jennifer was involved or not. They bring up the Botox. They say, where is she getting this money for a $350 Botox appointment? Perhaps she knew what was happening, but she changed her mind the very last minute because she realized how shady it looks if she goes to that appointment that day. One big component to this theory is that there are reports Stefan is receiving commissary money from a 55-year-old man in Florida. There's not much information about this man out there, verified information at the very least, but it appears that he's really the only other person sending Stefan money aside from his family members. It feels random, but the only thing that you can really find on this guy is that he was apparently arrested for openly self-pleasuring himself in front of minors. So you can imagine, how do these two people know each other? In addition to those who believe Jennifer is involved in the conspiracy for CSAM, there is another piece of evidence that people are using. In a jailhouse phone call from Stefan's parents to Stefan, his dad asks him, "Are you cooperating with the police about her participation in any of this stuff?"
There's been no opportunity for me to cooperate with anything, as I understand the police keep saying that I'm uncooperative, but they haven't asked me anything to cooperate with, so whatever that means.
That's one big conspiracy, but that still doesn't cover motive. Even Jennifer, which is weird, she says there's no motive. They were about to have a great weekend. So why would he kill her that Monday morning, Sunday night, Monday morning? What would be the motive? Maddie's friend mentions to the officers that she did notice something strange with Maddie recently. They're usually cycle synced, but Maddie had not had her period around the same time. When police questioned Jennifer about this, Jennifer says, actually, that is weird. She was supposed to have she goes missing on the 26th. She was supposed to have her period early February, in the beginning of February.
Now, my understanding is that you had some sort of period tracker that you kept track of Madeline's period with?
I had a calendar app that I would write what days she would get her period, yeah. In February, no, I didn't notice her using any of her feminine hygiene products.
Could they test for that or no?
Yes, but they probably won't release it to the public anytime soon. Wow. The officer asks her, and she didn't tell you about this last cycle? No. You don't find that odd? Yes, now that you bring it up, yes. Would there be obvious signs that she's on her cycle as far as certain products she might use? AKA, maybe she just didn't tell you, but she was bleeding. Yeah, her pads. I would get her a box every 2 cycles or so. I would usually hear about her breast hurting or her period cramps, but I didn't hear any of that. But the biggest factor that makes netizens believe this is the motive is December 16th, 2023. This is released from a police report. Maddie sent Stefan a text message, a photograph of 2 silver coins. The coins have the writing, "New parent decision coin." 2 text. "We need this. Get this for us, please." The coins are from Amazon. It's called Fun New Parent Decision Coin. And in the product description, it reads, "Gifts for new mom and dad, parent gifts, baby shower for $4.29. So on one side of the coin, it says daddy's turn and mommy's turn. The purpose being, I guess, if the baby is crying in the middle of the night, you flip the coin.
My God.
This is in December?
Of 2023.
Oh.
So 2 months before she goes missing.
Okay.
Oh
The
my
description reads, if you have
God.
friends or family members that are pregnant or are new parents, this is a perfect gift for them. The case report reads, this is not speculation on my part. The case report reads, due to the fact that this conversation was not near Father's Day or Mother's Day, leads one to believe Maddie and Stefan had possibly spoken about conceiving a child.
Oh
Perhaps
my
it could be that.
God.
Some people who don't believe in this think that maybe it was for one of their Tamagotchis. But if you go on Reddit, a lot of people say that Tamagotchis, the lifespan of the Tamagotchi being a baby, is like an hour. Where you just have to be a lot more attentive to your device because the Tamagotchi is a baby. But you wouldn't need to spend money to flip a coin for like an hour. It's weird. But some others believe maybe it's not just pregnancy, or maybe it's not at all pregnancy. It's jealousy. In the interrogation room, there's this very odd moment where he asks the officers, okay, the officers are asking him actually, what happened Sunday night between you and Maddie? Like, did you guys have any sort of conversation or did an incident take place? And he says, you mean like a fight? Which is weird. What would a 38-year-old man and a 13-year-old girl fight about? It's one thing if you're a good parental figure and you're butting heads over some sort of disciplinary situation, but I would hardly describe that as a fight. He tells officers, no, Sunday night was completely normal. She was very happy, and she was telling him about a crush that she had on a boy at school. And they ask him, how does that make you feel?
She knows she's not old enough to date, but I told her crush on.
Do you think, has she had any boyfriends in the past?
Not per se, but boyfriends as however they can be early on, but we decided that she was too young. Needed to avoid that BS.
All right, being that she's too young, so she shouldn't be having sex with boys.
None of it counts. It's real.
What do you mean? None of it counts. None of it's real. Has she ever disclosed that she was being active with boys? No, not that I'm aware of. It just feels like he's jealous. None of it counts. None of it's real. Fine. Why would I? Fine. It's weird. Perhaps it's a combination of jealousy, pregnancy, and potentially control. Like I said, everybody said that Maddie was getting better. Maybe he felt like she
Parented crypto. That's what I thought when I read the title.
But with the potential control narrative of if control was the motive, it doesn't make sense how he could allegedly kill her. Because it's even more risky than what he's already done. But another aspect of this conspiracy is that maybe he thought that he would never get caught. In another thread on Reddit, he talks about how he loves having guns. He writes, in an ideal world, a gun would never be needed. But we don't live in an ideal world. We live in the real world where bad things happen to good and innocent people all the time, and often with no resolutions or convictions, especially in some of the areas I have lived in. He writes, therapy is for victims. And therapy is great for victims, provided the victims are still, alive and well, and therapy may or may not help the victim in the long term. How about not having a victim at all? If a scumbag attempts to kill me or my loved ones, why should I roll over and let him? I am alive, and I therefore have the natural right to continue living. That is something I believe, and I will defend with my own life. If someone attempts to take it, if someone had an assault rifle and was trying to kidnap my wife or child, there would absolutely be some lethal gunplay involved at that point. I would not sit idly by and just let it happen and hope that the cops do their jobs well and hope my loved ones are too molested or too murdered by the time that they're found, if ever. Are you okay with standing by while someone you love is R-worded, murdered, kidnapped, beaten, robbed, maimed, etc.? Is it okay then for a person to decide whether their victim lives or dies? Which is very rich coming from him, considering what he's accused of doing. So you've got the CSAM ring allegations, which, side note, I believe that a choir teacher, Madeline is a good singer, by the way, she was in choir. A choir teacher at the same exact middle school that Madeline Soto goes was arrested for having CSAM on his phone. This is a recent development.
From this case?
From this case. I don't know if Stefan is talking, cooperating, ratting people out, or if they're just taking a good look at everybody nearby. But there has been an influx of people getting arrested in that Central Florida area for CSAM charges.
Whoa.
Maybe it's connected, maybe it's not. I think we'll just have to wait and find out. But we have the CSAM allegations, this bigger theory that seems every day to seem more and more true. And then you have the motives, jealousy, control, and ultimately the biggest theory and motive, pregnancy. And then you also have people debating about the impact that Stefan's parents are having on this case. They've been a huge part of this case. They've been interesting figures in all of this. They will say some absolutely transparent stuff about their own child, Stefan, valid things about him, but then also go and defend him at other points. His parents have said about their own son, if his lips are moving, he's lying. We don't know the truth if his lips are open. He's a gaslighter, Make you think that things were one way when they were a total other way, and do it with such sincerity that you questioned yourself. He's a narcissist. It was all about Stefan. If Stefan wanted it, then he didn't want to wait. He didn't want to wait for Christmas. He didn't want to wait for his birthday. It was now, and then he would throw a fit. He would steal his parents' money, jewelry, his grandpa's heirloom Rolex that he left behind. I mean, just non-stop. They would say all the most transparent things about him. But then on one hand, it does seem like they're sticking by their son, Stefan. So Stefan's jailhouse calls have been released, and in one jailhouse, and some of his emails, in one jailhouse email from Stefan to his father, it reads, "Hey, I just got access to my tablet again. They have moved me to a regular isolation cell at C-Pod now. Presumably, this is where I'll stay for a while. It's not exactly the Ritz. It's a small cell, and the pod is quite noisy. I didn't think that I would miss the medical pod, but now I wish I was back in that big cell, where I at least could partially see out the window and look at the sky and the grass and the trees off in the distance as they swayed in the breeze. But in this new pod, the mat is flat and has very little cushion left. The cell is small, filthy, and has some spots on the wall that appear to be bloody fingerprints." He then requests his parents send 2 books to him, Congo and The Hobbit, potentially a 3rd book on how to make origami because it, quote, "could be interesting to learn and it's a good way to pass time and satisfy my need to create and craft and use my hands." He also sends his parents a lot of very annoying to read woe is me emails. They read, "I just got a good look at my face in the dark reflection of my tablet. My eyes are a bit sunk in dark circles underneath, and my cheekbones are sticking out so much they look like they could cut you. I don't doubt that I'm continuing to lose weight. I am now going on 4 months in here, and all that time I've never felt a full stomach. And have in fact forgotten what it is like. There is never a time these days when I don't feel hungry. Even right after a meal in which I completely clear my tray, I still feel hungry. Write me a monologue. Nobody cares. Later in the email, he asks for more money. I have only 7 coffees left, which is dangerously low for me. I usually like to have 2 a day and have started rationing down to 1.
Same.
But soon I will have none, and then I will really be glum. I also only have 3 pieces of root beer candy left, so things are getting quite bleak here. Stefan called his dad from jail and denied the murder. He says,
obviously, it's not true. I never would have wanted her gone for any reason, so... premeditated first degree is kind of a punch.
That he's getting charged with that. He's like, whoa, that's unnecessary. That's overkill. That's basically his tone of voice. Annoyingly, he goes on to talk about how that week, was going to be a great week. Why would he have motive to kill Madeline? He says, we were all very happy that I was there. We were happy that the 3 of us were together. It was shaking up to be a great week and a great visit. There's no reason for anything to happen. He also mentions about the whole situation with Madeline, the essay situation. Well, I didn't start it. Is he implying that Madeline started it?
What?
Or is he implying that Jennifer started it? What is he implying? If he's implying Madeline, I don't know. I think he should have a long talk about his charges with his fellow inmates then. And maybe he should tell them that the 8-year-old girl started it. See what they think. They say, well, you didn't start it, but you participated in it, which is just as bad as not starting it, but that's for another day.
Who said that?
The parents, which is
That
also
is
crazy.
Yeah.
Like, if that were my son uttering words like that, I think that I would potentially need police to restrain me. He says, I would never wanted that for her. I'm not really sure that any one person is specifically responsible. It's probably a combination of factors that led to it. I have never felt anything like that before. It was horrible. He also continues to rant to his parents about how bad prison is. He says, my core temperature was down, like a degree or 2 lower than it should have been every time they took it. First night, it was concrete floor with a rolled up toilet paper for a pillow, nothing else. So there are some netizens who support Stefan's parents because they feel that in their own weird way, they are also victims in all of this because they too are traumatized. They're hurt and they're trying to figure out how to navigate, how to consolidate their love for their own son while damage is done. That's how some netizens feel. They point that even Stefan is so heartless to them.
What are
Perhaps
some
he
special
has given them a
colors
lifetime of pain.
that I should make?
When on the phone with Stefan while he's in jail, his parents tell him, the penalty for the crimes you've been charged with, they carry
Should
a
we do
minimum
Rainbow
40-year
Boy?
sentence. So obviously we're going to be gone. Your brother's going to be gone. We'll all be gone. I mean, we're sad about that, obviously.
Obviously
because
black and white.
There won't be anybody else for you when you get out. Stefan does not care. His response is, yeah, well, I'll be lucky if I'll have another 40 years left in me either, so... At the end of the call, he asked them, if you wouldn't mind putting a little more money in my
Maybe a
commissary as
red
well.
pen.
All right, well, I can't do much, Stefan, because we really are,
I guess you want
when I
hot
say
pink.
dead-ass broke, I mean dead-ass
There won't
broke.
be light pink.
But I will
That's
do what I can.
mine.
Stefan's mom tells
Special.
officers she feels like she's in the 7th ring of hell. They state he did this, and we know that now. We're not making excuses for him, but we cannot abandon him.
Hi.
They also mention how they're getting harassed online, but Stefan just says about them. Stefan says
Yep,
this,
almost
that
done
he
this
hates going to his
animation.
parents' house because it's full of poodles and deaf old people.
Poodles
aka
and
his
deaf old people.
But some netizens blame his parents because they're like, I think that the parents played a role in how he became this way. And the fact that they're supporting him after all these charges further validates that they are enabling him to some degree.
And
It
Rainbow
just seems
Boys.
like they baby him. A lot of netizens express frustration with the fact that he's nearly 40 years old. He's doing nothing with his life. His parents just let him. They pay his rent. They let him stay in his room painting figurines all day, sleeping all day, just eating dinner whenever they have food prepared. His room is so dirty that his mom wants to put on a hazmat sticker over his door. But again, they're letting him. They complain about it, but they're letting him. They also talk about how the poodles are noisy and it just causes so much tension in the house because Stefan doesn't sleep at night. He sleeps through the day. And if the poodles bark in the day because, I don't know, the mailman is coming, then Stefan will have a flare up. AKA, it sounds like he has anger issues. This is, again, a 37-year-old man. In the same interview, Stefan's parents talk about how he has a high IQ and he's highly intelligent. And they say that his IQ is bordered on genius.
These
And that he has a
ones.
deep empathy for other people. They will also say some things that trigger a lot of netizens. The mom is asked if she saw any of this, if she saw any alarm bells go off. She states that when Jennifer, Madeline, and Stefan had come to visit their home one day, they had noticed that they all slept in the same bed. And she was like, no, you cannot do that. Maddie will sleep with me. Grandpa will sleep somewhere else because that's weird. And she claims that she told Jennifer about it, and Jennifer was like, whatever. And she just felt like they're going to do what they're going to do, and there's nothing that she can do to stop them. But then at the same time, she'll say that she never suspected her son would do anything to Maddie, because Maddie would even go over to Stefan, give him a kiss on the cheek, and tell him that she loved him. I'm sure they're just trying to explain how they never suspected anything, but in certain situations, this could be miscommunicated as almost victim blaming in a sense. They also seem more shocked that Jennifer would let Maddie and Stefan sleep in the same bed together rather than, why is your son sleeping with a 13-year-old girl? Even if that were the case, I would expect my son, my hypothetical 37-year-old son, to be like, hey, I don't think I want to be in this relationship anymore because Jennifer, you're weird, first of all. And second of all, I'm not sleeping with your 13-year-old daughter. This is weird. I might call CPS on you. But that being said, they express more outrage than Jennifer. And they'll also say things like, I think he was careful in placing Maddie's body where she would be quickly found. Deep down inside, he didn't want her out there very long. His father also says, given the gravity of the charges and knowing what the penalty is, we're resigned to accept that fate and the fact that we can lose him in a multitude of ways in any given time. Some prisoner in the jail could off him, you know? And we're just dealing with that on a day-to-day basis.
Down,
They also go on to
down,
state,
up,
I can say I love somebody, but I don't have to like them. I don't have to like the way they act. That doesn't mean we are ever, despite what anybody on YouTube says, yeah, they don't like a lot of YouTubers covering this case, or anybody hints at, we are not abandoning our child. He is wounded. He is having PTSD in jail. He lost a tremendous amount of weight. He is on heart medication, high blood pressure medication, which he has not been on before. I understand that people think he needs to suffer. Well, yes, okay, he needs to be punished. He needs to suffer. But don't expect me as a mother to turn off my heart and say, buddy, you're on your own. I don't like you. I don't like what you did. And I'm not going to stand by you one bit because I want him for the time that he has left on this earth. We don't know how long that is. I will give him as much support as he needs. I want him to be strong in mind, body, and spirit. Wouldn't you do the same? Wouldn't anybody? No, I can confidently say that I would not. I do also find it very interesting when someone that is accused of taking another person's life, especially a child's life, can do something as heinous, but also have the audacity to bring up that they have high blood pressure. Like, I'm supposed to find some care in my heart for that. I know lots of innocent people who have high blood pressure and they don't make it a thing. You killed someone allegedly. Why make it a thing? Some netizens also feel like they're going to try to dump all of this on Jennifer. In one of the jailhouse calls, Stefan's parents tell him that Jennifer was, quote,
speculation that she's been put in an institution and hiding in an institution. At her lawyer's request.
So they're saying her lawyer is telling her to go to the institution. It'll probably look better for you. We don't know if this is true. We don't know if it's not true. We don't know anything. In another interview, Stefan's mom says, I'm not letting Jennifer off the hook at all. I cannot believe someone let this go underneath the nose for 7 years. I don't understand how she didn't have a connection with Maddie enough that Maddie could go and say, hey, you know, maybe something's not right here. They say the immunity galls me. All the lies, all of the things that she did are all wiped clean. She never has to worry about it again. Which again, that's not how derivative use immunity works. But it's almost like saying, I understand why netizens are upset.
I
with
gotta
Jennifer,
do these
but
heads.
why is she upset? That's almost like saying, if Jennifer had been a better person, she could have stopped my son from being a deplorable person. And Stefan's dad is on the same page. He writes an email to Stefan while Stefan is in jail that reads, we all know that redacted, likely Jennifer, was heavily involved in this, and I am disgusted that she is free and you are not, when this is not all your fault. You need to think about yourself more and her less. She sure isn't thinking of you and how she can help you right now. That whole family is willing to stay quiet and let you take the fall for everything. Stefan's dad even tells the authorities, I think Stefan's decided to be the fall guy in this because he's feeling remorse over the inappropriate relationship that he's had with Maddie. Inappropriate relationship! Speaking of remorse, Stefan's mom says about Stefan's interview with News after Maddie goes missing. Remember, he was like crying, his eyes were red. The other thing is that as a mother, I have not seen that mother cry. You do not fake the sound of his voice. Like, I have not seen that child cry like that. My son, you do not fake that sound in his voice. The clogged sinuses that he was dealing with, that man was sick. I just know that he's the only one that's feeling any remorse or any sorrow for that child. Jennifer is not.
This is freaking crazy.
Yeah, they also bring up that Jennifer was a bad influence on Stefan right off the bat because they bring up her drugs, aka the medication that she takes. And don't get me wrong, I will side-eye Jennifer Soto until my eyes are embedded next to my ears on the side of my skull. But that's for not protecting Maddie. That is not for being a bad influence on Stefan. Stefan's mom says Jennifer is, quote, she's bipolar, she's bisexual.
What?
She's a drug addict. She has a young child.
Okay, I'm gonna do the head.
She also rants about how Jennifer can't keep a job, but neither can your son, so I guess they're a perfect match. And also, ma'am, your son is accused of CSAM, abuse, and murder, but you're upset about someone being bisexual? Stefan's mom also has a moment where she talks about how a lot of girls will go after Stefan, like they'll pursue Stefan. She seems like the mother-in-law that calls all of her son's girlfriends just crazy, obsessed. It's like, I don't think a singular person is running after your son like that. Investigators even asked Stefan's parents, hey, like, do you know what kinds of people Stefan is into? Because it seems like he's into minors. But she says, no, he's into big boobs. Which is the opposite of what Jennifer states. Jennifer was also asked if he has any kinks because they're trying to figure out, has he spoken to people about his
No, he likes really big boobies, actually.
That a human can do.
He likes really big boobies.
He really likes keeps begging
Oh my
for it.
god.
But she says no because it already hurts. Because it's very thick. Those are her words, not mine. I don't know, okay? But then his mom is saying big boobs. And so some netizens feel like that's weird. It feels like she's saying that to make Stefan appear like a well-adjusted man that likes a full-grown woman, which is clearly not true. So now Stefan is facing 2 trials in court. He is now awaiting 2. He has been charged with 60 counts, including 8 counts of sexual battery on a child under 12, 5 counts of sexual battery with a child aged 12 to 18, 7 counts of molestation, 40 counts of unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance of a child, and each of those 40 counts means 10 or more files. So it's not 1 per file. Right now, that means they've found 400 images and videos, but it's likely more, 35,000 on his hard drive, but in terms of what they're charging him for, like, they don't need to charge him for every little count. They might add on more. And eventually, he was charged with first-degree premeditated murder. The prosecutors file a notice of intent to seek capital punishment. They're going for the death penalty. This is in Florida. And it's clear that Stefan has no remorse, at least in my opinion. He tells his dad while he's in jail, obviously there are concerns that the police are artificially inflating everything up as high as they can possibly do it. You know, what is the plan? What the plan is there, the prosecutors, so they're just trying to scare me into pleading down. Or I don't know. That's what he says. Additionally, there's a level of delusion that he has. He tells his parents to have his social security card ready just in case he gets released. This is after the murder charges are tacked on. He even emails his dad, as for my Tamagotchi and VPET collection that is hanging in the closet and around the room. He's working with them just yet until how things will shake out. A lot of them are rare and expensive and difficult, if not impossible to replace in the kind of pristine condition they are in. So leave them for now until we know more about what my situation is going to be.
Shut up.
You're about to be someone else's Tamagotchi in jail, okay? Let's get our mind back to reality. He continues, access to the law library, which has a lot of case, law rulings. I've been busy looking for anything that has relevant to my own situation. And I think I found some things which give me some hope, but only some. I can't explain too much on here, but there is still perhaps a slim hope for my situation. At any rate, my odds are not 0% at this time. I genuinely think that he, to a degree, thinks he's going to get away with it because previously on Reddit, he talks about cops and he says cops don't get paid enough to honestly investigate anything and nothing will happen unless you do their jobs for them and hand them all the evidence yourself. Fingerprints are really only something that gets pulled in movies or on TV. All the movies and shows make it look like they're going to catch you no matter what. But it's just what they want you to think. In reality, it's almost the opposite. Most cops don't really have any investigative skills and are low on deductive reasoning or just don't want to work. That's what happens when agencies pay low and hire people with IQs that are low. It's not a job that attracts a lot of intelligent people. Truly, maybe he thinks he's going to get away with it. And perhaps he thinks he deserves some sympathy because unprompted on a random Ask Reddit thread where the original poster is asking, do you think someone like Louis C.K., you know, the comedian, should be able to get their careers back, or should he be canceled for life? Why or why not? He writes, it's complicated, but the short answer is he does not deserve to have his career destroyed forever and ever with no hope of ever moving on or coming out from it. He deserves to be punished, but I'm not sure he should be labeled a monster forever. A person can do bad things or several bad things throughout their lives, but should it cancel out the good things they may have done too? Should it be permanent brands on their soul? A scarlet letter that they carry for life? People make mistakes, but depending on the severity, those mistakes shouldn't necessarily be held over their heads forever. I believe that everyone deserves their right to a fair trial. Having said that, the defense has already filed a series of motions to try and first get rid of the death penalty and limit victim impact statements for the murder trial. They are filing to allow testimony from the defendant's family on the
drawing at cute things and crime documentaries at 1 a.m. We are in girly pop hours, in fact. This is unfortunately the end of the second documentary. We've been watching this for over 3 hours.
Impact of the execution. So they're saying Stefan's family should be able to tell the judge what would happen to their lives if Stefan is executed. However, Maddie's family and friends should not be allowed to testify at all and talk about what Maddie being gone means to them. They also don't like the word murder. They filed a motion to prohibit the reference of the word murder.
Please don't say the word murder. I'm sensitive.
The murder scene. The motion reads, the defense requests that the word homicide be used instead of murder when it comes to witness, particularly law enforcement officer testimony, because the legal term for killing a human being, whether lawfully or unlawfully, is homicide. There is no crime of homicide. So they're saying murder already implies a crime, but he hasn't been convicted of a crime yet. So they need to use the word homicide. Stefan, I believe, also is going to hit them with the PTSD defense. He was hit by a car twice when he was younger, and on his Reddit account, he does a whole rant because he's like on a parenting Reddit thread, and he's like, having a baby doesn't mean that you are the only person in the world who has experienced any sort of excruciating pain. Have you ever been run over by a truck and dragged under the vehicle across the pavement to the point where your flesh is shredded off down to the muscle fibers in several locations? That hurts pretty damn bad too. Ask me how I know. Yeah. He says, so does shattering your knee. So does a lot of things I'm sure you've never experienced or even contemplated once in your life. Pain is human. Pain is life. Pain is not unique to one person or gender. So let's not get into that sort of pissing contest. In another Reddit thread, he says, I have an absolute boatload of PTSD. So, and that is where we are at. Jennifer has not been charged with anything. One more thing. Sorry, I know this episode is so long. A lot of netizens have pointed out that it just seems like a lot of people failed in Maddie's life. The school could have called early to let the parents know that Maddie did not attend. They didn't let anybody know. And if they had called Jennifer, maybe
they're supposed to call.
Been at least, worst case scenario, forced to call the police, because how do you not go looking for your child immediately after? And maybe things could have been discovered quicker. I don't know if that would have changed anything. And then the counselor, she was told that this man in her life, her mother's boyfriend, makes her uncomfortable. Maybe she should have asked more questions. Maybe the other teachers should have asked more questions about why she was having so many sleepy days. It didn't seem normal. Maybe other family members should have asked, even Maddie's biological father. And I'm sure he lives in a different state. It doesn't seem like he's involved in anything. That's not even what I'm implying. But there is definitely a disconnect. And maybe he did everything that was in his capacity that he could have done or felt he could have done, but I just don't think it was enough. Because as for Maddie, in an interview, he says to the officer, I can give you the context if you need, but Maddie reminded me of a character from a show called Euphoria. That is literally a show about high schoolers doing drugs and being oversexualized and he says, in the sense that there was just an emotional weight about her that I did not understand what the cause was. It just seemed like she was dealing with stuff that a 12-year-old girl shouldn't deal with, but I didn't get to see her enough to really pry. She went from being a silly little girl to a Euphoria character, which Euphoria is a show all about kids who are dealing with crazy levels of trauma. I don't know how to explain it. These young girls have this 1,000-mile look on their faces that I would expect out of Vietnam veterans, not little girls. It just confuses me how so many young girls have that look in their eyes. And then I guess you didn't do anything. One netizen comment reads, Maddie, you deserved adults in your life that loved you and would have put you first. I'm sorry that you had such a rough childhood. I hope you're in a better place now. And with that, that is what's going on with this case. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Do you think there is a whole CCM ring involved, especially with the recent arrest in Central Florida?
Maybe.
Do you think she was pregnant? Do you think that Jennifer Doe knew a lot more? I mean, how much do you think she knew? Did she know after the fact? Did she know during? Did she know before what the plans were? What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments. Be safe, and I'll see you in the next one.
No. Let's do one more because I just want to finish this sequence, okay? And then I have to go to bed so that maybe I can wake up tomorrow and stream. I'll drink a special drink so I can go to sleep. I have to take my meds. I didn't finish my tea. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I don't know if I told you guys, but my little sister is planning to come and visit me soon, in a couple of months. So that'll be exciting. I'll try and stream during that time too, but I don't know if I'll have time. It'll be like a whole month that I'll be busy. Man, this has just been a really busy year. Ow! But yeah, she's finally coming to visit me. Supposed to for the past 5 years, whatever. Yeah, so might be a busy time, but remind me to order tea so that she can bring it to me, because it doesn't ship to Japan. It's, I think, Canada only shipping. So remind me to order my favorite teas so that she can bring it to me when she comes. My little sister. My baby sister. One of them. You know, I don't know how many siblings I have. Yes, remind me tomorrow at some point. Yeah, was I? I don't remember if I did say it or not. Yeah, there's, okay. So, it's a tea maker called Galaxy Teas. Be sure. And he's a furry, but he makes tea, and his tea is so gosh dang good. That's my favorite. And yeah, I'm out of my favorite flavors, so I want more. So I need to order it to Canada, because he's in Canada, and then she can bring it to me. Wait, guys, can you bring loose leaf tea on airplanes? Is that okay? No, he still makes it. He still makes it. But can you bring loose leaf teas on airplanes? That worries me. Anyways, let's try and finish this.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Even when you're
Okay,
up
good.
in the sky, There is a hierarchy of classes, economic classes. And yes, we have seen all of the memes of when people are sitting in their first class seat, drinking their little glassware champagne. They watch everybody else walk way to the back to their little seat of shame in 37D. But there's someone above first class
Seat
too.
of shame.
Quite literally. Private air travel. Private jets typically fly higher than commercial airlines. They fly 41,000 feet up in the sky, while commercial airliners generally stay at around 35,000 feet. The higher you fly, the less fuel you burn, and since private jets are typically lighter, they fly at higher altitudes. They're on top of us. There's less air traffic up there. Commercial airliners, sometimes you're stuck in a traffic jam. Not private jets. They have more direct routes in the skies. They fly more efficiently. There's less turbulence up there. And aside from the convenience of just going straight up to the plane, you can actually control who's joining you on the flight. If you don't like that person who's coughing behind you, they don't have to be on the flight. You don't like babies on the flight, babies don't have to be on the flight. And sometimes you even have the full discretion of all of the attendants and even the pilots. There have been many stories where a lot of private jet companies, when they hire pilots, when they hire flight attendants, they're signing some crazy NDAs, non-disclosures. They cannot talk about the clients that they fly. They cannot talk about the conversations that are had while they're in flight. You can't theoretically control them. You can't make them fly off the flight plan, but there is a level of control that you have when you're in a private jet. Perhaps they see something that you do. If it's not dangerous or if it's not illegal, maybe they just look the other way. 16-year-old Manohara is walking up to the private jet that's waiting for her. She's walking across the tarmac. She's climbing up the stairs. And her mom and her sister are getting their things from the car because, you know, like the car parks right next to the jet. And they're about to walk right up behind her. They're just grabbing their luggage. She's halfway up the flight of stairs leading to the plane when she feels, it's like a sixth sense. That's how she describes it. Something is so weird about this. It just doesn't make sense. The energy of this plane is off. The vibes, the feng shui, the juju of this plane, however you want to describe it, the sixth sense radar is going off. She doesn't want to be here. She turns on her heels to go back down the steps to join her mom and her sister. But these two buff, burly looking guys, they run down from inside the plane. They run out of the plane onto the steps and they drag her by the arms and drag her up the stairs, throw her into a private jet seat. The flight attendants, they slam the door shut, and now she's on this private jet. She's screaming at every single person on the plane like, hello? My mother and my sister are down there. Why are you closing the door? Why are you forcibly yanking me up the jet? Like, what's going on? You need to let me off this plane. I don't want to be on this plane anymore. And they're looking at her like she's the crazy one. Like, they did not just kidnap her right now. I'm sorry, ma'am. Please calm down. The engine to the plane has just started, which means that I am unable to open this door again. What do you mean you're unable to open the door? Then just turn the engine off. What are you even saying right now? The 5 bodyguards walk up to 16-year-old Manohara. They force her into the seat and they start manhandling her. If she tries to get up, they just slam her back down onto the seat. She's like this tiny little 16-year-old. These are 5 full-grown men. There's no way. She's not going to be able to fight these guys off. As for her mother and her sister, she can see them on the tarmac freaking out, and there's also some burly men holding them back. And with that, the plane just takes off. And there's nothing anybody can do. Her mom and her sister are just helplessly watching on the tarmac as 16-year-old Manohara is being kidnapped on a private jet. And the instructions were apparently very clear. Bring Manohara back to her husband, the Prince of Malaysia.
Oh.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Network to End Domestic Violence, a nonprofit organization dedicated to creating a world where
Alright, guys. I got my special drink. And it's time to pop some pills. Gotta refill the box. One day left in here. Gotta refill it. Okay, time to pop some pills. Yummy. That's good. First handful of pills. Second handful of pills. A lot. Wow, whew. Those went down good. Okay.
Where
back to crime.
Workplace and stalking violence no longer exists. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible.
Yummy drink.
And we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few disclaimers for today's case. There are a few mentions of TV and SA, so please be careful. With that being said, let's get into it. Imagine acupuncture, but you leave the needles in you. Forever. You get up, you go about your day with needles forever embedded into you. They are one with you. I mean, it feels like there's absolutely no reason why anybody would want to do that.
I don't want that.
Unless it fixes your life. Unless it gives you a lot of money. What if I told you if you stick 5 needles inside of you and keep them in there forever, you could be the most handsome person in town. You could be the richest person that you know. It's called susuk. It's a charm needle, and it's usually made of gold or silver. There are needles that are inserted into your body, into the soft tissue. So a lot of the times it's in the face, in the chin area, the cheeks, your back. And the needle has intention. Whether you asked for wealth, health, happiness, beauty, the shaman or the doctor, whoever is enchanting the charm needle will make sure it goes into the intended place and make sure that it has the intended goal. And you, as the person with the needles inside of you, you've got really one job. Okay, you've got 2 jobs. If you are to get an MRI, which is when they put you in that giant machine and you cannot have any metal on you, you can't wear a necklace, you can't wear earrings because they will fly out of your ear onto the machine. It's magnetic. It attracts metal. If you're going to get an MRI, it would be beneficial to tell your doctor that you have metal needles inside of you. Otherwise, they will tear through your tissue to get to the MRI machines. You could also probably tell your doctor when you get an x-ray because they're going to be in for a shock. That's like the main rule. But the other main rule is don't tell anyone where that charm is. Don't tell anyone where the needles are. The minute that you tell someone where it is and why it's there for, it loses its magic. It no longer is effective. But that doesn't mean that everybody tries really hard to find a unique spot. The most common spots for women are on the face, the back, and sometimes, this is not as common, but interestingly, in the private areas to be embedded.
So when you say it's on the face, can you see it?
No, because it's in you. So you won't see it. It'll heal within a day. You won't even feel it if it's done properly.
Oh, so it's actually inside of your tissue.
If you get an x-ray, you'll see needles. And there have been a lot of times where this is not as common practice in the Western world. So in the Western world, a lot of people have it done in places like Asia, Southeast Asia. They'll come get an x-ray and doctors start freaking out.
Where would I get these special needles for luck and stuff? Wherever they would cause the least amount of damage in case something happens, you know? Like, anywhere near organs is a bad idea, obviously. Oh, you know what? I could get them in my bum. There's a lot of padding.
And then they realize, okay, it's susuk. It seems like there hasn't been too many instances where it's been harmful to people. and it's like culturally a big thing. So just tell your doctor. But if you're craving beauty, if that's what you're asking for, it's often placed on the face, which makes sense because you want your face to be beautiful. And there
No, it goes inside.
Manohara has 1,000 gold needles in her face. These are what the jealous people are saying. There's probably nowhere near that if she even has any. But that's the only explanation that makes sense for everybody that's seen her. They say everybody who has met Manohara in person, whatever you see in pictures is only 1/10 of how beautiful she is in real life. She looks like the Angelina Jolie of Indonesia. That's how people describe her. Before she even graduates high school, she is named one of Indonesia's 100 most precious women by Harper's Bazaar in Indonesia. The rest of us were just like cold rice. But in all honesty, she's very stunning. Some say after she was born, her mom realized how beautiful she was, so she decided to take her
why?
down
What are
and
you
walk
doubting?
her out. Others say, no, her mom manifested this. When she was pregnant, she
If I
chose
had to get it,
Manohara.
you know?
Manohara in
That's
Sanskrit
where.
means the thief of hearts. August 2008, Manohara, the thief of hearts, gets invited to a high-profile
That's a
political
good name.
dinner, which sounds kind of strange, but it seems like Daisy, Manohara's mother, is this master networker. Mano is working as a model.
No.
Her mom is working on marketing her daughter to high society.
No,
She's
it's
trying to make Mano
no. So there are these needles. They embed them so they're not visible. They're in the video, in the images. They're like teeny tiny, like splinters, basically, right? They're just like little metal splinters that's supposed to be like a good luck charm. So you don't see it, it like embeds inside. Why would I get that in my ears? You know? Then it would be hard to get piercings. Pressing exit out the padding on my bum? What do you mean? Who would ever doubt that?
To a socialite, and the whole family is always attending random high-profile, high-security clearance events. And this dinner is even bigger.
Whoa.
The people.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Only 11. Only 11 piercings, but I want a lot more. They're expensive though, and they take a long time to heal. But I do want more. Actually, you know what? It's a good idea. I should get another couple soon. That's a good idea, guys. Thanks for reminding me. I should do that soon. I try to get them. Oh. I try to get them in the summer, like in the spring and summer. Because it's hard to heal them in the winter. Thank you, cat.
People in the room are going to be some of the most powerful people in the entire nation, in the entire country. She sits down. Mano is probably a bit nervous, but she's handling it very well. And at the very end, after dessert has been served, Mano looks up and a woman is staring at her. Okay, I agree. It is to be done. She's good. The wedding will be on the 26th. Mano smiles and she's like,
I love you, bitch.
She thought she was talking
I ain't gonna
somebody
never
else.
stop loving
And
you.
she's like, okay, but we're making eye contact. Is there somebody behind me? Because this doesn't make... You're talking... What are you even saying right now? Somebody next to her hands her this piece of paper, and it's an invitation to a wedding. To Manohara's own wedding. She is getting invited to be the bride at her own wedding. You cannot be serious. What do you mean? The wedding date is set for the next week, 7 days. The groom is the man sitting right next to her, and Mano is laughing and she's giggling like, no, I'm not. The groom is just sitting next to her, all smiley. He's not equally confused. He's not wondering, wait, why am I getting married? I don't even know this girl like that. Nothing. He's smiling like at her. He doesn't even look concerned that his potential hypothetical bride doesn't even want to marry him. It's very weird. The woman, the groom's mother, looks straight at her and says, "You will be getting married this week. Everything has already been done, and if you don't do this, you will embarrass our family." And nobody embarrasses the royal family of Malaysia. The man sitting next to Mano is her future groom, Muhammad Fakhri Petra, the crown prince of Kelantan, one of the 9 royal families in Malaysia. Malaysia is very interesting. They are, I believe it's the only system in the world that operates like this. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's very fascinating. It's on a rotational monarchy system, which means they cycle through from one king to another every 5 years, and they have 9 royal families. So royal family 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and they will have 5 years each, and they cycle. Prince Fakhri belongs to the royal family of Kelantan, which is actually considered one of the most influential royal families in Malaysia. Their ancestry dates all the way back. Prince Fakhri is the younger brother of Sultan Muhammad V. Okay, I don't know if you guys listen to or
They're from the same family.
Older brothers. They're straight up brothers.
Whoa.
I don't know if you guys listen or watch my other podcast, More About the Story. You can find it on all podcast platforms, or I'll link it in the description of this video on YouTube. We did a whole episode on Sultan Muhammad V. He married a foreigner, had a child with her, and then completely acted like he did not marry her. He was allegedly double wifed up. It's a lot. He stated that their son was not his heir. There was so much drama. The situation was incredibly messy, but not on the same catastrophic scale that this incident is going to be. But in case you want more additional lore, that's going to be linked. That's his older brother. This is Prince Fakhri's older brother, Sultan Muhammad V of Kelantan. And now, Mano is being told that she's going to be his bride, his princess.
I wish I was double wiped up.
Prince Fakhri's chances of becoming the king of Malaysia are very slim to none, but still, she doesn't want it. Okay, thank you for the great honor that you have bestowed upon me, but also I don't have time to be kingdom building and politicking around. I just want to live my life. I mean, let alone, who even is this man? She doesn't even remember where she first met the prince.
Wrong one.
Time. Her sister, Mano's sister, has to remember. It was at the freaking party. The Malaysian Prime Minister at the time had invited us to this huge political dinner. We flew to Kuala Lumpur. It's a whole thing. Do you not remember? And we were sitting there, and it was this very
You know what? I'm sure I have. I'm sure I'm double wifed up. I just.
Prince Fakhri,
I don't remember who.
Princess of Malaysia. And Mano doesn't even remember her very first impression of the prince. She's like, I think he was quiet. I think he was polite. But otherwise, he was very unremarkable. He did ask for her number during the dinner, but Mano just gave him her mom's number. Because, I mean, she's involved in charity work. She's involved in philanthropy. So she thought, okay, maybe just talk to my mom about it. It didn't feel like he was asking for anything more. He was just very polite. It was just pleasantries. That was their very first meeting. It did progress from there. The Prince of Malaysia suddenly, constantly had business in Indonesia. He would fly to Jakarta to do business, but also to meet up with Mano. And then sometimes when she'd be in Malaysia, he would take her and her parents out to dinner. The whole energy. I mean, yes, okay, fine. He did give her some expensive gifts here and there, but he's also the Prince of Malaysia. He probably has so much money that he just gives gifts to everybody. It didn't feel particularly special. It didn't feel like he was courting her that aggressively. So to some degree, I'm sure it's flattering that the prince is interested in marrying her, but with all due respect, Manohara is like, he's 14 years older than me.
I thought she was gonna say he's 14 years old.
Which is not to say that he's not attractive, but you know, people have their preferences. And more importantly than that, Manohara was 14 years old when they met, so he was double her age. He's not just 14 years older, she's 14. He's double her age.
And he was pursuing her.
Yes, that's why she had no idea he was pursuing her. Because she's like, do you know? I mean, you do know.
She's 14, and he is double her age. 28? 28 and balding? Oof. Oof. Ouch. Quick maths. Ouch. So wait, he met her when he was 14? So he met her at birth? So it's like one of those one of those like arrangements that you're born and you're sold off to a family basically. And then he's like, she made it out to be like he's in his 40s, you know? But then it's like, oh no, he's just 28. That's not crazy. That's not. And in those cultures, you know, she's 14, but in that culture, right, it's like, that's fine, that's normal, right? Like, 14 is the age of consent in this country. In Japan, 14 is the age of consent. So, like, they made it out to be so much worse, okay? Maternity workshopping. Huh. Yeah, you know, it wasn't as bad as I thought. 28, but 28 and balding? Oof! Ouch! Ouchies! That's sad. Let's continue. I've been 18-year-old with 40-year-old here. That's creepy. I mean, yeah, but they're also the age of consent. What if they're into 40-year-olds, you know? You don't know that. They could just be like really into 40-year-olds. Like, you know, in high school, and you got like friends who are like, there's like girls in the class who are like really into the teacher, or guys in class who are really into the teacher, and it's like, come on, the teacher's like somewhere between 30 and 60, you know? But they're into that. They want the teacher. I don't think that's weird. People, you know, cougars, MILFs, DILFs, you know, you could just be into that. You could be younger and be into that. Yeah, but that's what you like, you know? That's what those people like when they like the teacher. They're like, oh my god, the power, and she's older or he's older. That's just what you're into sometimes. I don't necessarily think everything is just grooming. I don't know.
I am 14. She's 16 now when they tell her that she's getting married, which is still no good at all, but she was 14 when they first met.
Whoa.
So it's very unclear how any of this is okay, but clearly Manohara is not interested. She's 16. She's trying to focus on her career. No offense, she's not interested in some old man. She didn't even in a million years think that he was interested.
Old man!
I just didn't see anything between us. Honestly, I didn't even consider him a close friend. I just considered him somebody I knew. It was kind of like, you know, you go to dinner with your mom and a family friend of your mom, and you know that they're probably an influential, powerful person, and you're bored out of your mind, but you have to act like you're interested, but ultimately you feel like you're there because your mom is there.
Mm-hmm.
They're not coming to meet you.
Yeah, and then the next day you found out that you guys are getting married.
Yeah, and you get invited to your own wedding.
Whoa.
She also has a boyfriend back home in Indonesia, and she's like, okay, by the way, I also have a boyfriend that is a lot more age appropriate, so perhaps this union is ill-advised. Maybe we could go back to the drawing board. She at first politely declines, and then later she starts aggressively declining because nobody is taking no for an answer. The prince's mom is telling her, we have already sent out the invitations. We have set up a venue. If you do not do this, this will be a huge embarrassment for the whole royal family. Manohara is known to be incredibly graceful, but she is putting her foot down. Frankly speaking, I mean, this may sound a little bit rude, ma'am, but I don't care what was done to prepare for the wedding. I'm not getting married. It's already creepy, but it's just getting weirder because why are they being so persistent? Manohara is thinking, he's the prince. I'm sure if you put out a little bolo, be on the lookout or anything, there would be age-appropriate women lining out the palace gates if they knew that he was trying to get married next week. Why me? I'm not even Malaysian. What's going on? The feeling is probably something along the lines of, who died and made you king? But clearly not applicable in this situation. August 26, 2008, Mano becomes dubbed the most beautiful princess in Malaysia. They get married. They get married with a 6-tier wedding cake, a big diamond wedding band. They get the legal permissions required for the two because, despite their age difference and despite the fact that she's a minor, they are officially husband and wife, prince and princess.
Wow.
Mano is no longer modeling. She is no longer able to do her own career. She is a full-time royal attending public events with her new husband. And listen, netizens are entitled to their different opinions about this. Some people were upset that she's giving up everything for this man. Other people were really impressed that she's able to handle herself with so much grace publicly at such a young age. And all netizens at the time, this was the sentiment. This is not how I think. This was the sentiment that was out there. A lot of netizens believed that there was so much proof that Mano was living the good life, the fairy tale life. I mean, every time she's seen in public, she's smiling. But you kind of expect every royal to be smiling. But she appears to have gained quite a bit of weight. So prior to this, she's a model and she was, I guess, living by the stereotypical, very unhealthy model standards of being very, very skinny. And she was slowly gaining weight and looking healthier and healthier by a lot of people's standards. And the public sentiment being, she's living the good life. She's living the good life in the palace with comfort, delicious, chef-curated meals likely. I mean, she's living the fairy tale dream. Look at her. She looks good. Every aspect of her public life, people are like, that is the dream. Someone write one of those princess stories about Mano. Young girl swept up by a prince, now showered with comfort, luxury, and the prince, he is so protective of her. Anytime she's out in public, she's got like 10 bodyguards. It's like he's obsessed with her. He's in love with her. It seems like if Mano were to trip on her own gown and get a tiny little paper cut, the bodyguards would be in big trouble. That's what it feels like. He seems like a prince straight out of a K-drama, just lovingly protective over his new young wife, which makes sense because Mano's not a typical princess. I will say, it was very difficult for people to hate on Mano. I think a lot of the times when you have, especially with a monarchy and a foreign bride coming in, especially one that is so young and is not as established, so a lot of times royals will marry foreigners, but they have an established career. A lot of them are well educated, have a very fruitful life. So I guess that is good marketing. Mm-hmm. But with Mano, she was a model. And some people, I guess, could call her an influencer model and all these things. But a lot of people loved her in Malaysia. By the time that she was 14, she was already speaking English, Indonesian, French. She's incredibly cultured, well-traveled. She lived in Jakarta, Hong Kong, Romania, Vienna, Switzerland, England, France, then back to Jakarta. I mean, she's seen so much of the world, they thought, maybe she's ready to be a princess. Maybe she's the princess we never knew that we needed. She was heavily involved in charity work even prior to becoming the princess. It just seems like all the interests were aligned. She's dignified, composed, and yes, she's young, but that's probably only going to get better and more refined and more elegant as she gets older. So that makes a lot of sense. Until one night at another royal party, Manohara's standing there in her gown. She's exchanging pleasantries with everyone. Hi, nice to meet you. Yes. Oh, that's incredible. Great. She's introduced to this very influential businessman, international businessman. He does a lot of work in Indonesia as well as Malaysia. And the minute their hands touch, this is like their second time meeting. The minute that their hands touch, he feels something. It's kind of painful. It's like she's digging her nail into his hand. And he looks up at her and she's still smiling. Her lips are smiling, but there's something about the way she's looking at him. It looks like she's staring through him with this intense glare.
Wait, what exactly is she doing?
Shaking his hand, but she's like not letting go and digging her nails into his palm. And he's looking at her, but her face and what she's doing with her hand is not matching. Her hand is trying to rip his flesh off and okay, so weird. and then he's about to pull his hand back and he feels something thick in his hand, kind of crumply. Her lips turn up in a little bit of a small smile, but she seems very anxious. Now, had this businessman lacked a little more EQ, had lacked some social awareness, he might have asked her in front of everyone, including her husband, the prince, "What's wrong? Are you all right? What did you just pass me in your hand?" But he did not. He does not, okay? It's pretty obvious that whatever the princess is trying to tell him, she doesn't want anyone else to know. He smiles right back, and when they're out of sight, he opens up the palm of his hand, and it's a little piece of napkin and a note written in eyeliner. "Help me."
You're kidding me.
No.
This is like a movie.
Yeah. And so he's shocked. He doesn't even know what to do. And it's like hunting. There's this thing they used to do way back in the day. It's kind of like hunting. The whole village would be in on it. The woman would hide the main character of the day. Let's call her Susie. The women in the village would hide Susie. And this man knows that the women are protecting Susie. But they're all trying to be part of the fun, right? He goes to the home of Susie and he asks Susie's parents, "Can I have Susie's hand in marriage?" Susie's dad thinks about it, ponders for a little bit, and says, "Yes. Now go find my daughter and strip her naked." And the call has been put out. The women in the village have taken Susie. They're putting her in 81 layers of clothing. They're wrapping fishnet straps, wrapping it around her body. He has to find whoever looks like a walking mummy because that's going to be his future bride, Susie. And then he has to fully strip her naked. And that would mean once she's fully nude, the two of them are finally able to be wed. I mean, she's going to put on clothes again for the wedding, but this is the tradition. And while he's stripping his future bride, the other women in the neighborhood will come out and they'll beat him, which honestly, the stories say some of them will beat him in a way that makes it feel like, is this no longer a game right now? Like they're seriously trying to wound this man. But that's the point. He has to prove that he is worthy. And the game must continue for several days until he finds Susie, gets her away from all the other women in the village, fights off the other women, and strips her naked. And it usually results in a bruised groom walking down the aisle.
What story is this? I'm sorry.
It's a wedding tradition that used to take place back in the day that a lot of people would practice. And it just goes to show that a lot of cultures have different types of wedding traditions that you can't really judge because it's all fun and games. But now Mano, she's in Malaysia and she's never heard of this wedding tradition. This doesn't even feel like a wedding tradition. She's supposed to be sleeping on the floor on her wedding night. What does that even mean? She's not even supposed to be here. She was told that in Malaysia, right after the wedding, they convinced her, go through with the wedding. You'll be the most beautiful princess of Malaysia. She's like, I don't care. They tell her, okay, well, right after the wedding, right after the ceremony, you can fly back to Jakarta, do your modeling business, whatever. You can live your life. Okay, fine. She goes through with the wedding, and now they're not letting her go back to Indonesia. They're making her stay put in the prince's home in the royal palace of Kelantan. And somehow she ends up sleeping on the floor because she refused to be his wife and go to bed with him. What kind of, is this a wedding tradition? What's happening here? And she claims for that, she must sleep on the floor for not sleeping with him. This is how the marriage between the crown prince and Mano begins. And it ends with a high-profile escape in a foreign country, with Mano escaping from the royal bodyguards, accusing the prince of holding her captive and torturing her. Prince Fakhri's father is hospitalized in Singapore. And this is actually mentioned more in depth in our other episode, but he gets sick, and that's how his son, Prince Fakhri's brother, Sultan Muhammad V, declares himself Sultan of Kelantan. Remember?
Right.
Yes, it's a very big political debacle. He goes to Singapore, he's in the hospital, and the whole royal family has gathered there to support the most powerful man in all of
mic has
Kelantan.
been off.
Prince Fakhri, Mano, and the prince's staff are staying at this fancy hotel in Singapore. And most of Mano's days in Singapore have been under strict watch in the hotel room or in the hospital.
So how old is she now, and how long have they been?
She is 18 at this point. They've been married for like
I
a few years.
Ruined the brush.
Yeah. She might not leave Malaysia again for weeks once they leave Singapore.
What?
She doesn't know when else she'll be out of Malaysia because she knows when she's in Malaysia, she can't do anything. She's married to someone so powerful, part of the royal family, one of the 9 royal families in Malaysia. What power does she have in Malaysia? But right now, they're on foreign soil. They're in Singapore. This is her chance. She doesn't know if she's going to leave Malaysia ever again, because prior to all of this, prior to the then Sultan of Kelantan, so Prince Fakhri's father getting sick and being hospitalized in Singapore, she was not really allowed to ever leave Malaysia. It's easier to control her when she's in Malaysia. This is her only chance. She asks if she
Why
can
can't
go down
that
to the
be
lobby
me?
to fetch something, and the bodyguards have to escort her. They take her out of her room. They walk down the hotel hallway. They get into the elevator, and they're all standing there. It's just her and the royal bodyguards inside of this random hotel elevator in Singapore, and she looks up. And there's that little black half ball on the ceiling, the CCTV camera. And she says very calmly, "There are CCTV cameras inside this elevator." The bodyguards are thrown off. Like, what a random thing to say out of nowhere. I mean, is that a threat? Before they can even react, Mano's hand is already pressing up against the emergency button in the elevator. The alarms start blaring. Everyone in the hotel is going to hear it. Not only that, when the emergency stop button is pressed on the elevator, more than likely the police have to respond immediately. Regardless of if it's a false alarm or not, police have to show up on the premises. So now the alarms are going off. It's just Mano and a handful of bodyguards in the elevator. They're trying to restrain her. They're trying to sedate her. I mean, perhaps the princess has lost her mind. Maybe that's what they're going to tell the police. The princess has been under a lot of stress after the Sultan has been sick. She doesn't like traveling too much. She was beyond herself, so she pressed the emergency button. But she keeps reminding them, we are not in Malaysia anymore. You try to do anything, we are in Singapore. Everything is caught on camera.
They're in Singapore
the bodyguards
now.
back off. Mana starts screaming for help. She's banging on the doors. The hotel staff arrive. The police arrive. And crazy enough, Mano's mom and sister arrive. The businessman that she passed the note to, ever since she passed that note, he's pretty close to the royal family. He's an influential businessman. He has been getting updates on Mano, trying to track where she's going. And once they left for Singapore, because the Sultan was sick, he contacted Daisy, Mano's mom, saying she's in Singapore. She's staying at this hotel. You gotta go find her.
Oh, you gotta go save her.
Yes.
Okay.
So they're all there.
What?
They've all arrived. The prince is running out of the room trying to calm the princess down. He's allegedly got a firm grip on Mano. Now, from this perspective, the prince has denied all of these allegations. So just keep in mind, these are allegations. He's got a firm grip on Mano, trying to tell the authorities that his wife is probably knocked out. She's spooked. She's been exhausted. They'll see to it that she's taken care of. But Manahara does not want to go with him, and the prince does not want to let her go. The Singaporean authorities have to tell him every single person has the right to freedom in Singapore, regardless of marital status. Let your wife go. When he lets her go, Mano reaches into her pocket, shows the authorities her passport. She's like, I need to leave immediately. And what's crazy is Manahara is half Indonesian and half American. So her dad, her biological father, is an American citizen. The U.S. Embassy got involved in Singapore as well.
So she pulled out her passport.
It's a U.S. passport.
Interesting.
And she's like, you need to help me. So this is escalating. So many countries are getting involved. Now you got Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, the United States of America. So much is happening. And she's saying, I cannot go back to Malaysia. My time in Malaysia, I was held captive at the Royal Palace of Kelantan, and I have been tortured on a daily basis. The princess is accusing the prince of being a kidnapper, abuser, and a torturer. Manahara has to explain to the police everything that's happened so far. She's basically like, do you want the short version or the long version at this point? Because things were happening every single day that she was married that should not be happening.
So right now, what's going on? Once she took out her passport, like they basically took her into the police station?
Yes, they separated her from the prince, and now she's in the embassy talking to officials. And she's explaining, not only am I going to leave, which is not really a question. Of course, she has her own free will to leave. She just wants their protection to get to the airport and board a plane that is not headed to Malaysia.
Where is she going?
She wants to go back to Jakarta. She wants to go home. So at this point, her mom is residing in Indonesia. So she's like, I just want to go home, please. These are the following allegations from the princess to the prince. Mano explains to the authorities that one of the main reasons that Mano did not want to marry the prince initially, other than the obvious, was there was an incident. Mano claims that all of them had gone on a cruise, and this is again when she just felt like he is a family friend, a powerful family friend that her mom is networking with. One night, the prince comes into Mano's room. He concocts this lie about wanting to speak with her about something urgent and needing privacy, which, yeah, she thought was weird, but she allowed him in, and he had this determined, angry look on his face because why would he be angry? It doesn't make sense. He forces her onto the bed, allegedly. This is her allegations. And without her consent, the prince allegedly essays her in the cruise cabin. And just leaves when he's done, as if nothing has happened at all. This is when she's a minor. I mean, she was married as a minor. This is when she was like 15. Mano said that she felt scared, helpless. She said, basically, I shut down. I just didn't know what to think of myself. I was in denial about the whole thing. I just didn't want to believe any of it, so I just tried to completely block it out. Afterwards, he was suddenly very nice to me. He was extremely sweet and gentlemanly. Mano wanted to tell the authorities, but they were on a cruise in Malaysia. She didn't have proof. She didn't have a video or anything. And even if she did, who would believe her? This would be a huge mess. Malaysia, I mean, likely, wouldn't you expect that they would protect a royal family member? It's not the right thing to do. But like, look at corruption, not just in Malaysia, but like literally everywhere, even in the United States. People are protecting the powerful people all the time from accusations like this. She tries her best to get over it. She thought it was... I think she's trying to reason with herself that maybe it was a one-time thing, that he was drunk or something, because this is the Prince of Malaysia. I think that her brain was having a hard time computing that he would do something like this. She was just second-guessing, questioning herself. But the situation comes up again. The night of their wedding, when he brings her back to his home, which again, she did not think that she was going back to his home. She thought she was going back to Indonesia after the ceremony. She gets escorted back to his home where he allegedly screams at her, telling her that she's never going to go back home. And then he tries to have intimate relations with her, and she clarifies that she does not want to, which is a reason no is no, but also she's on her menstrual cycle. And it appears that, allegedly, he cares more about the latter than the former. He was
Good
like,
men won't care.
Cycle. He screams at her. All Indonesians, allegedly screams at her, all Indonesians are prostitutes and can be bought. Thank God I did you before our wedding. Allegedly referencing the essay of when she was a minor, and is still a minor now that they're married. She said every day after that, she was restricted from seeing her own family. Her passport was confiscated. She could not talk to her family without being supervised. She was held captive in the palace, being verbally assaulted on a daily basis until she finally escapes. She heads over to the hospital. This is in Malaysia. This was her first escape.
Yeah, man, I don't know.
She walked to a hospital.
Wait, what? Oh, she just ran out of the palace and ran straight to a hospital.
Yes, no, she was at the hospital for a checkup. Okay, this is after their wedding. She hasn't been able to leave Malaysia. She hasn't been able to talk to anybody. He's been verbally abusing her and physically, allegedly assaulting her this whole time. And then she goes to the hospital for a routine checkup. Naturally, she has to bring her ID because how do you explain to the doctors? Sorry, my husband is a famous prince. You might know him. He holds me captive. I don't have access to my own passport. So she has her passport, and she said that she finally flees, runs from the hospital, just sneaks out with her passport, gets on the first flight back to Jakarta the same day, and now she's back in Indonesia. And she still says she knows no peace because this man is calling every single day. Well, actually, it's worse than that. The prince himself is not even the one calling. He's having his staff calling, begging for her return. They're not even begging. They're scolding her, telling her it's a sin for a wife to leave her husband, that she needs to honor their marriage and get back to the palace now. At one point, she alleges that he even hires the top mafia-esque boss in Indonesia to bring her back to Malaysia.
Yeah.
Saying, you got to do this no matter what it takes. But thankfully, Mano is friends with his son. It's like a movie. It's crazy. Mano is friends with the mafia boss's son, and he warns her, your husband just called my dad and was like, we got to kidnap her and bring her to Malaysia, allegedly. None of this works. The prince then resorts to what he does best. He starts calling Manahara's mom, Daisy. He's setting the scene, painting the picture, drawing pancakes in the sky, which is a Chinese saying of just wishful thinking. Hey, look up at the sky. There's a pancake I drew for you. You're never going to get a pancake. The pancake's not real. It's just false hope. He tells her, I've sinned. I want to show you that I'm really, really remorseful, and I'm going to fix this. This was my first time getting married. I was excited, and, things happened. He asks her, Daisy, and Manahara to meet him at the Mecca so that he can truly ask for forgiveness. They're all Muslim. Daisy believes the prince. Because you're talking about the Mecca. Like, you're talking about very serious things that you just don't say lightly. This is a very serious commitment. And perhaps he did overindulge himself as a newlywed husband and did not know how to behave. I don't know. For whatever reason, Daisy convinces Manohara to go with her to see the prince and at least hear him out. They arrive, and the prince from the very first night that Mano has ever met him is there. Very politically sound, media trained, polite, still balding, but well-mannered. He's there again. Maybe things are going to change. They spend a few nights there before their scheduled flight back to Malaysia, where Mano, Daisy, and Mano's sister are going to join the prince's family to celebrate a royal birthday. Somebody's birthday in the family. So they booked their flights already. They're supposed to be on a 9 p.m. flight on Malaysian Airlines to Malaysia, but instead, the bodyguard does not drive them to the international airport. They're going straight to a private jet tarmac. And Daisy's thinking, oh, my sweet son-in-law, I knew he's back. He wants us to take a private plane back. We've been exhausted. That makes sense. What a wonderful man. See, he really is sorry and he's trying to make amends. But instead, he kidnaps Mano, leaving Daisy and her other daughter, Mano's sister, just on the tarmac while they fly off.
That's crazy.
Mano's mother, Daisy, claims when she gets back to Indonesia, she's completely in shambles, trying to figure out how to get her daughter back. She can't even get in contact with her daughter. She gets a call from the royal family telling her, there is a condo ready for you. How much do you want? Let go of Manohara. She claims that she said, no, I don't need a stupid condo. You can take anything from me. You can even take my organs, but you're not going to take my daughter. Give me my daughter back. They cannot have my daughter, not this way. I agreed for the prince to be married to my daughter, but not like this. What did I do to receive this kind of treatment? I was like the prince's mother. How could he have done this to us? To me, he just left me blind on the runway. Mano claims the abuse starts getting really bad once she gets kidnapped on this private jet and brought back to Malaysia. She says that she was essayed more times than she could count. When he was not abusing her, she alleges that he forced her to do a whole list of chores every day. She claims that once she was ironing his clothes, he came up with a cigarette in his mouth, walked up smoking, and nonchalantly grabbed the iron from her hand and pushed it into her skin. She starts screaming in pain, and with his other hand, he grabs his cigarette butt and starts pressing it into her face above her eyebrow. That is during the day. At night, she alleges that he would sedate her. Sometimes she would be in a really deep slumber, just unconscious, out like a light, not recollecting anything that happened. Other times, she was given a paralytic, which was worse. She's technically awake. She knows what's going on, but her body cannot move. It temporarily paralyzes your body. She's vulnerable and powerless, and that is when the alleged razor abuse starts occurring. She states that after injecting her with paralytics, the prince would grab a razor blade and start slicing her chest with it. There are pictures. She was able to sneak a picture of the abuse, alleged abuse. It's really bad. I don't even know if I can show it. I'm gonna see. But she is aware of everything that's going on. It's I want to say it looks like 300 slash marks on her chest. She says she can't move or scream. She says, I could see him, hear him, smell him, feel him. I could feel the cuts on my body. It hurt. Just knowing that you have no control over anything and can't do anything about it was just... The worst part is he didn't even slash it fast or anything. He just took his time slowly. He looked as calm as ever. It's like you gave someone a paintbrush and told him to draw a flower. Just the peacefulness that he exhibited when he was cutting into me. It took over 20 minutes. The physical pain was not as much as the psychological feeling. I just couldn't even defend myself. I was completely helpless. Even animals got more respect than I did in that house. He just stood there looking at me. I could feel everything. Emotionally, it was terrible. Instead of hurting me fast, he preferred to do it slowly. I could see the pleasure in his eyes. It was like he enjoyed doing it. She tried to tell the Sultana what was happening. So this is the prince's mother. And the biggest response... Okay, so this is where it gets confusing. Technically, he's not labeled a prince. It's a different word, but it is a prince. It's like the crown prince. And Sultana is kind of like the Sultana of that area. But she's not the queen of Malaysia unless it's their round.
Okay.
But this is the prince's mother.
Okay.
But technically not the queen, right?
Yeah.
So she alerts the Sultana that this is happening. And she claims
I'm confused.
The sultana just tells her, it is your duty as a wife to please your husband, get pregnant, and give us a grandchild. That's it.
Sounds like
If she ever
Japan.
tried to run away or did not look happy at a public event, she claims that she was beaten badly. Meanwhile, she has to listen to everyone talk about how she lives a fairy tale life now. And the weight gain. She says the weight gain was happening because the prince was allegedly forcing her to take fertility treatment shots, which was making her gain weight rapidly. Allegedly, he was trying to get her pregnant.
Marry, serve your husband, and get
Know what to do.
pregnant.
She would just have
Very
to attend these royal
Japanese.
appearances. She said she was running through every single scenario. She said, if I scream, if I do anything here, they have the most power. So A, I'm going to get hurt when I get home to be punished, or B, they're going to increase the security and it's going to be harder for me to do anything ever again or try to leave again. That's why Mano always put on a fake smile in public. It's not until she meets that businessman who she knows has a lot of connections in Indonesia, and I believe that businessman is relatively connected to Mano's mother. Like they know of each other. So this is not just some random man. She passes him the note. And he's not able to really help her, but he is able to alert her mother that she's in Singapore, and they were booking the first flight out to Singapore that day. She alleges that from that day that she was taken on that private jet, it was 9 months that she was held captive, held against her will like a prisoner in the prince's estate. However, a big however, she says she doesn't want people to think that there's a problem with the whole monarchy. She says people keep getting the wrong idea.
Cute.
Thinking that because I'm saying this, that I despise Malaysia, that I hate Malaysia or the Malaysian royals. It's not about Malaysia. It's about one specific individual. It has nothing to do with the whole country. Kings are like ordinary people. Some are good, some are bad. Just because I had a bad experience with one does not mean all are like that. So with that, Singaporean authorities let Manohara go back home to Indonesia. The prince heads back to Malaysia and all hell breaks loose. So very briefly, everybody in Indonesia, I mean, there were riots on the streets in Indonesia. People were protesting, saying like, how could we have let this happen? They knew about the abuse prior to her being freed in Singapore. Because the businessman had told Mano's mother, and Daisy was trying to get news media to focus on her daughter is literally trapped in Malaysia by the royals. So it was a huge thing in Indonesia. In Malaysia, not as much. But in
This
terms
one
of
is
the
gonna
scale, the
be a
netizens
special
know, it
color.
seems like there are 3
He's
camps of
gonna
people.
be a
One,
snow
that believe
boy.
that Mano was let down by everyone.
Just
the
decided
idea
that.
of being shipped off to be wed at 16 years old in 2008,
A very boring way of talking.
it doesn't make sense.
Uh,
But some netizens
I
also
thought she was
understand
really
Daisy. Maybe
expressive.
from Manohara's mother's perspective, it's impossible to say no to the Prince of Malaysia. They think that the entire Manohara family was victimized by the royal family, and Manohara got the brunt of the abuse. Then you have the second
brunt.
group of people. You have
Not
those
the
that believe
bird.
there are a lot of bad intentions throughout the entirety of the marriage. They think Daisy did not do enough due diligence and did not put her child first. It seems like she was excited to have her daughter marry the future king, not really the future king.
I
but
don't
a
really
royal.
like her
Maybe
storytelling
Manohara
style.
herself wanted something out of the
but
union as
I don't
well.
think
That's
it's-
what some people believe.
it's
But ultimately, they
bad.
think the worst person in all of this to blame is still the prince. Then you have the third group of people who do not believe these allegations at all. They believe
Yeah,
the prince is the victim.
she's going
Maybe he wasn't the
fast.
best fiance, maybe he wasn't the best husband, but there are some people out there that feel like he
I
has been
don't
duped
even have
by a
it
gold
set
digger's
up.
family, Daisy and Manohara. Mainly Daisy.
Yeah, that's something that she does a lot. Is she like rephrases the same thing multiple times, and it's to fill up the time, you know how it is. But it's really annoying. Yeah.
They believe that Daisy masterminded this whole thing to get her own daughter to seduce him.
But you know,
get him married to
I
Manohara,
listen
then
to it
put
while
a
I'm
book at him,
working,
accusing
so
him
it's
of all
like
sorts of heinous acts.
I
will say, I think
blank out
the
a
people in
bunch
this
of it
camp,
while I'm
or
working.
even the second, are the most limited. I think the majority of people think that Manohara is just the victim in all of this, and they have mixed feelings about Daisy, but ultimately they're just focused on Manohara. However, the
Okay,
third
I'm gonna
group
color
that
Snow
believe that the prince is
Boy.
innocent, they're passionate, and they mainly point to a few things. One, the prince sued Manohara and Daisy for defamation and was awarded $1.8 million by the Malaysian courts. I will say that it's in Malaysia. He conveniently happens to be the Prince of Malaysia with the potential to have deep connections with the justice system because, you know, politics is fun that way. But the attorney for the Prince states, from to cutting her with a razor to injecting her, these are only things a monster would do, a psychopath. My client wants the truth to come out. Sources close to the prince state that he believes Manahara is being manipulated by her mother to say these things about him that he knows and Manahara knows are not true. The attorney asks if there are cuts on her breasts. The marks are supposed to be there. Where are her scars? So Manahara has a picture of the abuse, but it has healed since then. But the attorney, I guess, is saying, well, if it's that bad, why doesn't she have scars? Which I don't really understand that argument. There are also rumors circulating, I don't know how much truth they hold, but rumors circulating that the prince still wants Manahara back. That against his own family's wishes, he believes that if Manahara just comes back, he can get her to take back all the allegations because he believes none of this is true. Daisy is whispering in her ear, this is what we need to do. One supposed insider states, I've never seen a man so obsessed with a woman. The people in his province also love her. They view her like Princess Diana. He needs her back for his credibility. His attorney adds to those rumors by stating, there is an element of sadness because he, you know, the prince, truly loves Mano. If I was in his position, I wouldn't love her anymore, but perhaps the prince thinks she is too young and too brainwashed by her own mother. That's the first reason people believe the prince is innocent. The second one is admittedly more complicated. It is that Manahara's mother, Daisy, the one that helped facilitate the wedding, that received a dowry.
Yeah, so she sold off her daughter.
So she received money from the prince's family, and she is a wanted fugitive in France.
What?
She is a wanted woman, literally. It has been stated that Daisy was sentenced in absentia by the French court to 18 months in prison. If she were to ever stop in France, let it be a layover, she will be arrested instantaneously.
For what?
She allegedly, okay, hold on to the wording of this. She allegedly allowed her adopted daughter to be essayed by her husband. So we have Manahara's biological father, who is an American. He left when Manahara was 2 years old. Daisy then married a French man, who Manahara sees like her own father. She feels like this is more her father than her actual biological father. He's French. Now, she allegedly allowed her adopted daughter, so Manahara's adoptive sister, to be essayed by her husband. The wording is strange because the situation is strange. Because what do you mean she allowed? Second of all, she has an adopted daughter. Let me clarify. Daisy's French husband told the French court that Daisy forced him to undress and caress Daisy's adopted daughter. It's very unclear if this is her adopted daughter. Court records refer to her as the adopted daughter, but it's kind of question mark. This is a young girl that Daisy took in, and it is said that she was supposed to be a housekeeper for Daisy, kind of like a live-in helper, right, of sorts. But Daisy started treating her like her own daughter, and maybe, potentially, has even legally
soundboard with
her.
just generic sound bites. That's crazy. Yeah.
Sees a girl,
yeah.
Like, ooh, I want my daughter. I feel a bond with her. I feel connected. Be another child of mine. It's not like that. It seems like she kind of started as a housekeeper, maybe was adopted for other reasons, legal reasons, and Daisy claims she was treating her like one of her own. The adopted daughter says, no, she wasn't. She was treating me like a servant that was on call 24/7. Regardless, Daisy's husband tells the French court, no, Daisy would force me to undress and caress the adopted daughter every single night.
Force.
And every day, it would just escalate from there until, of course, it went all the way, I say. And if nobody, he said that he was scared of Daisy.
Oh no, he made me do it. She made me.
Daisy told them to do.
She made me do it.
And as evidence of that, he claims that Daisy would chop off the adoptive daughter's hair if she didn't listen to her as punishment.
So he went ahead and essayed her.
Yeah. And he got like a few months in prison.
What?
And Daisy, she fled to Indonesia before the trial. She was sentenced to 18 months in prison in absentia. France and Indonesia do not appear to have an extradition treaty, meaning she is in Indonesia as a technical fugitive. which of course makes Daisy look bad. But Daisy disagrees. She says she's actually been ready to return to France to challenge the court's judgment. She is just nervous that the justice system is corrupt. She states all these allegations brought upon by the adopted daughter are false, fake.
So I think he's there just so that she doesn't feel like she's talking to nothing, you know? It's easier to talk to somebody than to just talk to a camera. It feels very unnatural. So I think his presence just makes it feel like she can be more natural. The name of this one? Teen model marries Malaysian prince, then runs away alleging nightly razor torture.
She says that she brought the adopted daughter to France to stay with her and her husband. This is when the adopted daughter was like 15 and she lived with her for a few years. She was supposed to be there as like a housekeeper, but he treated her way better.
YouTube clickbait title.
Daisy's like, look at these pictures. Look at the pictures of my 2 biological daughters and the adopted daughter. They're all wearing the same expensive scarves. I treat them all the same. I was the nicest, kindest person to her. I even offered to pay for her schooling in France and she declined. She declined. And then eventually one day, I'm going out to run errands, and then halfway down the block, I realized I forgot my headphones, so I turned back, opened the door to my French apartment, and there the two of them are in our marital bed. The adopted daughter and Daisy's husband. She states, I was extremely hurt. I had treated her like my own daughter since she was 15, and I was so in love with my husband. These allegations are absolutely lies. Absolute. She
Probably, yeah.
Intimate relations, but it was all consensual, and she did not encourage or facilitate them. But rather, she was devastated by it. Daisy continues, she did not even leave me a letter to apologize. She just left after I caught her. Once she left, though, she claimed to have been abused, forced into all of this, that, and the third. That's what she says. Irregardless,
Rotten
there
mango.
Are a lot of people hesitant to support Daisy. That's not to say that's a reason to support an alleged abuser. Like, there is a reason to support an alleged abuser. But there are people that think, okay, this on top of Daisy's firm grip on Mano's life. They bring up the fact that when Manohara was very young,
True, she did sell the other daughter.
Control everything that she wore, ate, the way she spoke. It seems like Daisy gave birth to her, realized that she has the potential to be very physically beautiful, and has molded her into becoming a socialite to further enhance the status of the entire family, is what people believe. Other netizens disagree, because Mano had told reporters before that she enjoys being a model. She likes her line of work. She's very passionate. She has time to make friends. She's a homebody. And it just seems like maybe we're being too opinionated. So a lot of people are just going back and forth on how to feel about Daisy. But the allegations against the prince are independent of what's happening with Daisy. But additionally, there are a few other aspects that people do think is weird. When Mano was first rescued in Singapore, the authorities asked her if she wanted to press charges against her husband in Singapore. She ultimately declined, which some netizens thought was weird. They were questioning, did you decline because you know that once an investigation is triggered, they're going to poke holes into your story? But Mano and her family states, no, she didn't press charges because Singaporean authorities wanted her to stay in the country for at least a few more days to file the charges, and Manohara just wanted to go back home. She did not want to stay here. She didn't want to stay in this foreign country where she just wanted to be home finally. After 9 months of torture, she wanted to feel at home. Additionally, as for where the lawsuit stands, where the Malaysian courts awarded the prince nearly $2 million for defamation, Manohara says
Why does he need
pay
money?
a penny to the prince. Matter of fact, she wants him to come to Indonesia to file another lawsuit if he so wishes to clear his name. If we're gonna bring up everybody's messy history, we gotta bring up the prince.
Yeah, he's not on screen.
For defamation.
We don't
He also
see
sues
him.
His own family. He files a defamation suit against palace officials because the royal palace released a statement that they had nothing to do with his marital problems.
Oh my
When
God.
news breaks, they're like, hey, just a reminder, that's happening behind closed doors. We don't really know what's going on. Just kind of distancing themselves from Prince Fakhri. They're just protecting themselves from a potential political fallout, because you have to remember, this is not even just happening in Malaysia. You're talking about Indonesia's involved. The United States is potentially involved. But the prince felt like it's almost implying his guilt. So he filed a lawsuit against the royal palace, which the court obviously threw out the case. They threw it out. But a few months later, he comes back into court with another stack of papers. He is suing his brother, Sultan Muhammad V.
What?
Over a Bentley, a car, a Bentley, stating that he owns the Bentley, but the Sultan Muhammad V is like, no, I own the Bentley. It was a little ridiculous. People are like, you have energy to be suing people, your own brother, the Sultan, over a Bentley when you are accused of some of the most atrocious acts against a woman?
It's so interesting. You know the last time when you talked about that story?
Yes.
The Muhammad V?
Yes.
Like a lot of Malaysians in the comments were saying that they've never heard of it.
Yeah. Okay, we had our Malaysian researcher work on this case as well, and she said, wait, what's happening? Like, I haven't even heard of this really. Like, there were like small, very in passing, oh, something happened. It was a thing, but it was never, oh, I know these were the allegations. This is how it was broken down.
Yeah.
So it's very fascinating. If you guys are Malaysian, please let me know in the comments. Is there something that we missed or miscommunicated or mistranslated? Or did you not know about this at all? Or did you know more that we don't know? Please leave that in the comments. Yeah, it's so fascinating. A few days after that, one of the prince's other brothers removes him from the Council of Succession, which
I wonder if I
oversees the
should have
succession of
just...
the throne. Prince Fakhri took him to court to be restored to the council. There's a lot of messiness going on. And Manahara just tells the authorities, look, he's not like a husband. He did all of this abuse to me with such ease. I was only a toy to him. I could never think a normal man could do such things. I've been treated like an animal. I'm like his property, and I was in his room, and whenever he wanted to play with me, he would just go into the room and play with me like I'm some sort of object. He told me, matter of fact, once, you are my property. She says she's not going to let this get to her, though. She says, look, it's happened. I believe that everything happens for a reason, and that has shaped me to be who I am today. When I see people needing help and having been in a position where I desperately needed help as much as I can, I will help. Mano is now trying to focus on her career, her charity work. Prior to getting married, she was heavily vested in various causes. It's only gotten stronger since the divorce. As for Daisy, she says, I just didn't see the signs. I thought he was charming. There are some netizens, though, that believe again, Daisy and Mano got exactly what they asked for. They comment, 17-year-old gold digger, what did she expect? What? Newspaper says slash wounds and cuts are fresh. Sounds self-inflicted to me. Others comment, it's all about the money. The more she finds evidence, the more the prince is willing to settle. Whack the prince with bad news for 2 weeks, threaten with lawsuits, and behind the scenes, Prince will be willing to cut a check for $20 million or more for her to go away. She's quite hot looking. She must suck big time in bed to incur such violence. Isn't it obvious? She must have read too many fairy tales about marrying a prince, considering she's homeschooled. Can a wife case against her husband for SA?
Right? He's probably like playing a game and half listening.
SA charges against her own husband. Some netizens think the fact that the prince is, in their opinion, aggressively not conventionally attractive, their opinion, they say that this is proof that Mano is a gold digger, saying there's no way that she could find any interest in a man like this if it weren't for his status, power, and money. And I'm not sure why they must be reminded that she was a minor when they got married. Did you forget that? What's going on in the power imbalance? Did you forget that? So a lot of netizens, they blame the prince mainly. And then you have a big chunk of netizens that blame the prince and Daisy, Mano's mother. And then a small group
I blame the mom.
I would say that
she sold her daughter.
It feels like she was, to some degree, used as a political and power pawn by the prince and perhaps potentially her family as well. I don't know if Daisy was intentionally doing this, but maybe she just got swept up in the promises and the promises of a better future. Manahara is now in her 30s, focusing on things that she wants to do. She's been involved in a lot of activism, and it's just been interesting to see how little our Malaysian researcher knew about this case prior to deep diving in. It's very fascinating, and also even internationally, I feel like this is normally something that would make international headlines for a while. I feel like even in the US, we would hear about it to some degree, right? It seems like the only place that has had heavy coverage on this case is in Indonesia. So if you guys are Indonesian, please leave it in the comments as well. What are we missing? How do you feel about the situation? So a lot of people are saying that Indonesia, she is seen almost as this heroine that has lived and experienced this insane amount of torture, but has come out even stronger. she's almost seen as this person to protect. And then in Malaysia, some see her as a gold digger. I would say this is a smaller group. I would think that most Malaysians who know the full length of the allegations, a lot of them are just surprised that they don't know. So I was on a few forums and they're like, as a Malaysian, I didn't know and I feel so bad. And they also critique the monarchy. I would say that the Malaysians critique their monarchy heavily, but it's just been interesting. What are your thoughts on this? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
I'm still not tired. I drank my special nap time juice, but I'm
Bada bing, bada boop.
still not sleepy.
And Tim Dickey, the man in charge,
Tim
has
who?
to figure out what the hell is going on. He's going to investigate. He's sitting down with everybody. Anybody that's heard or potentially saw anything, he's sitting across from them because all of these people could be witnesses one day. And they all tell him the same thing. Well, everyone talks about them having an inappropriate relationship. Okay, I see. I mean, have you seen anything with your own eyes, or is it just a rumor that you're hearing from everyone, your peers? Well, I've heard a lot from a lot of others that they're dating. It's pretty clear, though, that she has the power and she favors him. He barely puts in any work and he gets all the rewards. Honestly, it's a pretty gross, massive power imbalance, to say the least. Another person tells Tim Dickey along the lines of, I've heard that they met up after hours, that they have these secret meetings in the night in her car. It's all very hush-hush. But the worst part is, I've heard the rumor that she's actually pregnant. Others say that's not even the worst part. It actually does indeed get worse. They say that they've heard rumors that sometimes he would stand behind her desk and she would pretend to go under her desk to look for something. Oops, I dropped my pencil.
My God.
Crawl down there, and in front of everybody else in the room,
Hmm.
she would, quote, touch his stuff. Not to mention some of the notes found in her desk that he allegedly wrote.
Oh, I thought it was
One
like
just
a.
reads,
Oh
"You're
no,
sexy." Another reads, I want you. Let's smash.
I dropped my
6 feet
thing.
long.
I'm
Whatever
stuck.
that means. The witnesses' statements are pretty consistent, but Tim Dickey thinks, well, what if they're too consistent? It's a little too convenient, right? But he thinks all the stories kind of sound similar, like they're all just rumors that people have been circulating from desk to desk. But has anybody actually seen anything? It's time to bring in the suspect. They bring in 27-year-old Brittany Zamora. She walks into Tim Dickey's office. She's sitting at the other end of his desk, and there's already tears just streaming down her face. It does not appear that she's having a good time. Listen, Tim, please. There are really only 2 things in this world that I care about, and it's my husband and my career. That's it. Tim Dickey is smiling because that makes sense. I mean, she was like one of the first people he hired since he got the job running this place. And she did win the 2016 County Teacher of the Year Award. Welcome to practice. This is where all you
It's a teacher.
There's no way she's essaying and her 13-year-old student in
Ooh.
a class full of kids, right?
Ooh.
There's no way
Ooh.
she has an 11-year-old boy standing lookout while she essays his best friend in her classroom. Even if Tim Dickey doesn't believe it, the least he can do is alert the 13-year-old student's parents, correct? Instead, Tim Dickey sits all the other students down that have reported the inappropriate behavior. He says, thank you all for coming to me with what you've been hearing in the hallways. But do you know how dangerous rumors
This
can
child
be?
is like, thank you all for coming to
Career with
me.
these types of rumors. And he scolds all the students for spreading rumors, and it gives Brittany enough time to target her next potential victim, an 11-year-old. This is the case of Brittany Zamora and what happens when the victim's parents find out and when Brittany's own husband finds out. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, also known as NCMEC. They focus on finding missing children, reducing child sexual exploitation, and the prevention of child victimization. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support.
Snowboy.
Full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Disclaimers, today's case has mentions of grooming and CSA. Please watch with caution. The names of the minors have also been, of course, protected and changed. So with that being said, these are all pseudonyms except for the perpetrators and the adults. Let's get started. Do you know what the pre-divorce stage is? It's when you see two people in a relationship, in a marriage, and you know that they're going to get divorced. They just haven't filed divorce yet. They might not even know that they're going to get divorced, but you just feel it in your bones. They are in a stage of pre-divorce. My biggest thing is, I mean, I guess it's very difficult to say if you can see when couples are going to get divorced. Everybody's different. But when they are incredibly mean to each other in front of people, I'm like, I feel like a pre-divorce is happening. One netizen says, oh, my pre-divorce signal is even stronger. He's older now. He's seen all these couples come and go. And he says, when I see a divorce coming, and this is not 100% of the time, obviously there's exceptions, don't get upset, people. But he says, when the couple decide...
You're so rude.
Nowhere, it's not like a big anniversary. It's not their 50th anniversary, 40th, 20th, 25th. Out of nowhere, the couple decide randomly.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck is going on
massive ceremony
in this video. Oh,
like
the teacher that molests her students.
The last guest leaves, party is over. They go back to reality. The marriage is divorce incoming in like 6 months.
What?
Yeah. And he's saying obviously there's exceptions of people who have anniversaries or have been planning it for a long time, or they had...
You don't like my little boy?
Was diagnosed with something and then recovered.
Look at my little boy.
He's saying like so random.
Okay.
Another one said,
why is nobody forcing me to go to sleep?
Pre-divorce at the wedding. The groom was making a toast to the bride, you know, the woman that he's marrying, and he talked about how he initially didn't like her because she never shut up, but now she's learning to, quote, put a sock in it, and then he jokingly turned and then air backhanded her face. Like, not actually hit her on the face, but like in the air.
I'd kill him.
To hit her.
That is wild.
To the guest credit, nobody laughed. There's just awkward, deafening silence.
To go to bed.
2 months after the wedding. The woman states that she knew her divorce was coming pretty early on. She says, well, my husband smashed cake into my face at the wedding, even though I begged him for months prior not to.
I'd immediately
at our reception party for
wedding over.
He thought it was hilarious. We divorced over the summer, and I am so much happier. Another Redditor says,
I would kill.
Oh, yeah, when you can tell your marriage is coming to an end, it's pretty easy. You drive home from work. You come around the corner, and if you see your partner's car in the driveway and feel sad or disappointed,
I really have to go to bed.
Another ex-wife said, oh, mine was weirder. Right after the wedding, I moved in. And the thermostat that controls the temperature, he put a password on it.
What?
And he wouldn't let me have the password.
Wow.
Jesus.
For Daniel, the signs were probably a lot more obvious, but he just sped right past them. They went over his head. Daniel, maybe he likes all the signs. I don't know, which is more alarming. Because the pre-divorce,
when you're into the red flags,
he just gets served divorce papers out of nowhere after everything that they've been through from their proposal. Daniel even wrote this long, snappy message to Brittany online about it. He writes, from the moment we first saw each other,
that's a common thing enough.
Falling for one another. So it was only appropriate to ask Brittany to marry me.
Hello, happy Sunday.
He proposed this whilst on a skydiving trip. And now, after 4 years of marriage, she wants
to divorce
him.
But I am drinking my sleepy drink, so like
while she's in jail.
Need
Seriously?
to make
Brittany
my
states to the
sleepy
courts
drink
that she would like to separate from her
work,
husband because, quote, our
or
marriage
else I'll
is
make it
beyond
a waste.
repair. It's broken, and there is no hope of reconciliation. What defines that a marriage is broken beyond repair with no hope of reconciliation? A few years prior, Brittany hands Daniel the phone. This is when they're still married, still living together.
What's a
Brittany's
common
handing
thing
him the
though?
phone, and on
What's
the other
a
end of
what?
this phone
No, that's
is
a common
very,
thing.
very angry man. He says, "Put your husband on the phone. I'm more than happy to talk to that dumb mother." Daniel grabbed the phone.
Hey, don't say hey man to me. You got a fucking monster. If I was you, you stupid motherfucker, I'd leave her.
What?
So this man on the phone is telling Daniel to leave his wife
The
Brittany.
cake in the face? Yeah, I'm not down for that. If somebody did that to me, immediately I'd be like, "No, wedding done. Wedding over.
Only briefly quiet before he says,
Never mind."
Yeah, I'm gonna preach forgiveness when I put my hands around your throat.
Nah. Nah. Because I would tell them, "Do not do that to me." And if they still do it, that's it, you know? That's it. Nah, that's not funny. That's it.
Do me that favor. Leave her so your ass doesn't go down the drain with her.
What is in a sleepy drink? Special secret ingredients for sleepy stuff.
She's a monster.
Sleepy.
Daniel is on the phone, confronted with the fact that his wife Brittany was cheating on him. But he's also confronted with the fact that his wife is cheating on him by a 13-year-old student of hers. And the man screaming at him on the phone is the victim's father.
This is how he found out.
He claims he found out right before this phone call.
And he was like...
He said God preaches forgiveness. There is an app called Sentry, and
Yeah,
it lets
exactly.
parents monitor their kids. It seems like kids don't know when it's installed. I mean, I'm sure you have to take their phone and install it. I don't know how it works. I mean, I guess it could be used for not parental controls. Just be careful. But it lets parents flag keywords. So if these keywords ever get searched on the internet or is sent via message, whether it's Facebook Messenger, Instagram direct messages, or text messages, it'll alert the parent. And it'll show them what platform, and it'll show them the message.
Wow.
So you can flag words like baby or, other maybe drugs, right? John and his wife, they get Adam, their son, a new phone with this new app installed on their Sentry. And they give it to him because, I mean, honestly, they don't feel right about it. They were going back and forth. Do we install the app? Do we not install the app? We kind of feel bad about it, especially because he's 13. We're trying to give him space to still be a child, but make mistakes and learn and grow and have privacy. But Adam has been acting so weird recently. He doesn't even want to sleep with the door open. They have this whole family rule. Everybody sleeps with their door open. It doesn't have to be wide open. It's just like a crack. You just don't lock your door at night. But he's so upset by this. He's withdrawn during dinner time. He doesn't even want to talk to them. It's so sudden that they're like, something is going on, and if we don't figure out what, we can't help him. The stepmom has the parent version installed on her phone, and she put all the keywords in. And she's just getting ding, 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 ding. Her phone. She said, so yesterday I got the alert.
What anime? What?
Back. Because the word baby kept getting used. The messages in question read, I guess, kind of like any other 13-year-old relationship flirting. I imagine. I don't particularly recall
Idol
how I flirted when I was
animation.
13, but the messages read,
Idol.
WYD, what you doing? On the bus texting you. So Adam is texting on the
Not
bus. texting
PNG.
you.
No,
Oh
not
my God,
PNG.
you're so cute, baby. I wish you could have stayed after with me. I know, I wish I could, baby. Heart emoji, heart emoji.
There we go.
The person responds.
Oh, that
"I
was
wish I could
almost
hang out
really
with you whenever
bad.
we wanted." Adam
Well,
responds,
not that bad.
"Same.
Since it's,
I think about it so much. I think about it so much too.
Pixels.
Aw, baby. I know what you mean. You're all I think about. It's kind of giving like two 13-year-olds flirting.
There will be a
Another
Nike
thread of
one,
messages
don't
read,
worry.
From Adam, you're mine. Yes, baby. Which again, I don't necessarily recall how I was flirting as a 13-year-old, and I'm sure per parent it's different how one feels about their kids sending these types of messages. I don't know, perhaps a child psychologist would know better if this is normal development to talk like this or not. But so far, some of those alarms.
So cute.
But there's more messages that start to escalate and get increasingly stranger. A message from Adam reads, I need more redacted from you, heart.
Oh.
Now, these are obviously not redacted to Adam's parents. It's redacted in the police records, but the parents have seen it. You can kind of fill in the blanks on what it says. The person receiving the message goes, question, you okay? Sorry, baby, my parents called me. Ugh, I thought you got in trouble.
I'm in trouble because I don't go to sleep. do 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 do.
I love you, bitch. I ain't gonna never stop loving you, bitch.
It's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. I'm not waking up tomorrow. No. Why did this take like 5 hours? Literally, this took 5 hours to make this stupid one little animation guy. Why did this take 5 hours? And I actually worked diligently. What do you mean so I don't fall asleep? I'm trying to go to bed. I drank a sleepy time drink. My sleepy time juice. My relaxation sleepy time special juice with special ingredients in it. My yearly hard work. I'm gonna go eat another cookie and go to sleep. I have to go turn off my fish tank. No. I have to go lay in bed and play my silly little phone game. I gotta go. Okay, bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Good luck at work and stuff. Good night. Osimaru. Whatever. Osimaru. Good night. Oyasumi. Oyasumi.